Good morning and welcome back to Donington for our second day of action on BARC TV. Headlining today, right here, it is the Britcar Trophy final rounds of the championship. 2 50-minute races for them to decide the overall winner. Going to be a big day. Also got the classic touring cars, the junior saloon cars in their penultimate round of their championship. And we saw the Mini Club Sport yesterday. They've got their enduro race today. First ever time for them, going beyond 20 minutes. Can't wait for that. So plenty to get on with. It's beautiful right now. It's a little bit nippy. You stay inside, keep warm, don't go anywhere. Let's go motor racing. Well, our first race of the day is one that didn't happen yesterday. We got onto the grid, the heavens opened, and we had to call it off. But we do have one race today in the classic touring cars, 93, 03 and the Boss. And one race that has gone down to the wire. And man, that was very hard to find you yesterday, both on the track and in the bay. We got him though. Ross Craig, the car 169. You are 1 point behind Mr. Preble. It all comes down to this, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a big weekend, really. We never intended to do the full year, and we've ended up right at the front of the championship. So yeah, we've decided to do the rest of the year, and we've just had the most budget year we can. You know, we've put 2 tyres in the car and just kept the car going round and round, and that's all it's taken this year. And yeah, I mean, we've enjoyed it. We come away racing as a family. And yeah, the Aligned Concept Engineering Honda and my dad's M3 and Thunder. We just had a great year. So yeah, it's big weekend.
It's big smiles now. You're 11th on the grid overall, 3rd in class, and Craig's up in 4th. So you've got to put your foot down today, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, we've the honest truth is we've never beaten Gary when he's finished. That's the honest answer, and we've finished on the podium in every single race. So yeah, my main goal is to try and finish 2 more podium finishes and see how we end up, really. But yeah, we're just here to have fun, enjoy ourselves, and yeah, it's just a massive weekend for the family. We've come away as a family racing, and that's what we're here to do, is have some fun. So.
And you know what, as we see so often, it is just big smiles on your face, isn't it? Around the entire paddock.
Yeah, always. I mean, we wouldn't come and do it if we weren't having fun. There's a lot of investment, a lot of time goes into racing, and yeah, to be able to do it as a family and be able to do it with everyone here, it's great and fun.
Mate, best of luck, good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, let's go classic touring car racing, our first race of the day.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to day 2 at Donington Park here on BARC TV. Beautiful autumn morning, cold weather, but dry and sunny at the moment. Hopefully no cloudbursts like we had yesterday that resulted in the postponement of one of our classic touring car races, as you just heard from you, and that's going to take place to start today's programme. So an extra race for you here if you are watching today. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action here from Donington Park on the full Grand Prix layout today. Yes, we're using the Melbourne Loop as well. A very busy day of motorsport coming up. It's the finale, as Ewan has told you, for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. 2 50-minute pit stop races for them to decide the title. It's the Clio class that's leading the way overall. But in qualifying that we have just had, it's Maurizio Silio's Ginetta who was quickest, snatching pole at the end of the session from Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra in their BMW. So they'll be fighting for victory overall, along with several more Ginettas, BMWs and much more come race time. We also have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, still a few titles to be decided there. We've also got the Junior Saloon Car Championship there, our second race of the day. We will be starting slightly earlier than scheduled because we've got the postponed race from yesterday, the 3-in-1 Pre-93, Pre-03 and Boss, or Blue Oval Saloon race is first up. It should have taken place yesterday, but a rainstorm meant that it was postponed to today. The junior saloon cars in their identical Citroën Saxos will be out for the second race. That's followed by the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. We'll also have the Mini Challenge out later on. The Club Sport class have their endurance race, something new for them. Seeing our volunteer marshals getting into position, the Orange family as we call them, around this fast-flowing Donington circuit. Such a beautiful circuit here in the Leicestershire countryside, in the shadow of the flight path of East Midlands Airport, which is just next door. See the marshal just sweeping the track there on the exit of McLean's Corner and down to the Fogarty S's as well. Rather than turning right left there towards the pit straights, they go down to this, the Melbourne hairpin. We can already see cars making their way to the grid for our first race of the morning. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Pre-93 touring cars, sponsored by Laser Tools. The Pre-03 touring cars sponsored by Bertie Haulage, and the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford, sponsored by Burton Power Products. And it's the Fords that have taken the front of the grid. Qualifying took place yesterday, and it's an all Sierra Cosworth front row of the grid. We'll take you through the full grid in a moment. It's AJ Owen, the former Pre-03 champion, who's leading the cars up to the grid. Had hoped to be racing his super touring Ford Mondeo this weekend, but that wasn't ready, so he's out in his Sierra Cosworth instead. Some very impressive cars indeed, you can see warming their tyres there on their way to the grid. Let's have a look at the lineup. AJ Owen on pole position. So it's AJ Owen on pole position with his Sierra Cosworth, the similar car of Mike Manning. Suffered an oil leak and didn't make it to the initial grid of this race yesterday, but he is there, the Texaco liveried car. Second row of the grid is 101 Malcolm Harding with the Castrol Zack Speed Mark II Escort, and he starts alongside 191 Gary Preble, one of our title contenders in the Pre-03 touring cars. He and Ross Craig just a point apart heading into this weekend. Row 3 will be number 90 Ian Bauer with his BMW alongside 56 Piers Grange with his Mark II Escorts. Then on row 4, Joey Binks. Good to see he's back out after he clipped the barriers in the wet yesterday in his beautiful Duckham's Sierra Cosworth. Starting alongside the Blue Oval Saloon champion, James Dunkley, in his Fiesta XR2, has already secured the title for the second year running. Completing the top 10 on the grid, 211, Chris Southcott. He's in a Honda Civic in Pre-03. Alongside him, number 27, Martin Reynolds. He's in his Mark II Escort. So a mixture of Fords and Hondas, really, towards the front of the grid, with Ian Bauer as the interloper in his BMW. Ross Craig, who we've just heard from, starts 11th in his Honda Civic, alongside David Clark, number 86, in his Renault 5 Turbo. Row 7, David Hutchins, Honda Civic, and Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta. Row 8, number 97, which is Josh Bromley. He's in a Rover 220 Tomcat Turbo, a rare car these days, alongside number 71 Howard Spooner's stunning BMW 635i. We saw him win the Pre-83 touring car race yesterday. Row 9, 121 Joe Dorrington from the Pre-03 class. He's in a Honda. Lots of subclasses in this field as well, of course. We'll keep an eye on those as we go on. Alongside Joey's number 45 Clint LeChalmers with his BMW M3. Another BMW next, that's Oliver Owen, number 91, alongside number 10 Tim Mizzen in a Ford Fiesta. Row 11, 48 Sean Morris. He's in a BMW in the Pre-93 class, and 95 Kevin Willis. Likewise, he's alongside. Row 12, 29 Jonathan Olive Cooper, yet another BMW, and 151 Vic Hope in his Honda. Row 13, 55 Thomas Barkley, he's in a Jaguar XJS, alongside 148 Mike Nash, another BMW. Row 14 is the Cadbury's BMW, 153 Simon Mann, the Pre-03 Championship Coordinator. Starts alongside 214 Andy Abrams. Cars just moving away for their green flag lap. Andy Abrams in a Honda Civic. Then behind them, treble 7 Graham Myers alongside 461 Thomas Hendry. Graham Myers in a Ford Sierra, Thomas Hendry a BMW E30. Graham Myers not in a Ford Sierra, he's listed as being in one, but he is BMW powered as well. I thought that might be a misprint. Normally he's raced BMWs in his career. Penultimate row of the grid, 16 Tom Smith, he's in a Ford Fiesta, alongside 86 Colin Claxton in his Mark I Escort. Yes, he's there. And the final row of the grid, 188 Alan Hersey, he's in a BMW Compacts. And we should have seen Jamie Sturgis there as well, but he's withdrawn, was only down to race on Saturday this weekend with his BMW M535, so he's not there. Cavan Granger's an extra entry though, 137, he missed qualifying yesterday, and his BMW starts from the back. Big grid of 34 cars here on the Donington Grand Prix Loop. This will be a 15-minute race. Thanks to all of you for your comments so far on the YouTube stream. Hi to Welsh Lad, PW, B&D Media, the Red Hill Wolf, Diamond Performance Limited says good luck to David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Rare car these days. Cars head up through Schwantz Curve towards McLean's in the sunshine. There's Cavan Granger's BMW with the green wheels at the back. It's two Sierra Cosworths on the front of the grid. AJ Owen racing his father Craig's Cosworth. Man from High Wycombe starts alongside Mike Manning, the Southwest-based driver, in his Cosworth RS 500 in the Texaco colours, made famous by the likes of Steve Soper in British and European touring car racing in the late 80s. They're both in the Blue Oval Saloon series for everything Ford, as is Joey Binks's Cosworth, the Duckham's livery car, replica of the car raced by Carl Jones, the Welshman, in the late 80s. There's that Marlborough liveried BMW of Howard Spooner, built by Jeff Steele, BMW specialist up in Lincolnshire. It was a replica of the ex-Gerhard Berger European touring car. The cars head into the Fogarty S's. Then down to the Melbourne Loop. There's that Renault 5 Turbo, the yellow car of David Clark. 3 championships in one then. 2 of them have already been won. James Dunkley's won the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Stuart Waite has provisionally already won the Pre-93 Championship. He's not out this weekend. He secured that title at Snetterton in the last round. The Pre-03 Touring Car Championship still up for grabs between Gary Preble and Ross Craig. Just looking at the points chart, there's only a point between them. Ross Craig a point ahead of Gary Preble. They're well ahead of everybody else. So they settle into position. The marshals bring them up to the grid. Once they're satisfied everyone is in the correct position, we'll see the green flag wave at the back, and then the race will be underway over 15 minutes. No, I mentioned Stuart Waite. He's actually watching our YouTube stream. He's just commented, said, gutted to miss this last race due to engine problems. Bad luck, Stu. Congratulations on provisionally securing the title already in Pre-93. Yes, he was over 50 points clear of everybody else. So the revs starting to... Oh, we've lost our pole sitter. Where's AJ Owen gone? We've lost him on the green flag lap. He must have pulled into the pits, or the red lights are on. Mike Manning alone on the front row then as the race gets underway. Blast off down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Mike Manning sets off into the lead from his lone position on the front row. Now, is AJ Owen in the pit lane? We'll have a look to the right. No, he's not. So I don't know where the Cosworth has gone. So they head into that first corner then. Piers Grange around the outside of Ian Bauer up into third position as they head down the Craner curve. It's Manning who leads, Malcolm Harding in second place, Piers Grange in third. It's Fords 1, 2 and 3 down to the old hairpin for the first time. Piers Grange going for the inside on Malcolm Harding. They're side by side. Ian Bauer is in fourth position. They've all got through so far. Oh no, they haven't. Tim Mizzen spins the Fiesta, and Howard Spooner's slowing as well in the BMW 635 there. He's dropped a long way back down the order. Well, there's Tim Mizzen. He's gathered the Fiesta up. He's rejoined at the very back of the field. Well, we didn't see where AJ Owen went, so whether he's pulled into the pits, I'm not sure. That's the second time this weekend that this race has had only one car on its front row, because we lost Mike Manning with an oil leak when the race should have run yesterday. Here comes Piers Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers. His products would have carried most of these cars to the racetrack this weekend, all over the tail of Mike Manning, aka Steve Soper, at the wheel of the Texaco Sierra, down to the Melbourne hairpin for the first time. Third place Malcolm Harding in the Zac Speed Escort as Grange goes for the inside. He's a former multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. He takes the lead into the Melbourne hairpin. Fighting back is Mike Manning. Here comes Malcolm Harding up on the outside into Goddard's corner. He's never going to get round there, surely. The big Cosworth there on the inside. They're still side by side through the left-hander to complete the first lap. Fourth place is Ian Bauer. He's got Gary Preble on his tail. If it stays like this, Preble will take the lead of the Pre-03 Championship points. There's Ross Craig in the background. The grid, displaying the name of Burton Power Products on the back of his car, and he gets past Ian Bauer, who's dropping back a bit in the BMW. This is the fight for 4th place, so Reynolds has made great progress, gained 6 places already. There's Ian Bauer, former pre-93 champion in the, I think that's the ex-Paul Bellamy BMW, the Castrol Italian Super Turismo look-alike car. Gary Preble is next, he leads the Pre-03, that's exactly where he wants to be. There's the fight for 4th. 5th and 6th, 7th behind them. It is Chris Southcott's Honda. Change for 2nd place, Malcolm Harding has taken over, so it's Escorts 1 and 2. Piers Grange is pulling away in that 56 car. He's got his Ford Mustang here this weekend as well in the pre-66 touring cars, and that's unfortunately failed to start. Yesterday's race pulled off after the green flag lap. They're starting to string out. There's Ross Craig, our other Pre-03 title contender, as Mike Manning back up the inside takes 2nd place from Malcolm Harding, who slides the Escort back to the inside. They're side by side on the run up towards Goddard's. Mike Manning will hang on, and problems there for Kevin Willis, who's made a mistake at the chicane in his BMW number 95. Still side by side for 2nd. Piers Grange leads at the line. 2 seconds clear of these two, are a quarter of a second apart. Mike Manning using the power of the Cosworth RS500, but I thought I saw a puff of smoke there. Don't tell me he's leaking oil again. That car dumped its oil out as he was lining up on the grid for the initial staging of this race yesterday, and the start had to be delayed, and then when we tried again to start it, the heavens opened and it was postponed. Flash of flame from the exhaust there, that's typical of a Cosworth. Martin Reynolds in 4th position. It's Ian Bauer, Gary Preble, Chris Southcott, Ross Craig, Joey Binks and James Dunkley rounding out the top 10. So it's Blue Oval Saloon Series cars finishing the first 4 places. Bauer leads the pre-93s, Preble the pre-03 split, the white Honda there. One car we have lost is Thomas Barclay. He's pulled the Jaguar XJS into the pits. And AJ Owen, well, disappeared on the green flag lap. We've never saw what happened to him, unfortunately. 3 Fords clear of Martin Reynolds, who's trying to make it 4. Former Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, won that in a Ford Anglia a couple of years ago. There's Ian Bauer. And there's Gary Preble. Behind him, Chris Southcott. These two have been rivals at Castle Combe circuit in Wiltshire in the past. And Gary Preble waving Chris Southcott up the inside there. Is that a tactical move perhaps, or has he got a problem? We've seen a few engine problems for Gary Preble in this Honda this season. He's fighting for a championship, so why would he be waving drivers through? Not sure what's going on there. Mike Manning still 2nd. Chased by Malcolm Harding, who had a notification come up on the timing screen, the start of car 86 to be investigated after the race. That's David Clark in the Renault, so he may have jumped the start. Fight for 2nd, heads down the craters. Malcolm Harding all over the back of Mike Manning. Malcolm Harding had a famous incident at Silverstone last season. He got hit at the start of a classic Thunder race by Jason Davies, rolled over and promptly got back on his wheels and kept going. There's Ian Bauer, he's there in 5th position. And the fight for 6th between the 2 Hondas. There's Kevin Willis further back. He's got ahead of James Dunkley. And it's not a good race for drivers named Owen, because Oliver Owen has pulled his BMW into the pits as well. There is James Dunkley, retaining his Blue Oval Saloon Series championship this year, the food businessman from Worcestershire. Behind him is Will Hunt in his Fiesta. Tom Hutchins has dropped back a bit, David Hutchins I should say. Tom, another member of the family who races in the pickup truck championship. He was out at Pembrey last week. Somebody slowing there. That's one of the Hondas, I think. Is that Vic Hope? I can't quite see. Number 121, not 151. That's Joe Dorrington in trouble, so he pulls over onto the grass exiting the old hairpin. That's his race run. Hopefully he can get that car back out for race 2 later on. Here's a battle further back in the order. 48s of Sean Morris with the silver BMW ahead of Will Hunt. So Morris making decent progress from further back on the grid. Here's Dunkley in the number 1 car based in Evesham. There's a nice sponsor on the back of his car. Anyone for bacon? Well, James can supply you with some through his catering business. Few car links in it now for second place. Mike Manning has pulled away a little bit. Well, Piers Grange is running away with it. We haven't seen much of the Escort this year. There'll be yellow flags out on the exit of the old hairpin because of Joe Dorrington's stranded car. Piers Grange leads the way and leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series, the man from Cheshire. Hopefully he's got his Mustang running again for later on as well for the pre-66 race. We saw him pull off on the green flag lap of yesterday's race. They're having problems with the rear axle leaking oil on that car. Malcolm Harding keeping the Cosworth in sight here. Flash of flame, that's what we like to see from the exhaust of the Sierra. Some of my earliest motorsport memories involve Steve Soper in the Eggenberger Texaco Sierra and his famous battles with Andy Rouse in the late 80s. Malcolm Harding going for the inside though into the Melbourne Loop, and he goes through into second place. And Manning has dropped back. I think Manning might be in trouble here. He's dropped away quite considerably there from Malcolm Harding, so we'll see if the Cosworth continues. We know he had problems yesterday. No, he's still going. May have just missed a gear there coming through the Melbourne Loop. Martin Reynolds in fourth place, the construction businessman from Norfolk, a collector of classic Fords. I'm told he's been back to Norfolk overnight to sort out a problem with his classic Thunder Saloon, the Sierra. He heads round in fourth place. Been racing his Mach 1 Mustang again recently as well. That was with Equipe Classic Racing last week at Silverstone. Here's Ian Bauer. He's still leading the pre-93 category. The Laser Tools pre-93s. He's fifth overall. He's a former champion. He's got a couple of M3s that he races. This is a lookalike of the car that Emanuele Naspetti used to win the Italian touring car title back in the 90s in the days of the super touring cars. Behind Bauer is Chris Southcott, still ahead of Gary Preble. All that Gary Preble wants to do is defeat Ross Craig. They're currently 7th and 8th, but a long way apart on the track. There's Ross Craig. They're separated by nearly 9 seconds. Preble on the tail of Chris Southcott. These two have both raced at Castle Combe. Chris Southcott we've also seen in the Mod Sports MG Midgets that Chris and Andy Southcott race in various special events around the UK. Gary Preble, the king of Castle Combe saloons in various cars for many years. His brother Adam, a very successful saloon car racer as well. Gary Preble looking for his second pre-03 title. On the tail of the similar Civic. This is for 6th and 7th and for the lead of pre-03 and Class C. There's lots of subclasses all the way down the order. Incidentally, Cavan Granger, who started last on the grid, has made his way through very nicely. He's up into 17th position from the very back. Oliver Owen did head back out of the pits, but he's gone missing again. David Clark there has been lapped. He's had a problem somewhere. His last lap was a 2 minutes 20 for David Clark, so I'm not sure what's happened to the Renault. Maybe it's lost its turbo. So how long have we got left? Just under 4 minutes now. Here's a battle further back. There's Graham Myers, listed as driving as Ford Sierra this weekend, the man from Plymouth, but he is in his BMW. Getting past the older BMW. Look at how beautiful that car is, Howard Spooner's 635. Certainly one of, as you can probably tell, certainly one of my personal favourite cars here this weekend. Down the hill there's Will Hunt in his Fiesta. He's in 14th place. He's got David Hutchins' Honda Civic, the Scrapco sponsored car behind him. Then we've got Jonathan Olive Cooper's BMW. There's Cavan Granger, I think that is behind them as well. Yep, with the green wheels. He's come up from the back. Just ahead of them is James Dunkley, still leading his class. He's already won the Blue Oval Saloon title provisionally. Of course, post-season checks have to be made on all the cars by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club officials. Next in the order behind them, it's Mike Nash in his BMW number 148, his E46 M3. Fairly busy here. Will Hunt in the Fiesta is second in class behind James Dunkley, so he's trying to catch him for the class lead here. Here comes David Hutchins, bit of a lock-up from the Fiesta there. There's number 29, it's Jonathan Olive Cooper, fourth in Pre-93 Class B. The Pre-93 field, majority are BMWs. We've got the Renault 5 out there as well, the Jaguar. And Josh Bromley, and a big lunge up the inside there from Jonathan Olive Cooper on David Hutchins. He forces his way past it. Look at Cavan Granger. Well, this isn't a drifting day, but that was an impressive power slide there from Cavan Granger, the man from Woking in Surrey. And he's got past David Hutchins as well. He certainly gets points for style in this race. I was about to mention the other Pre-93 car that isn't a BMW is Josh Bromley's Rover. Where's that in the order? Can't see it in the results at the moment. Colin Claxton there with a lock-up in his Mark 1 Escort as the leaders lap him. Malcolm Harding has closed the gap on Piers Grange. It was 2 seconds of the two Mark 2 Escorts, now almost together. It's been a while since we've seen Malcolm Harding take a win in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. They're both in Class S of the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Here comes Harding on the inside at Red Gates. Grange doesn't give way. They're absolutely together through there. They may have bounced off each other. Piers Grange gets his foot down, and the trailer company boss just about hangs on. Malcolm Harding flashing the lights at him. They have to say, what was that? I had the line there. No, you didn't, says Piers Grange. But he holds the lead. There's less than a minute left on the clock now, so I think this is the last lap. Here comes Harding again, so we're going to have a race to the finish between the two Mark II Escorts and Grange. Look at him moving to defend there as they go into Schwantz curve. Aggression here from the two Ford pilots, up to McLean's. Harding has a look on the inside. He's determined to get through here. Up to Coppice. A couple of car lengths in it as Grange got the better exit from McLean's through the double apex right-hander at Coppice, down the exhibition straights, past where the Dunlop Bridge used to be, and then down to the Fogarty S's, named after Carl Fogarty, the world superbike legend. Bit of smoke there as a lock-up from Malcolm Harding. Can he get a run on him into the Melbourne Loop? Clock has counted down to 0, so it's going to be checkered flag this time. I think Harding's slowing. That wasn't tyre smoke, that was engine smoke. Oh, disappointment for Malcolm Harding. The Escort slows. Now, can he make it to the line? How far behind is Mike Manning? A long way, actually. They pulled well clear, so it's going to be a win for the PRG Trailers Escort of Piers Grange. That's a shame, because they were set to battle to the line. And here comes Piers Grange to take the victory. Checkered flag, Piers Grange wins it. It's our first race of the day. So we wait to see who's going to take second. There's more battles further back. That's Andy Abrams being lapped in the number 214 Honda Civic. Malcolm Harding, he's going to make it home. He's lost second place, he's lost third. Mike Manning comes through for second. Martin Reynolds third. Harding limps across the line in fourth place. Not sure what's happened there to the Escort. Just seemed to die on him coming through the Fogarty S's for the last time. Ian Bauer wins Pre-93 in his BMW. And Pre-03 is won by Southcott ahead of Preble by just over a second. Where is Ross Craig in his Honda Civic? That's the question now. Where is Ross Craig? Showing as P8 on the timing screen. Malcolm Harding has got a 5-second time penalty as well, but he was sufficiently clear of Ian Bauer. Oh, spin out of the last corner. That's Kevin Willis. Cloud of tyre smoke from the BMW. Ross Craig has come through, meanwhile. He finishes in 8th place, so 1 place behind Gary Preble. We'll have to do some mathematics on that to see where he's come in, and also who's got fastest lap in the class as well, because there's an extra point for that. Fastest lap in the class goes to Southcott, so as the rest of the cars come across the line, a little bit of mathematics needed. So Gary Preble has scored 10 points, so he's on 157. And Ross Craig, who was third over the line, gets 7 points. He's on 155. So by my reckoning, going into the last race of the season, Gary Preble leads the Pre-03 Championship by 2 points. So basically Ross Craig has to beat Gary Preble in race 2, I think. We'll confirm the provisional results of that one. We say Malcolm Harding got a 5-second penalty. We know not the reason why. A bit of drama at the end of the race. This was Kevin Willis's BMW. Around he goes at Goddard's. Lights up the rear tyres. And then really lights it up. First we've got Cavan Granger drifting, and then we've got Kevin Willis with a burnout competition. What is this, Modified Live? No, it's the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. So Piers Grange took the win. His eventual winning margin over Mike Manning, 16 seconds. It was a great shame for Malcolm Harding, whose car let him down with half a lap to go, but he did limp across the line in 4th behind Martin Reynolds. Blue Oval Saloon Series cars 1, 2, 3 and 4. The Pre-93 splits won by Ian Bauer. Chris Southcott won the Pre-03s ahead of Gary Preble and Ross Craig. That leaves them just a couple of points apart in the championship, because it was, I believe, Southcott who got the fastest lap in the class. Sean Morris won his class in Pre-93, that's the guest class in his BMW. Then Clint DeChalmers and Kevin Willis, despite that spin, were next home. Cavan Granger won his class, Pre-03 Class A, after starting from the back of the grid. James Dunkley won his class as well, finishing ahead of Will Hunt. Other class winners down the order, they included Colin Claxton's Escort, he won Boss Class B. Alan Hersey's BMW Compact won Pre-03 Class B, and David Clark, despite finishing a long way behind after problems with the Renault, won Pre-93 Class D. 4 non-finishers there. We lost Oliver Owen, Joe Dorrington, Thomas Barkley pulled the Jaguar into the pits, and AJ Owen never made the start from pole position, unfortunately. That concludes our first race of the day, then the race postponed from yesterday. We'll hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé in a few moments' time to talk to some of the drivers.
Cheers, Dave. To be perfectly honest, there's a little bit of chaos down here. I've just spoken to Malcolm Harding. It was a misfire with half a lap to go. And also spoke to Mike Manning. His clutch is gone. He couldn't even make it to his second place spot here on the grid or in Parc Fermé. Oh, he's coming over. Let's have a quick chat here. Second place, but you've just said the clutch is gone.
Yeah, the clutch pedal, well, the clutch is gone, so I had a job changing gear. I was only using like 2 gears.
Blimey.
So, yeah.
Good race, though.
Yeah, enjoyed, really good, yeah.
Plenty going on.
Sun was out, it was all good.
It's a beautiful day, and up into second place from, well, that's what happens in motor racing.
I just see Malcolm on the last bit there going slow, and I thought, in the bag. Poor man.
And, one more race to come today as well.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully we can fix it, and yeah, it'll be good.
All right, fantastic, well done, good racing.
Cheers.
Nice to see you, we'll see you later. Right, let's have a chat. We got Martin Reynolds. You're in third place.
Yeah, well, not bad from 10th, I suppose. It was a little slippery out there, but yeah, enjoyed it again.
How were track conditions first race out there?
They were very tricky from the first 2 laps because I went with the harder tyre in the end, but yeah, that'll probably come back in the next race now. They've had a sort of resolution anyway.
And next race is going to be last race of the season, all full throttle?
Well, been a great season, hasn't it? And there's a good bunch of lads, so we're all enjoying ourselves.
Mate, well done, one more race, good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. I'd love to speak to Piers Grange, but let's go and have a chat with Malcolm Harding, because the number 1 spot is empty. Like I say, honestly, cars all over the place here, and lots of problems as well. But let's have a chat with Malcolm. Malcolm, a sensational race with Piers. Sad the way it ended. What happened?
We just picked up a misfire. I don't know if it's fuel or something like that, maybe a filter dirty or something. It was just missing, but mentally gutted. Really, it was good. Me and Piers epic race, and the same with Mike Manning as well.
But one more race to come as well. Looking forward to it. Can we see you out there?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we just wanted to get 1 and 2 for Smith and Jones again, who's been mega helpful with the engines and everything all year. Best company in the world, mate.
And also, with a couple of laps to go, I think it was at Melbourne where you took advantage.
Yeah, I tried to get through several times, and coming through the Craners, it's monster down through there. It's really good. But yeah, no, it's brilliant.
Big smile, well done.
Yeah, big thanks to Timmy Swodkin. Well done, Timo. Thank you.
Cheers, mate, thank you. Right, we're still missing. Where is car 56? Our winner. In fact, let's go and have a chat with, who did I just see? Ross Craig's car there. He's fighting with Gary Preble, of course, for the Championship 2. Here's Gary Preble. Let's have a chat with Gary. He's over here. We've got Junior Saloons coming up next, so we're looking forward to having a chat with the youngsters after that one. Gary, can you come round for us? Is that all right? Let's have a look. Good racing.
Yeah, it was a good race, sensible race. I had to get my sensible head on. I see Chris come in and I thought, I don't want to get mixed up in a fight with Chris, so I did the sensible thing. I waved him by going down to the hairpin and I just let him by. I don't need a race with him today. I just want to try and complete both races. Ross is my main target. I just need to keep ahead of Ross both races and hopefully bring home the silverware.
I mean, that is very sensible professional racing.
Very hard to do. Very hard to do. Your natural instincts, everything all about you just tells you want to go racing, and I just can't afford for Chris obviously to run in the back of me or anything like that, and just had to get the sensible head on, let him go, and just think of the big picture.
One more time to go later. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks a lot. And I can see Ross Craig behind as well. Let's have a chat with Ross. Ross, one more race to go. Lost a few more points, but it's still up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, we've never expected to be the K-Swap cars all year, so yeah, we're just sat in our little slot there behind the K-Swap cars. I mean, we're giving away 200 kilos. It's a racing driver's book of excuses, but yeah, elbows out in the next race and we'll see what we do. We've got winter to repair a car, so yeah.
Car felt good, yeah?
Not great, but we've got some time to change it now and we'll have a good go at the next one.
We can't wait. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Next up is the Junior Saloons car racing their first of 2 races this weekend. It's their penultimate weekend of the Championship. Over to Dave.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. The penultimate weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. 2 races for them today. They have another round to go at Brands Hatch in November, so the title won't be decided today. There's still 100 points. Well, technically 104 points up for grabs because there's a point for fastest lap as well, 25 for a win. It's Irishman Dara Flock who leads the championship by 21 points over Cameron Pratt Thompson, this year's top rookie, and Jack James, former scholarship winner, in 3rd place. These cars identical 1600cc Citroen Saxos, and some very close racing in prospect here this weekend. Big grids of, well, for the first race we will see 26 cars out there. Qualifying took place yesterday. We'll give you the grid shortly, but first of all, earlier in the weekend, Ewan caught up with 1 or 2 of the drivers.
Our second race of the day, the first of the weekend, 2 today for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. 6th place in the championship, but double pole sitter Oscar Dix. Great start to your weekend yesterday.
Yeah, you know, a really positive start. I think we've had so much bad luck coming into it, but you know, every weekend I just try come in with a fresh head, and yeah, we worked really hard on Friday testing. You know, the car felt great, and we just put the laps in together. So yeah, it went really well.
You've had ups and downs this season, 2 wins, but you've mentioned bad luck. What's actually happened?
So Alton, I had rear suspension failure, which prevented me from qualifying, and then Ken Croft as well. I had some bad luck on track with some incidents. So it hasn't really gone our way, but it's part of motorsport, isn't it?
Absolutely, of course it is, yeah. So this weekend, it's just pedal to the metal, go for those wins now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've missed out on quite a few I could have had, so I'm definitely going to make it up, yeah.
Awesome. Oscar, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Buddy, thanks a lot. Right, the championship is going to be likely Dara and Cameron, everything to play for, penultimate weekend, but this is Donington Race 1. Let's go Junior Saloon Racing.
Yeah, just good to hear from Oscar Dix there, our pole sitter for our first race. Qualifying took place yesterday. It was only a few hundredths of a second ahead of championship leader Dara Flock. Second row of the grid, Cameron Pratt Thompson, second in the championship, alongside number 12, Jonathan Moore. Third row, CJ Morgan in car 59 and Harry Smith in the 10. Row 4 is Oliver Law, number 77 and 53, third in the championship, Jack James. Row 5, Alexander Mosthav alongside treble 2, Oliver Kerr. Then on row 6, number 40, James Sherrington, and 110, Josh Sell. Row 7 is number 4, Jude Cooper, alongside 353, Cole Lynch. Ahead of number 6, Charlie Constable, and 30, Will Fallon, this year's scholarship winner on row 8. Row 9, 317, Jack Harrison, alongside Francisco Howitt, number 50. Row 10, 33, Jacob Baldry, alongside number 7, Elliot Fuster. The 11th row, 99, Caitlin Scharfegger, alongside number 8, Bertie Bream. Row 12 is number 88, Harvey Kersley. Kersley name you'll recognise from the Hyundai Coupe Cup over the last couple of years. And 28, Will Oatley. Final row of the grid, number 38, Caleb McDuff, and number 70, Wilf Butler, who's been moved to the back of the grid after he changed car after qualifying. He switched to a backup car from his team. Identical 1600cc Saxo VTRs. Normally very action-packed indeed, these races, and it is Dara Flock who arrives at Donington with a 21-point lead in the championship. He's won 12 races. Cameron Pratt-Thompson has won 5. We've yet to see a win for Jack James or for Jonathan Moore this season, so they'll aim for their first here. CJ Morgan has come close as well. I think the best he's had is a second place at Thruxton. Oscar Dix had a couple of wins early in the season at Cadwell Park and at Pembrey. Has had, as we've heard, a lot of bad luck since then. He's the black and red car in pole position here, the number 11. So they get underway for the green flag lap then. Just looking back through the points chart, Cameron Pratt-Thompson's first wins came at Thruxton, rounds 12 and 13. Really has been the two of them dividing the wins up between them, Flock and Pratt-Thompson, with the exception of Oscar Dix's couple of successes. CJ Morgan is overdue a race win. He starts on the third row of the grid, number 59, with the yellow wheels. Jack James could be in with a chance as well, the number 53, the Londoner. He's the turquoise and blue coloured car, starting back on row 4. Oscar Dix in black and red. The blue and orange car, the livery of Westbourne Motorsport, is Dara Flock. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the white and black Vina Sport car, starts alongside Jonathan Moore and the number 12. That's the black and day glow yellow car. He's desperate for his first win. I know we always get a lot of Jonathan's friends watching on the live stream. Yep, a couple of comments from them already. Like to Lee Fletcher, Stuart Evans as well. This will be a 15-minute race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Used to be known as Sax Max for obvious reasons. Surely on this green flag lap, if you played music like you do for short oval races, the theme for this formula would be Mr. Saxo Beat. Weaving to warm their tyres. Running Goodyear tyres, these Saxos. Run by Track Action. That's how close we are to East Midlands Airport. There goes an aircraft. And see, the runway is just literally just beyond the fencing up there behind the run up to Coppice. Just see the control tower above the trees there as well. Notice the castle turret in the trees there as well in the background. One of the intriguing features of Donington. I think that may have been a gatehouse from when the old Donington House was here. Racing at Donington, of course, dates back to before the Second World War. And you see the arch bridge down at the bottom of the circuit, Starkey's Bridge. The circuit originally went through one of those arches, believe it or not. Pretty narrow to fit through these days. Through the Melbourne Loop, Oscar Dix leads them round. Can he take his third win of the season? 19 races have been held so far this year. There was one race that was cancelled at Alton Park earlier this year. believe that was because of a rainstorm at Alton Park earlier this year. I may be wrong. I know there has been a couple of meetings affected by, well, what meetings haven't been affected by the weather this season. But it's not too wet to race, it's too hot. Can't win in this country this year. Anyway, enough negativity. The cars are coming up to the grid. For the first of 2 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the title won't be decided this weekend, because there's still a round to go at Brands Hatch. Into position then Oscar Dix in the red and black car. The blue car is Dara Flock. In white and black, the Vinnersport car of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Black and day glow is Jonathan Moore. On row 3, the white car with the yellow wheels of CJ Morgan. Alongside him, the black, orange and white Saxo is Harry Smith. Jack James in the turquoise and blue car. You can see visible to the right there on the outside of row 4. Alongside him, the grey car of Oliver Law. Okay, waiting the all clear then. The revs are up from the 1600cc engines. Time for young guns to go for it here at Donington Park. Red lights are on and away we go. Down towards Redgate for the first time. Oscar Dix gets away well, so does Jonathan Moore from the outside of the second row. They start to jockey for position in the midfield. It is Oscar Dix who's just got the lead over Dara Flock as they go into Redgate for the first time. Flock gets a little bit sideways. He holds that second place. Anybody going to run wide onto the gravel? Doesn't look like it. They're all round Redgate okay. Cameron Pratt-Thompson side by side with his championship rival Dara Flock. Jonathan Moore in 4th place, but it's Oscar Dix with a clear lead. They head down the hill towards the old hairpin for the first time. Side by side for 5th place as well. Coming around on the outside, that's Harry Smith up into 5th position. One car running a bit wide there, the number 4 of Jude Cooper, the Norfolk-based driver, just losing out to, I think that was treble 2 of Ollie Kerr. They're all round the first half a lap of Donington Park okay in race 1 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. One car dropping away a little bit at the back. And it's Oscar Dix who leads by about 7 or 8 Saxo lengths as they head up towards the right-hander at Coppice for the first time. So the lead is with Oscar Dix from Dara Flock. 3rd place is the white car. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson, all set to be this year's top rookie and challenging for the overall title. Leaning on each other in the midfield. There's a tangle at the back there, somebody going off. We'll try and identify who that is in a moment. There's contact there coming out of Coppice. We'll identify who that was when we can. Here they come into the Melbourne Loop. Cameron Pratt-Thompson going for 2nd place on the inside of his title rival Dara Flock. He's going to go through. A little bit of rubbing there. Rubbing's racing, as they say. And Cameron Pratt-Thompson up into 2nd place. Moore is 4th. Then it's Harry Smith in 5th position. CJ Morgan rounds out the top 6. Coming up towards the conclusion of lap number 1. Just that one car I've lost towards the back. It's Oscar Dix who will lead the way, looking for win number 3 this season. Just under half a second clear of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Still side by side for 2nd. Here comes Harry Smith moving out wide. Oscar Dix moves across to take the line for Redgate. Jonathan Moore shadowing our 2nd and 3rd place fight. He could get 3rd here with a bit of luck. He's on the inside of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. They lean on each other a little. Could he get through for P3 as they go through Hollywood towards the Craner curves? They're still side by side. Well, Cameron Pratt-Thompson spent the whole race side by side with somebody so far. Is he going to hang on in front here? I don't think he will, because Moore's got the inside line for the old hairpin. More like pairs racing this is with Cameron Pratt-Thompson. There's the 99 of Caitlin Scharfegger. It must have been her who went off. Yes, there's damage to the back of her car. Looks like she got spun out, unfortunately, coming out of Coppice for the first time. The rear bumper's missing. And it might be Francisco Howitz that she tangled with as well. He hasn't come through. Jonathan Moore leading the battle for the minor placings there. So here come your leaders. Oscar Dix goes through Coppice, chased by Dara Flock. Moore's got through into 3rd. Harry Smith is up into 4th position. And here comes CJ Morgan, the white car on the left, now moving across to the right. Behind him is Jack James in the 53. Yes, Harry Smith's made up the place, so Cameron Pratt-Thompson's been shuffled back. That won't help his championship hopes. Going for the inside, it is Pratt Thompson. Here are the first three. Oscar Dix has led throughout from pole position. Look at CJ Morgan up the inside. He could get 2 places here with a bit of luck. See his karting training there. He makes up the 2 places, but they're back to 3 wide. Cameron Pratt Thompson must be thinking he has magnets in his door handles either side of him all the way. There's always somebody directly alongside him. Gets ahead of Harry Smith. There's Jack James in there behind them as well, the 53, the former Junior Saloon Car Scholarship winner. It's Dix from Flock, then Moore. Pratt Thompson down to 4th. Smith is 5th, then Morgan, James. Behind them is the number 40 of James Sherrington. He's going well. Josh Salvadori is 9th, and Oliver Law rounds out to the top 10 in the 77. Sherrington a little bit wide there over the curb at Redgates. Down the hill come the leaders. The lead gap is 0.6 of a second. Dix has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.354. Through the old hairpin. These young racers as young as 14 years of age, some of them 14 to 17 is the age limit for junior saloon car racing. Somebody's made a mistake here. I think that was Oliver Law, possibly the grey car. Cameron Pratt Thompson coming under fire from Jonathan Moore. Great battle going on here. This is for 3rd place. So Pratt Thompson back up into P3 as they came out of McLean's. Dara Flock flashing the headlights at Oscar Dix, let him know he's on his tail, trying to intimidate him there. Moore back to the inside as they come down to the Fogarty. Yes, he's not quite close enough to attack. Stays ahead of Harry Smith. Then it's CJ Morgan. Morgan going to the inside. Harry Smith's gone a bit wide. And CJ Morgan surely going to go through into P5. Jack James 7th, then we've got James Sherrington hanging on behind them, the green and blue car. Up the inside is Morgan, he'll hold the line. Here comes Jack James as well in the almost Falcon tyres coloured number 53 car. Similar to the colour scheme used in American GT racing. Here comes Harry Smith, he's got the inside line for Goddard. And goes through. One car 3-wheeling its way round behind them, that's Josh Salvadori. There go the leaders, and the lead gap is coming down. In fact, here comes Dara Flock. He's going to try and go for the lead into Redgate. He's going through. Dara Flock takes it up. The man from Dublin, who's surely heading for the title this year, unless Cameron Pratt Thompson can do something special. Into the lead, looking for win number 13 this season. It's his 2nd season in junior saloon cars. He was the top rookie last year. Very talented young saloon racer is the Irishman. Oscar Dix trying to fight back in the number 11. He wants a 3rd win of the season. As I look down the inside at the old hairpin, coming up towards half distance now. Staying with them is Pratt Thompson. He's pulled clear of Jonathan Moore in 4th. CJ Morgan on the tail of Harry Smith for 5th. Then it's James Sherrington. Behind them Salvadori in the red car. And Alexander Mostav now rounds out the top 10 after Oliver Law briefly went onto the grass earlier. The car we lost on the first lap was Francisco Howitt. He's out of the race. Caitlin Scharfegger we saw with damage as well, so it must have been them who tangled at the back of the field at Coppice. Down the straight come the leaders. Dara Flock now at the front. Side by side, Harry Smith diving up the inside. Oh, that was nearly a disaster there. I thought he was going to hit the Recticel barrier. And CJ Morgan says, OK, if you're going to nearly tangle with each other, I'll take both of you. Here they come down towards the Melbourne Loop. This is the battle for 4th place up the inside. CJ Morgan, can he take 4th in the Chandler Motorsport car? He certainly can. A switch back from Harry Smith. Jonathan Moore's going to be relegated down to 6th. It could be 7th because Jack James is in there as well. Oscar Dix side by side with Cameron Pratt Thompson, but Oscar Dix has got the inside line for the left-hander at Goddard. 4th place is now CJ Morgan. Into the main straights, Flock from Dix. Here comes Pratt Thompson. He's in the slipstream of Oscar Dix. CJ Morgan heads the next straight. Look at that, breaking the toe, sliding across, or slicing across there was Cameron Pratt Thompson. It didn't work though. Morgan 4th, Moore 5th, Harry Smith down to 6th in the orange and black car, and Jack James 7th, Sherrington 8th. There's Salvadori in 9th place. Alexander Mostav is next. Then it's Oliver Law. Then Ollie Kerr. then Cole Lynch. Jude Cooper in 14th, and rounding out the top 15 is Jack Harrison. Out of the old hairpin, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Ready to attack for second place. There's Dara Flock, who leads by just under a second. Jack James a little bit wide there. Has he gone around Harry Smith there, coming out of the old hairpin? Yes, Jack James is up into P6, so Smith slipping back. Behind him next is James Sherrington, the number 40. It's the main focus at the moment, battle for 4th place. Jonathan Moore trying to move into the top 4. Down the exhibition straight, still Dara Flock, who's pulled away just a little bit, I think, there in the 22. Down towards the Melbourne hairpin once again. 5.5 minutes of this race to go for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. First 3 have pulled clear of this 5-way fight for 4th place, headed by CJ Morgan. Best result CJ has had this year is a 2nd place at Thruxton. Jonathan Moore still looking for his first win. He's had a string of 3rd places. Jack James right on the tail of Moore there. Jack James also still looking for his first win. Rest he's had a couple of 3rd places at Croft. More consistency than out-and-out speed. And somebody stopped there on the run into Redgate on the pit exit. Who's that? It's come to a halt there. Can't tell at the moment. Work that out when we can anyway. Leaders head down towards the old hairpin. There's some of the lower markers. This is number 7 of Elliot Fewster, the Yorkshireman. Can't tell who that is. Stopped there, unfortunately, on the outside. Can't see a number. Harvey Kersley, I can tell he was pulled into the pits in the number 88 car. That might be could be Francisco Howitt's car that stopped there on the pit exit. He may have tried to rejoin but not got very far. So anyway, the leaders are coming up to lap Caitlin Scharfegger. And has there been a change for the lead in there? I think there has, yes, since Dara Flock has dropped back while we were looking further down the order. So Dara Flock is back to 3rd place, so he's lost the lead. He's lost 2nd place. And his championship rival is ahead of him, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Dara Flock tries to fight back. He must have run wide down towards the old hairpin. Through the Melbourne loop they go. Oscar Dix has taken the lead once again. Up towards Goddard's, just over 3 minutes of the race to go, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson goes to the outside. Does he try and get the cut back into Goddard's? Yes, he's trying to. Flock closes back up as well. Now they're really nose to tail, and CJ Morgan's closing up on them as well. Here they come then. Oscar Dix under real pressure, having retaken the lead. Flock only lost a couple of seconds on the last lap. CJ Morgan's just done the fastest lap, but it's going to be 3 wide almost for the lead. Trying to go for the outside is Dara Flock. He's really throwing caution to the wind now. He wants that lead back again. They're absolutely almost on top of each other now into the Craner curves. Look at this. Flock to the outside. He'll be on the inside for the next elements of the Craners, but on the outside again. He's got to get the move done here before the old hairpin. He's done it. Great move by Dara Flock back into 2nd. Now trying to chase down Oscar Dix once again. Cameron Pratt-Thompson looking for his 6th win of the season. But CJ Morgan wants his first win. He's right with them now. Jack James is up to 5th ahead of Harry Smith. So Jonathan Moore's been relegated down to 7th. It's all happening in this first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And they are coming up to start their final lap this time around. Leaders up towards Coppice Corner. Four of them together now. They've broken away from Jack James in 5th. Anybody going to make a move into the Fogarty S's this time? Flock's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He's trying to go for it. He won't get close enough. Still Oscar Dix in the number 11 has the lead. Down towards the hairpin once again. Trying to go for the outside is Dara Flock, very late on the brakes there, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson could get the cutback. Look at the 37. He's up alongside the 22. He didn't quite get as tight in as he wanted there coming out of the hairpin, and Dix will hold the lead. What's Dara Flock going to do here going into Goddard's? Side by side with Cameron Pratt-Thompson. They both go out wide. They're going to try and go around the outside of Oscar Dix. Well, 3 into 1 didn't go there, and Pratt-Thompson's on the grass, on the curb. Need to be careful he doesn't get a penalty for exceeding track limits, but Dara Flock has now got the inside. You see, he positioned himself on the outside of Dix through the left-hander. He's got the inside for Redgate. He's going through. He's going to retake the lead as we start the final lap. Dara Flock judged that to perfection. Took a bit of a risk there with Cameron Pratt-Thompson. I don't think he realised Pratt-Thompson was on the outside as well. But Oscar Dix is not going to give way easily, and he hangs on through the Craner curve. Superb stuff. Oscar Dix just about hanging on. CJ Morgan 4th, Harry Smith's back to 5th. He's got past Jack James. They're closing up as well. It could be 6 for the lead here going into the last corner. A little further back is Jonathan Moore as well. This is brilliant. Up towards McLean's. Through the right-hander, Dix just about has it. Here comes Pratt-Thompson having a look at the back of Dara Flock's car. Moving to the inside up towards Coppice for the final time. Into the exhibition straight, no change in position at the moment, but look at the way Smith and James are closing up as well behind them. Here comes Cameron Pratt-Thompson trying a run down the inside. It doesn't work. Oscar Dix moves to cover towards the Fogarty S's. This Melbourne hairpin's going to be interesting to say the least. And then we'll have a sprint for the line out of Goddard's because the clock is down to 0. It's going to be checkered flag this time. Here they come, Dix right to the inside. He's trying to confuse his opposition, look. Takes the tighter line. Will that harm him on the exit though? Dara Flock is there. Look at Pratt-Thompson, that's rallycross style, sliding around the outside. Harry Smith's going through into 4th place. There could be 6 of them together into the last corner. Something's got to give here, surely. They're going to throw it at the last corner here. Dix holds the inside. Flock's trying to go around the outside. He's going to try and get him on the brakes. That's never going to work, surely. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Oscar Dix tries to move to cover. We're going to have a photo finish. Up towards the line they come. Who is going to get there at the line? Well, the timing screen gives it to Dara Flock by 0.08 of a second. Incredible. 6 cars covered by 1.3 seconds, and we'll wait to see if the timing screen corrects itself, because it does sometimes. Yes, it's now corrected to name Oscar Dix as the winner. Even the timekeepers weren't sure there. Dix by 0.03 of a second, says the timing screen now. Initially it went to Flock by 8 thousandths. It now says Dix by 0.03. Well, even the timing beam wasn't sure there. A photo finish between Oscar Dix and Dara Flock. Cameron Pratt-Thompson 3rd, Harry Smith 4th, Jack James 5th, CJ Morgan 6th, and Jonathan Moore 7th. Those 7 cars covered by 1.8 seconds. Rest of the finishers coming home. There's number 28, that's Will Oatley. He comes across the line. That is Francisco Howitt on his tail as well. He did get going again after stopping in the pit lane exit. But I don't think he'll be classified. He was 5 laps down. Okay, provisional result then. Oscar Dix the winner by 3/100ths of a second ahead of Dara Flock. Cameron Pratt-Thompson 3rd, Harry Smith 4th, Jack James 5th, and CJ Morgan 6th. Quicker than you can read their names. Jonathan Moore 7th, then Josh Salvadori ahead of James Sherrington, and Ollie Law completed the top 10. It was Ollie Kerr, Alexander Mostav relegated to 12th, Cole Lynch in 13th, then Jude Cooper in 14th place. And it was CJ Morgan, despite slipping to 6th, got the fastest lap, 1:58.065. Just a couple of incidents there. Tango between Francisco Howitt and Caitlin Scharfegger on the first lap. Howitt finishing some 5 laps down, but he got there in the end. And Harvey Kersley unfortunately pulled into the pits. Well, certainly one of the most frantic races we've seen at Donington Park in any form of racing this year. I couldn't tell who'd won it as they crossed the line. Have a look at a couple of highlights of that race. First lap saw a tangle at the back of the field. Yes, you see 3 into 1 didn't go. It was Caitlin Scharfegger who was sent spinning, but she was able to rejoin. Bit of grass tracking from Ollie Law, which dropped him back out of the top 10. He did recover to 10th place at the end of the race. And then battle was joined between Oscar Dix and Dara Flock. Dara Flock taking the lead on the inside at Redgate. Jonathan Moore fighting it out with Harry Smith, who nearly hit the recticel barriers at the Fogarty S's, allowing CJ Morgan to come through. CJ Morgan, some big lunges into the hairpins in that race as well. Then in the closing stages, it was Dara Flock who hit the front once again. But then climbing up to McLean's, that's where Oscar Dix got his nose in front, chased by Cameron Pratt-Thompson. They came down the Craner curves with Oscar Dix in front. And a brilliant battle between these three to the end of the race. Several three-wide moments. Cameron Pratt-Thompson forced wide onto the grass as Dara Flock tried to get the line for the exit of Goddard and down to the right-hander. Then they crossed the line side by side, 6 of them, 7 of them running together. Even the timing beam wasn't sure at first who'd taken the win. Brilliant. Notice CJ Morgan pulling over there as well as the cars crossed the line, so he had a problem on the last lap. That's why he dropped to 6th. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and see if Ewan can work out all that.
Cheers, Dave. Wow, I think we can all agree right now, possibly race of the weekend. That was incredible, Oscar.
Yeah, it was a really close race. It was really difficult as well at times. I was having issues popping out of gears, which is why sometimes I just suddenly lose out places. But yeah, it was great fun. It was good to end like this as well.
I mean, it was incredible to watch. I think you were first, second, third, second, first, second, first.
Yeah, something like that. It changed a lot pretty much every lap. But yeah, no, I'm over the moon, to be honest. A lot of hard work's gone into this, so yeah, it's brilliant.
I know these two guys you've beaten, they've been on the top all year. So to go up against them and perform like that, not just once or twice, but the entire race, must be really proud.
Yeah, I think maybe I was the underdog in that battle. I don't know, obviously with how the season's gone, but yeah, like it's just such a privilege to be able to drive along these people. I'm lost for words, to be honest.
Yeah. Can you do that one more time later for our entertainment, please?
Oh, of course, why not?
Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Let's get Dara behind us here as well. Championship leader right now, second place. That was incredible, mate.
Yeah, it's a good race. Me, Oscar and Cameron, the whole race, they're just swapping and changing everywhere. But yeah, it was really fun.
I think you were in first place 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, well, I mean, Oscar, I think going down the pit straight missed a gear, so I got by him there. But then I don't know what happened. I was in the lead for 2 laps or 3 laps, and then I just lost it. The old hairpin. I don't know. I don't know if there was something on the track or what, but it was just like I was straight, and then as soon as I turned in, it just went.
We didn't see that. So did you come off or spin? What happened?
No, I just the rear just stepped out way too much, and then Oscar and Cameron had the overspeed on me, and they just got by me down the straight. But then I hang it around the outside of Cameron at 3 corners, and then I got back in the lead.
Now, in terms of the championship, there's a few more points.
Yeah, just my main goal was just to finish out of Cameron. The goal wasn't to win, but if it was there, it was there. Like, it was close on the line. Me and Oscar almost had him, but yeah, my main goal was to beat Cameron, and that's what I did. So
great work, well done, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. And let's speak to Cameron Pratt-Thompson behind us as well. Look at the damage on the car here. Actually, we saw there was quite a bit of rubbing it. Watch out for that bolt there. Rubbing is racing, and that is Junior Saloon car racing. Let's get Cameron in here. What a race!
Yeah, it was good. It was good racing, but not really ideal for the championship.
So, you mean like it's great for us, entertainment for us watching, but you look quite disappointed, and of course I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the race. It was nice and close, and it was good. Had a tricky first few laps, and it was enjoyable to come through. Remind me of my karting days, but yeah, could have done with a better result there going into Brands in the last race today.
So one more race today. What did you do differently? Anything at all? Because I think you're ahead on the grid in the second race of Dara, actually, aren't you? You're second on the place.
Yeah, starting second, so just need to make sure I have a good start, and we'll see. Maybe take a few chances on lap 1 at turn 1.
Go and take a break. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And that is Absolutely classic, perfect example of junior saloon car racing. It is always close, it is always a thrill. That was absolutely brilliant. Coming up next, it is the Jags. It's the first of two races. Again in this one, but last round of the championship, 1 point separating the top two. It's right down to the wire at Donington, all the way throughout this weekend.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. It is indeed the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge up next. Still getting my breath back after that junior saloon car race. There's just 1 point in it, as Ewan told you, between the two championship contenders, and they've qualified on the front row. Guy Connew in Class A is on 150 points. Jack Robinson in Class C is on 149 points, and it's Robinson who's put his XK on pole alongside Guy Connew's Group 44 Bob Tullius replica XJS, which is in Class A, the most modified class, the more race cars, down to, it goes A, B, C and D for the more modified cars, down to the more standard road cars in Class D. Second row, two former champions, Colin Philpott in Class B in his XJS and Chris Boone in his Class A XKR. Row 3, 156, Andrew Harper in his Class A S-Type R, that's the supercharged S-Type built by Auto Reserve in the North Midlands. Alongside him is former champion Mike Seaborn with his XJS, the X-Gale Hill car. Row 4 is number 54 Rick Walker with his green XJS, alongside number 69 Stephen Dodwell. Good qualifying efforts, well, Stephen Dowell I should say, I think that's a misprint on the entry. Stephen Dowell at the wheel of the Martini liveried XKR. Good qualifying efforts from him. Row 5 is number 113 Andrew Rogerson in his S-Type, running in the guest class alongside James Ram, another former champion. Good to have James here in his XJS, running in Class A. Row 6 of the grid is number 15 Mark Bennett. Now good luck to him, he's on his debut this weekend in the diesel-powered Jaguar XJ. We've seen Andrew Harper and James Wall race that car already. Mike Seaborn's had a go in it as well, so that car's been raced by everybody in this championship. But Mark is one of the men who built it, and he's getting a chance to race it this weekend. The East Midlands-based Auto Reserve team built that Jaguar XJ TDV6. He starts alongside Simon Lewis, number 65 in his Series 1 XJ6. Row 7 is number 92 Michael Atkinson with his X300. He starts alongside Andrew Maynard, number 63. He's in an XJ40. Row 8 is number 34 Charlie Jackson alongside number 77 Tom Lenthal's XJS. Row 9 is David Howard in the TWR XJS. Great to see David back out. He's been racing with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with an XJ12 for many years, so a comparatively rare appearance for David Howard. I think that's Tom Barclay's car that he's driving. He starts alongside Damien Gray, number 88 in an XJ40. And on row 10, Tim Morant with his Daimler Sovereign Series 1, the Castrol liveried car, alongside Ian Spooner with the number 17 Jaguar XJS. A magnificent field of big cats. They're lining up outside my commentary box window now, and what a sight they make. The two championship contenders on the front row. It is the number 44, the Group 44 XJS, made famous in the American Trans Am series by Bob Tullius. It's driven here by Guy Connew. That's a replica of the Bob Tullius car on the outside of the front row, alongside the XK of Jack Robinson. His brother Tom has been a champion in this series in the past, and Jack looking for his first title. There's a whole host of former champions on this grid. Riding on board in this one in the Michael Holtz owned car, being driven here by Andrew Rogerson, number 113s, in Michael Holtz X300. As the cars move away for the green flag lap. Good to see Ewan Spooner's made the grid. I spotted him just outside Donington Village on the way to the circuit yesterday. He was having some problems with his trailer, so good to see that Ian Spooner's made it here this weekend. I must also say a big thank you to Lynn Bates, the championship coordinator for the Jaguar Challenge, for supplying a bit of background info. She's just informed me, unfortunately, no David Howard in this race. We saw Tom Barclay have some problems with the 55 car in the pre-93 touring cars earlier, so David Howard sadly not able to make his return to racing, the man from Berkshire. So it's the number 14 of Jack Robinson who leads them round on this green flag lap. There's the blue and yellow XK of Chris Boone, the Cov Cats car, the former champion. And good luck to Mark Bennett. There he is in the silk cut liveried car. That's the XJ Diesel, the ex-Andrew Harper car. It's been driven by James Wall this year. Mike Seaborn's driven it. And Mike built it a couple of years ago along with Craig Baxter at Auto Reserve Jaguar Parts. And finally getting the chance to race it. Mark is the workshop manager at Auto Reserves, worked there for some 5 years, he tells us. And he's currently building a Jaguar X-Type estate to race in this championship next year. Well, last week at Pembrey we saw an MG Montego estate racing, so if you can race one of them, you can race an X-Type estate, I suppose. Mark's asked us to say hello to his partner Kirsty, and children Logan and Olivia, and his dad Anthony, who are all here at Donington supporting him this weekend. A little bit of background info thanks to the Auto Reserve team. Andy Harper's here as well. Normally we'd see his son Thomas supporting him, but he's up at Fullbeck racing his Honda Cadet kart, Thomas Harper, this weekend, and that's in silk cut Jaguar colours as well. Andrew Harper's in the supercharged S-Type R. He's qualified 5th. Look out for Stephen Dowell too in the Martini liveried XKR. Had a fair few problems with that car this year. Just double check that he's there on the grid. Yes, there he is. Black front and the Martini stripes on the side. Do follow him on social media as well, Stephen Dowell. Posts some very amusing diaries of his racing. So this will be a 15-minute race. Classic Touring Car Racing Club Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. There's number 88. That's Damien Gray in the XJ40 liveried in the colours of the Jaguar Formula 1 team. Luminaries such as Eddie Irvine and Johnny Herbert drove for Jaguar in Formula 1, of course. On board with, no, it's not Michael Holt, it's Andrew Rogerson, I believe, driving Michael Holt's car. Prepared by Power Bell Services, as is Colin Philpott's number 67 car, and a couple of others on this grid. James Ram not in his usual car, I note, either, unless he's re-liveried it. So we're in position then, ready for 15 minutes of Jaguar racing, celebrating one of the all-time great British motorsports marks. Jack Robinson versus Guy Connew for the title there on the front row, both in different classes though. Revs beginning to rise. We await the red lights to come on. Marshall will give the signal from the back of the grid. The red lights are on. Big Cats unleashed. Here we go. We've got one driver's not got away. Tom Lenthal, I think that was, waving his arm out of the window. There's a couple of cars that haven't got away further forward as well. There's a traffic jam on the grid. James Ram didn't get away, and there's been a collision as well. Damien Gray has hit the back of somebody. I didn't see who it was, but he's in front of my commentary box. Damien Gray in the 88 went up the back of someone. We're on board with Andrew Rogerson. The yellow flag's on the start line. And in fact, the red flag has come out. Yeah, we have had a collision on the line. Tom Lenthal's car is still on the grid. That's why the red flag has come out. There he is. But someone definitely got walloped by Damien Gray there. Whether it was Tom Lenthal, I'm not sure. We'll hopefully see a replay of the start. Looks like everybody's okay. There's a Castrol boot lid being removed. It might be Andrew Maynard, number 63, that belongs to. He may have been rear-ended in all that. James Ram didn't get away initially either. And just my own opinion here, maybe a rolling start might have been better for the Big Cats. But debris being picked up, as you can see, by our excellent volunteer marshals. Let's have a look again. Watch the right-hand side. There were 2 or 3 cars that didn't move off when the red lights went out. James Ram in the 99 was one of them. He didn't get going. Andrew Maynard was stuck behind him, and it is Maynard who got walloped by Damien Gray. And Tom Lenthal's car not getting away either. So into Redgate, it was Colin Philpott who made a great start from the second row, was up alongside Jack Robinson. But the race destined to go no further with initially 4 cars stuck on the grid. They got some of them moving, but Tom Lenthall's car looks to have broken down. That's still on the grid. Tom, the number 77, based down in the south of England, runs a Jaguar and Land Rover specialist garage. With the cars being brought back round onto the grid, Damien Gray is very much out of the race. The front end of his Jaguar Formula 1 liveried XJ40 is stoved in. He hit the back of Andrew Maynard. I couldn't tell whether he clipped the back of James Ram. He was definitely stopped behind him, and just nowhere for Damien Gray to go. Tom Lenthall's car I can see out of the window being pushed away by the marshals. There's Andrew Maynard's car we can see at Melbourne Loop heading back minus its boot lid. That's the Castrol liveried XJ40. I think that is possibly the ex-Mike Seaborn car. I know he won the title in an XJ40. When the flatbed is being brought in now. There we can see on the left, that's Damien Gray's car. That's going no further, except when assisted by the telehandler and then on the back of the flatbed. Tom Lenthall is being wheeled towards the pit lane entrance. That's Andrew Harper's car. He's got the bonnet open, presumably for cooling. I don't think he hit anything. You can see the livery, the famous silk cut livery used by Jaguar's Le Mans cars in the late 80s, early 90s. I was very privileged last year to attend the Donington Historic Festival and see some of the silk cut Jaguars in action in the Group C races. Although they were outdone for noise, I have to say, by the Lola, the T92. But anyway, there is Simon Lewis waiting patiently in the number 65 car. He's in a Series 1 XJ6, one of the older cars on the grid. He's in Class C for the slightly modified cars. Class D is for pretty much road standard cars. I've got one of those out there, Charlie Jackson, number 34. Stunning shape, the Series 1. Well, they're all beautiful, these cars. I will admit Jaguars are a personal favourite of mine. Damien Gray's machine looking decidedly second-hand, sadly. See the grid being swept as well. We've got the road sweeper out there on the back of the tractor. Efficient operation by the marshals. If you've ever wanted to become a marshal, if you want to volunteer your services, just have a look at the BARC website, barc.net, to find out more on how you can become a volunteer marshal. There are plenty of taster days run at circuit events around the UK where you can be shown the ropes. Also check out the British Motorsport Marshals Club, that's marshals.co.uk. Maybe we'll see you out there in orange next season. So the track being swept, Damien Gray's car being cleared away. There you can see the logo, BMMC, British Motorsport Marshals Club, on one of our volunteer marshals' overalls there. And full credit to all of them for staying out in all weathers. They were out there in that huge downpour we had here at Donington yesterday. I must say full credit to our camera crews who stayed out in the rain as well. Hopefully they've got their waterproofs ready just in case today as well. Ah, there's one of our cameramen. Give us a wave, there we go. Yes, thanks to all of them for staying out there in all weathers, bringing us the action. Hopefully they've got rain covers for their cameras, just in case. And there's a rather second-hand XJ40, sadly. Looking at the points chart in the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge, Class A has already been won by Guy Connew, ahead of Andrew Harper and James Ram. Stephen Dowell is 4th in Class A, ahead of Chris Boone. That's for the most modified cars. Class B, well, that's been won by Colin Philpott. We were going to show you another of our cameramen there, but he's hiding. He's gone to hide in the hospitality suite. Colin Philpott has won Class B ahead of Tom Lenthal and Ian Spooner. In Class C, Jack Robinson has taken the class title there ahead of Mike Seaborn and Andrew Maynard. And Class D, well, that's been won by Charles Jackson, number 34, ahead of Joe Osborne and Jonathan Gill. It's a shame David Howard's not out, because we've seen him successfully in his XJ12 in the past. We're due to race Tom Barkley's XJS here, but that had problems earlier on. So we await the restart then. And awaiting news on the length of the restart. So we're seeing on the timing screen it's going to be a 10-minute restart. There's another of our camera operators just enjoying a little break. Up at the old hairpin. She's fallen asleep, I think. We've had a comment from Michael Holt on our stream. Best of luck to Andrew Rogerson in my car. Thanks, Michael. Yes, Andrew's racing his X300, effectively a Series 5 XJ6 this weekend. Heineken 0, anyone? No drinking and driving here at Donington. John Osborne says, remember Volvo years ago in terms of estate car racing? That's Tom, another of our cameramen. What does 10-minute restart mean, says one of our comments? Well, that means when we get going again, it looks like the race distance will be reduced from 15 minutes to 10 because of the delay. I think that's the case anyway. There's the cars waiting patiently to grid up again. Big Cat's just being kept in their lair. In your class, it's 13 points for a win, 10 for second, 7 for third, 5 for fourth, and a point for the fastest lap. Another of our camera ops there giving us a wave. That's our youngest cameraman, Ray, just 18. And the recovery truck moving off, thanks to the marshals and the recovery crew. Damien Gray's car, we'll see if that can be, the front end of that can be repaired. But I fear that might be the end of Damien's weekend. And now the marshals call the big cats forward. Ready for our second attempt at the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge Race 1. Now, have we lost any more cars? Let's have a look. Robinson and Connew are there. Philpott and Boone are there. Harper and Seaborn are there. We know Andrew Rogerson is there because we're on board with him. Rick Walker's there, the green XJS, the lean green racing machine as we called it last season. Stephen Dowell's there. Alongside us is James Ram, number 99, the former two-time champion, if memory serves me correctly. Row 6, yep, Mark Bennett is there on his debut. James Wall was in that car at Snetterton, and with the diesel engine, it was smoking so much, we christened it Dick Dastardly, laying a smoke screen in wacky races to confuse his opposition. And looking out of the commentary box window, they've actually put the name Dick Dastardly on the side window of the car. Fair play, Auto Reserve. Simon Lewis is there. Michael Atkinson in the green, number 92. Andrew Maynard's not there because he got hit in that start line pile-up. Charles Jackson's there, the white and purple, number 34. Tom Lenthall's not there, he broke down on the start of the previous race. We haven't got David Howard or Damien Gray, obviously. Tim Morant is there, and Ian Spooner at the back in the 17. There's the number 15 of Mark Bennett. You can just see it on the rear window there. Dick Dastardly. And his smoke screen. Well, we always say motorsport should be fun. And that's exactly what it is for the Auto Reserve team. I certainly didn't expect to see one of my quotes from commentary put on the side of the car. Thank you, guys. Weaving to warm their tyres. Down to the serious business for our front row men of gunning for the championship. So we believe this is going to be a 10-minute restart. There's Mike Seaborn, his XJS, former champion from Wiltshire, works as a railwayman. Vigorous weaving there from Andrew Rogerson. Yes, talking of estate cars that race, yes, Pit Lane Jamie has reminded me of the Mini Clubman that races in various events, the Sussex Road and Race car. The BMW Mini Clubman estate. I had forgotten about that car, so thanks for that, Jamie. Maybe we need a championship for estate cars. There's something to think about. Well, Honda tried it in BTCC, so did Volvo. We're hopefully going to see a Jaguar estate out next year. See what Mark Bennett can conjure up. So, Jack Robinson on pole in the Swallows Racing number 14 XK. Lovely looking cars, the XKs, alongside the XJS of Guy Connew. Second row of the grid, headlights on, that's Colin Philpott. He's already won the Class B title. Chris Boone alongside in the Covcats XK. Waiting for the red lights to come on. 10 minutes of racing, then the Berkshire Jag components. Jaguar Challenger, let's hope for a clean start this time. The red lights are on. The Jag's about to be unleashed for the second time. Here we go. Robinson gets away well, so does Connew. Colin Philpott dodges across, nearly clips Chris Boone. He tries to go to the outside. They're all away clean this time, and it's Guy Connew who goes into the lead. The more powerful Class A car takes up the running. Through Redgate they go for the first time, and it is Connew in the Bob Tullius lookalike XJS that raced in the Trans Am series back in the early 80s that leads the way. Look at Andrew Harper coming through in the S-Type, the supercharged car up into second. Colin Philpott's all over the place, he's off. Off goes Philpott. Hopefully that gravel's going to arrest his progress as he's going to slide straight back in front of the field. The Class B champion off, he's ripped the front bumper off. Disaster for Philpott. That was cold tyres, I think, that sent him spinning there. It's not the warmest day today. As they head up towards McLean's. Somebody dropping to the back of the field. That's Charlie Jackson in the number 34 car, has dropped to the rear of the pack. Down the exhibition straight they head then. Andrew Harper with a great run down the Craner curves up to second. Robinson third. Now what Robinson needs to do is stay in the lead of his class, which is Class C. Guy Connew is Class A. Big lock up there for Rick Walker. At least I hope that's just a lock up. I hope that's not engine smoke. There's Michael Atkinson, the number 92. Chris Boone in fourth place. Michael Seaborn going through for fifth ahead of Andrew Rogerson. He's running in the guest class this weekend, as is Mark Bennett. They're not registered for the full championship, those two. Rogerson side by side with Mike Seaborn, the former champion of a couple of years ago in the XJ40 on that occasion. And Rogerson's run wide, and so does Seaborn, and they clatter into each other. Whether that's cold tyres or whether they just missed their braking points, it's maybe sunny. It is a cold day here at Donington today. Rogerson's on the grass, he's got damage, he could be out of this. Seaborn, I think, has continued. Yeah, he's just in there ahead of Michael Atkinson. Then we've got Stephen Dowell behind them in the Martini car. Side by side, Atkinson tries to get through on the inside in the number 92 machine. There's Dowell going through as well. It was all action in the midfield, and I think the safety car is coming out. It's certainly been an incident-packed first race for the Jags. There's Tim Morant, the number 62. He started at the back in his Series 1 Daimler, the Castrol car. He's come through nicely, but his progress about to be arrested by the safety car. I'm assuming that's for Andrew Rogerson's car that's come to rest on the pit straight. No, it says he's gone into the pits, so who else have we lost? It could be for Colin Philpott's car, of course, at the bottom of the Craner curves. So the safety car will pick up the race leader. It's Evelyn Buanek driving the safety car this weekend, former BMW racer of many years, now driving a different kind of BMW. So your leader is Guy Connew. Andrew Harper up to second, looking for his first overall win. And Jack Robinson is third. Well, there's the reason for the safety car. It is Colin Philpott's car. He tried to get it away, I think, from the old hairpin, but couldn't do so with the damage to the front end. So another big name falls by the wayside in this race. Andrew Rogerson did get his car into pit lane, or I should say Michael Holt's car into pit lane, and Michael is watching on the stream this weekend. He'll be hoping there isn't too much damage there. That was a Philpott, very funny Brum Racing in our comments thread. Yes, luckily it didn't slide back into the traffic there, the gravel arresting its progress. Now the safety car out. What kind of car is the one sponsored by Castrol, says one of our comments. That is a Series 1 Daimler Sovereign. Effectively a Series 1 Jaguar XJ in all but name. It is badged as a Daimler. That's Tim Morant's car. Started from the back, and he's up to 9th already in this depleted field. James Ram has pulled into the pits as well. Now, we saw him stall on the initial start of this race, so he's got problems. There's Charlie Jackson, another of the auto reserve cars on his local circuit. Comes from Loughborough. That's a 4-litre Series 5 XJ he's driving. He's won the Class D title this year for the more road standard cars. It's Colin Philpott's XJS towed away. Safety car goes by. Yep. While we had this safety car period, earlier in the day, Ewan Dunlop caught up with one of our title contenders, Guy Connew.
Next up then in our classic touring car racing, the first of two in the Jags now. Guy Connew and Jack Robinson separated by 1 point in this one. It is going to go down to the championship today. Got a guy with us, the car number 44, by the way, looking absolutely stunning in the white and green. Love it. Tell us about the season so far. It's been close.
It's been very close. Wasn't really thinking about a championship win or anything up until Brands Hatch, I think.
Yeah.
And then sort of like the second half of the season, we managed to get the grips of the car, get the handling sorted. And it was only, I don't know, a few meetings ago that I realised I was in with a shout for the championship. And then I started to knuckle down and take it a bit more seriously. And obviously at Snetterton last time out, Jack was 6 points in front, and he finished third in class, and I managed to finish first in class, and that's brought me to 1 point in front. So
that's important because you are in different classes, so you're not racing each other directly. You've got to win your own classes, so you don't have to beat Jack today. You just got to beat everybody in your class.
Correct, yeah. Jack can go off and do what he wants to do. I've just got to stay in front of all the other A-class cars, and as long as I do that, we can score maximum points. I also need the fastest lap in my class, same as what Jack does, so yeah, it's all up for playing over the next two races today.
First and second on the grid too. It's going to be a thrilling start, isn't it?
It is. I mean, if Jack gets the better start, I'll just, we'll just play it by ear, follow him round, or if I do get the opportunity to overtake, then I'll do that as well.
Mate, best of luck.
So yeah, looking forward to it.
Buddy. We can't wait. Let's go Jag Racing. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, the safety car's still out at the moment, probably for another lap. But it is Guy Connew with the lead, ahead of Andrew Harper and Jack Robinson, so our two title contenders are both leading their classes. It's 13 points for a win in your class, plus 1 point if you get the fastest lap in your class, so we'll have to wait for the calculations to be done on fastest laps before we can determine our champion after race 2 later on today. Race 2 is due off for the Jags right at the end of the programme. Fourth is Chris Boone. It's Rick Walker in 5th position with the green XJS. And Mark Bennett on his debut is up to 6th in the diesel XJ6, the new shape XJ6. Mike Seaborn 7th. Then it's Stephen Dowell in 8th. Tim Morant and Michael Atkinson round out the top 10. In terms of classes, Connew and Robinson both leading their classes A and C. Class B is being led by Ian Spooner with number 17, started from the back of the grid as well, because the only other Class B cars in the race are out. Colin Philpott went off on the first lap, as we saw. Tom Lenthal didn't take the restart. There's only one Class B car left, unfortunately, and only one Class D car in the race, which is being driven by Charles Jackson. Now, Mark Bennett was originally listed as a guest class car, Class G, but on the timing screen he's listed as Class C. So I'm not sure on that one. The only other Class G car was Andrew Rogerson, and he's out. Now, if we get any green flag racing, it's going to be only one lap, because there's only a minute left on the clock. Hopefully we can have a one-lap sprint for the line. And yes, I certainly agree with a couple of our commenters. It is great to see some of the retro liveries on these cars. We've got Martini, Silk Cut, Group 44, the Bob Tullius livery on Guy Connew's car, Castrol as well, the Jaguar Formula 1 livery. We didn't get to see that very long on Damien Gray's car, sadly. Hopefully the damaged cars can be repaired for race 2. And hopefully we're going to go green this time and get a racing lap in. It will be a one-lap shootout if so. If not, then the race is going to finish under the safety car, sadly. Now, the lights are still on the BMW, and it's not coming in. And we are, in fact, going to see the checkered flag this time, so the race finishes under the safety car. There's the checkered flag. So Guy Connew is the winner. And now to work out who got fastest lap in each class as well, because Guy Connew has won it. Jack Robinson won his class. I can tell you fastest lap of the race, even though the majority was behind the safety car, went to Rick Walker, and he's a Class C car. That's a point drop for Jack Robinson. Who got fastest lap in Class A is the next question. Looking at the Class A cars, I think it was Stephen Dowell who got fastest lap in Class A. Yeah, he did a 2:05.252. Connew a 2:05.903. So the most important thing there, neither of our championship contenders got fastest lap, so they've scored 13 points each, and so the margin is still the same. So the margin is still 1 point between the two of them going into the last race of the season, by my calculations anyway. I'm sure Lynn, the coordinator, will update us on that. But it is a win for Guy Connew in a race sadly run for its majority behind the safety car due to Colin Philpott's accident. The provisional results as follows: Guy Connew takes the win, Andrew Harper in second, and Jack Robinson third, wins Class C. But fastest lap in Class C went to Rick Walker. Fastest lap in Class A, it looks like, has gone to Stephen Dowell. Fourth in Class. Class B was won by Ian Spooner, and Class D by Charles Jackson. Only 13 cars going the distance in an incident bedevilled first Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge race of the day. And that result will form the grid for race 2. Hopefully we will have a full complement for race 2 later on, although one or two cars with quite a bit of damage, so hopefully they can be repaired. Berkshire Jag Component services, I think, will be needed there. Fair play to Mark Bennett as well, his first ever race. He comes in 6th and 3rd in class. We await the cars to be led back into Parc Fermé then, and Ewan will be down there to talk to some of the drivers. There were plenty of incidents there, to say the least. Let's have a look at one or two of the highlights. This was the first start. James Ram didn't get away. Andrew Maynard stopped. Damien Gray didn't, unfortunately. And Tom Lenthal didn't get away either. So that was the first red flag. Colin Philpott was disputing the lead with Jack Robinson. Guy Connew didn't get the best of starts, but the red flag was out almost immediately to halt the race with cars stranded on the grid as a result of that incident. At the second attempt, it looked like it was cold tyres that caught out Colin Philpott at the Craner curves in the XJS, and off he went. The tail got away from him onto the grass. Lucky that gravel trap was there to arrest the progress of the out of control XJS. It's a big heavy car as well. Lucky not to dig in and get up onto its side there. Front bumper ripped off. An end of game for Colin Philpott, and sadly that was pretty much end of game in terms of the race as well, because as a result of that stranded car, the rest of the race was run behind the safety car, but not before this incident at Goddard. Andrew Rogerson running wide. As Mike Seaborn tried to go through, he got sideways, clatters Andrew Rogerson. That took him out of the race. Presumably damaged the steering there. Seaborn able to continue. Let's head down to Ewan in Parc Fermé to see what the drivers made of that incident-packed affair for the Jaguars.
Cheers, Dave. Well, after the excitement of the Junior Saloons, that wasn't quite the race we were hoping for with the championship on the line. And if Dave is correct, which I 100% trust, and neither of our drivers in that championship battle got the bonus point for the fastest lap, then we are still 1 point separating them going into the final race, which is in fact the very last race of the day. So what a way to end it. Now, I'm going to speak to Guy first, because you got your helmet off, quite simply. Not the race we wanted, but you got the points you wanted.
Yeah, exactly. I finished where I needed to finish and got maximum points. That keeps me with a shout for the championship. Bit of a funny race. I think one broke down at the start or something, and then Colin came off going into the Craners. So, bit of a short race, bit of a shame to finish under a safety car. Not the way any of us would have wanted it, but I'm going to take the points. I'm happy with that.
You'll be delighted to know that neither of you got a point for the fastest lap either.
Oh, really? All right. Blimey, that's going to make it even closer then. So that's drawing. So who got the fastest lap?
I don't know, but it wasn't either of you two.
Right. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to hear. But it's the way it goes. It was a funny old start, and yeah, a little bit of contact and that, but no, quite clean, got away. But yeah, just funny how it all ended up, really.
Hopefully, a thriller to end the weekend later on in your championship.
Exactly, yeah, it's the last one today.
Anyway, well done, good luck.
All right, thanks very much.
Buddy, thank you. Jack Robinson, where did Jack go? Here he is, come on over. So a class win for Jack. Absolutely right in the hunt, like I was just saying to the guy there. Neither of you got the fastest lap, so still 1 point separating you both.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd race, that, to be honest. Yeah, no one really sort of did anything. It was just sort of sat behind a safety car, so a bit frustrating really. But yeah, we'll sort of look forward to the next one.
But got the points you needed. It's going to go down to the very last race. Excited about that? Nervous? What's the feeling?
Yeah, excited for it. Like I say, it probably would have been a bit nice if we had an actual race this time, but it's sort of play for on the next one basically. Yeah.
But your car is safe. It's tidy. It's ready to go. Can't wait for later.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We're just going to have a little look at that damage basically. We're getting bumped coming down Craner Curve, so we'll have to have a little look at that basically.
Well, fingers crossed and good luck.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And our second place finisher, Mr. Harper. Here we are. First, is that your trophy? Do you want to grab it, or?
I'm not sure. Sonia.
Oh, okay, fine. Weird old race, wasn't
it? Yeah, it was an interesting lap or two while we had the chance.
Was a lap.
Yeah,
but,
good.
Points on the board, podium, all good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it all counts towards the points. Yeah, I was looking forward to having a nice race with Jack and guys. We always do, but yeah, no, not this time. Hopefully later on today.
You've got a long day. It's the last race of the day. What do you do between now and then?
Check that the headlights are working.
Okay, fine.
And we'll have a little bit of a break.
Anyway,
and,
it wasn't the race we wanted, but good finish for you anyway, well done.
Yeah, we got up there, so yeah, job done.
Thank you so much, cheers. Right, we've got some qualifying now, and then coming up in the schedule, I'm sure Dave will talk you through this, but we do have the Thunders coming up short. No, it's the pre-83s, and then it's the ROWE Britcar Trophy, first of two races for them, their championship deciding weekend. So what we're going to do, we are going to go and find a few of those drivers and have a chat with them and bring those to you as soon as we possibly can, but for the time being, it is of course back to Dave.
Cheers, Ewan. Yes, so he's going to try and find a few drivers to have a chat to, because next we have, once the track is clear, a qualifying session for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. We saw them have two races yesterday. They're sprint races for the end of their championship. Today, it's an endurance race. They've called it the Le Don 40 minutes, as opposed to the Le Mans 24 hours. Because we're at Donington, it's a 40-minute pit stop race, and the majority of the cars are shared by two drivers. Drivers from the Club Sport races we saw yesterday, some drivers guesting from the Mini Challenge Trophy, and we've even got some from the Scottish Motor Racing Club who've come down to have a race at Donington as well. Yesterday it was a double win for Stephen Berry in his Mini Coupe for the Mini Mafia team based locally in Nottinghamshire, who took a pair of wins in the open class for the Minis. One car I would imagine we're not seeing out here is 411 Zach Blackwell. He was due to share with Sam Weller in the endurance race, but unfortunately that car caught fire in the second race yesterday. We saw the marshals quickly into action to put the fire out, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that car out here today, the Shear Motorsports car. So Shear Motorsports likely to concentrate on the 231 of Steve Webb and Dan Butcher-Lord as the cars head out for this 20-minute qualifying session. It's the number 99 car, Ben Jenkins, driving the Lawrence Davey run car, LDR Performance Tuning. Ben Jenkins, a regular in the Mini Challenge Trophy these days. We've seen that on our coverage quite frequently this season. He could be one of the favourites for this Mini Challenge Trophy, Mini Challenge Club Sport Enduro with AirTech Motorsports. We'll see the qualifying times start to come in fairly soon. Names to look out for, we've got running in Class C, we've got quite a few of the trophy runners, the likes of Alfie Glennie, former junior racer in the Fiesta Junior Championship, sharing with Jamie Keats. Paul Manning, the Manpower Motorsports car, that'll be shared with Andrew Godfrey. Some of our Cooper class contenders from yesterday. Andy Langley is out there, number 42. Neil Clark, the 53. Freya Belk, number 89. The Stoke Mini Works car of Geoffrey Surrey and Adrian Armstrong completes the Class C entry. Class O, the Open class. Sussex Road and Race are out there, represented by John Wyatt. They've been running BMW Minis for many years now, including that Clubman Estate we mentioned earlier is one of theirs. Lee Campbell and Charlie Newton-Darby will be sharing a car. We saw them battling for Open class honours yesterday. Charlie Newton-Darby had an off at the Melbourne Loop earlier yesterday. There is the number 7, that's John Wyatt. A jeweller by trade, hence the gold livery. Mini Mafia have 3 cars. Sean Wortley we saw in action yesterday, the number 999 car. He's sharing with Aidan Francis. And 623 is shared between James Fletcher and Aaron Clark. The S53 class, Emma Dawson is out in the number 27, the Wolf Tracks racing car. She has a co-driver, Stephen Thompson. Ian and Ben Trundley share the Norfolk Cars entry, number 41. And the 959 car of 44 Motorsports, that was driven yesterday by Jamie Ringer. It's driven by Charles Heatley today. He switched from his own 44 car into the 959, the orange car. In Class S56, Freddie Hewitt's back out, had a couple of class wins yesterday, was on the podium in both races. He shares with David Ward. Ionut Karare's out there, number 17 for SIR Motorsport. Sammy Bowler's back out, the number 66. Alan Lee in 190, 191 Rory Melia, all familiar names from yesterday. Steve Webb, as we mentioned, is sharing with Dan Butcher-Lord for Sheer Motorsports. We've also got the Alexander family. Ross Alexander, who had a win at Thruxton earlier this season. And he is sharing with Adam Alexander. Just waiting to see if there's going to be any changes to the entry. We're just waiting for those to come through. One change we've got. Zach Blackwell is now sharing with Ionut Karare. So Zach Blackwell is now going to share the 17 car, I've been told. So with Zach's car having gone up in flames, unfortunately, yesterday, he switches to share with Ionut Karare. Jamie Ringer is out as well. Now, this is interesting. We've got 2 different cars listed as number 959. One's Charles Heatley. I would imagine Charles Heatley is in car number 44, unless they're sharing one. Now, let's have a look at the timing screen. Yeah, Heatley and Ringer are listed as sharing a car. And they're in Class S53, so that's a change to my entry list. So Jamie Ringer is sharing with Charles Heatley in Class S53. The Sam Weller Zach Blackwell car, put a line through that. And we can put a line through Jamie Ringer driving solo as well. Okay, just updating the entry list as I go here, ladies and gents. The other car we didn't mention, Jamie Miller sharing with David Taylor in the number 28 in the club in the Cooper class, Class C. So representative lap time is beginning to come in. It's currently Sammy Bowler who is quickest in the 66 car. Waiting to see what Stephen Berry puts in here. Looks like he's gone to the top. Indeed he has, with a 1:49.084. That's over 2.5 seconds quicker than everybody else so far. John Wyatt, number 7, has just gone second in the Sussex Road and Race number 7, the Gold Cup. And Sammy Bowler is 3rd quickest. Hewitt and Ward, the quickest of the 2 driver cars. They're in Class S56. There is the coupe of Stephen Berry, the only mini coupe racing in the UK. Unusual looking car, isn't it? Very effective though. He's taken the majority of the wins in the Mini Challenge Club Sport division this year. There's John Wyatt ahead of him. They're the quickest cars at the moment in this qualifying session for the Le Don 40 minutes taking place tomorrow. Taking place later on in today. Great if we could have a 24-hour race for BMW Minis here at Donington. See the Citroen C1s do 24 hours and the 2 CVs. They have their annual race on August Bank Holiday weekend at Snetterton. There's an idea. 24-hour race for BMW Minis. See what the BARC can do with that. Hewitt and Ward go second. No, they don't, because Newton, Darby and Campbell now go second. They're just behind. That's the number 12 car. It's the car Charlie Newton Darby was racing yesterday. Lee Campbell teaming up with him. Number 5, Freddie Hewitt. Seen his sister Chloe successful in BMW Mini racing over the years as well. David Ward sharing that car. He's fourth quickest is Wyatt. Alan Lee is now in P5. So Hewitt and Ward quickest of the S56 class. Quickest S53 is the Trundley family, Ian and Ben Trundley, for Norfolk Cars. Not certain if those two are relatives of Bobby Trundley, the British GT racer. And Class C, the Cooper class, quickest in that is, not surprisingly, Alfie Glennie, sharing with Jamie Keats. 12.5 minutes of this session to go then, qualifying for the Le Don 40 minutes for the BMW Minis. Stephen Berry is quickest, or is he? John Wyatt now goes to the top, 1:48.712. He goes just under 0.2 of a second quicker than Stephen Berry. Hewitt and Ward third, are they? No. Newton, Darby and Campbell go through to snatch third in the times. Just behind Hewitt and Ward there, so they're running together on track. Leaping up to 6th place is the Iona Carrare and Zach Blackwell car. Zach Blackwell, that late change of car for his own, caught fire yesterday. Sammy Bowler still up there, she's P8. On our final BARC TV live stream of the year on November the 4th and 5th, you can see Sammy Bowler's brother John in action in the British Truck Racing Championship. Titles to be decided there. Car 33, lap time deleted for exceeding track limits. That's the Glennie and Keats car. They're still quickest in the Cooper class. 21 cars have set times so far. And there is John Wyatt in the gold machine up at Coppice. He's fastest so far with a 1:48.712 ahead of Stephen Berry, 1:48.878. So we're not yet halfway through this session. It could all change. I would imagine that the cars will again line up in the 3 different groups that we saw yesterday, but it is going to be a rolling start for the endurance race later on. That's due off at 3:30 this afternoon. Very distinct gold livery on that number 7. Newton, Darby and Campbell are still third quickest, then Hewitt and Ward, they're the top of the S56. Is Alan Lee, the former motorcycle racer, next in the order in the A-Reeve Motorsport Cup. A-Reeve also running Adam and Ross Alexander in number 320. They are 12th quickest. That car listed on the timing screen as an open class car. So maybe a change of car for the Alexanders. There is car number 41, that's the Trundleys. Second in S53 at the moment, it's Charlie Higley and Jamie Ringer have gone quickest in that class in car number 959. .27 further back there, that's Emma Dawson and Stephen Thompson. Saw Emma racing that car yesterday. They've just gone 5th quickest and fastest of the S53s. Steve Thompson, if memory serves me right, is from the Scottish Mini Cooper Championship. A couple of cars going in the pits. There's Neil Clark in the Union Flag car. Austin Powers, as we call him. There's the 320, that's the Alexanders. Now, as we said, that car listed in the entry list as an S56 class car, but it's showing on the timing screen as being in the open class. Whether there's been some changes made there, we don't know. We are going to try and get the starting drivers for the 2 driver cars for later on if we can, so we know who's in the car at what time. We'll get starting drivers for the Britcar trophy races as well, of course. Our thanks to Steve Wood, Britcar press officer, for that. There's the Dawson and Thompson car, 5th fastest. Stephen Berry has gone quickest again with a 1:47.325, so he's over a second quicker now than John Wyatt at the top of the times. It's over 8 minutes of the session to go for the BMW Minis, this qualifying session. It's racing all the way after this. Only a couple of laps and no flying laps set by number 231, the Sheer Motorsports car of Dan Butcher-Lord and Steve Webb. So they haven't set a representative time yet. They'll have to start at the back if they don't do so. Just behind the 266 car of Geoffrey Surrey and Adrian Armstrong. There's Steve Berry. Comfortably the quickest at the moment, nearly 1.4 seconds faster than John Wyatt. Extraordinary looking little car, the Mini Coupe, but very effective. There's John Wyatt, his main rival in this session for pole position for the Le Don 40 minutes. So it's Berry from Wyatt, then Newton, Darby and Campbell 3rd fastest, Hewitt and Ward 4th, Alan Lee is 5th, then Dawson and Thompson 6th, they're quickest in their class. Heatley and Ringer are in P7, and P8 is Carrare and Blackwell, P9 is Sammy Bowler, and the Trundleys in P10. 6:23 of James Fletcher and Aaron Clark are 11th fastest. Could be a change here, yes. Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis go up to P5 in the 999 car. Still no change at the top. John Wyatt didn't go quicker that time through. His last lap was a 1:49.1. So Francis and Wortley, the biggest improvers there, they go up to P5 with a 1:50.846. There is the 999 car. Sean Wortley, only his 2nd weekend in the Mini Challenge. Acquitted himself well in the open class yesterday, sharing today with Aidan Francis. Close on-track scrapping here. There's Sammy Bowler in the middle of that, the 66. She's normally 666 in all the cars that she's raced, but Stephen Berry got in first and pinched her number for this year, so we're told. I jest, of course. Stephen Berry's got the number registered first, the Mini Mafia car. Wyatt's fastest of all in the first sector on this lap, and his best 2nd sector of the session. So the Wortley and Francis car just slightly getting in the way there down the exhibition straight. Whether that will affect John Wyatt's lap time as he tries to wrest pole position back again with 5.5 minutes of the session still to go. A couple of cars having lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits. The Alexanders in number 320 was one. Let's see if John Wyatt can go quickest again here in the number 7, the Sussex Road and Race prepared car. Oh, he's gone wide. That's a shame. He's run wide at the exit of Goddard's there. So that's ruined that lap, sadly. Yes, that was a 1:52. He lost about 4 seconds there. Let's have a look at that again. Concentrating on trying to get the lap time now. Did he lock up on the way in? No, he may have missed his braking point there. Just runs out way wide and onto the grass. Seen a few cars do that this weekend. Understeers back on, and the lap has gone, and he remains 2nd behind Stephen Berry. 4.5 minutes of this qualifying session to go. Open class cars 1, 2 and 3. First S56 is Freddie Hewitt and David Ward. First of the S53 is Dawson and Thompson, Emma Dawson and Steve Thompson. First of the Coopers is still Alfie Glennie, along with Jamie Keats. There's the Hewitt and Ward number 5. Fourth quickest overall, just passing Paul Manning's number 46 car, sharing with Andrew Godfrey. Stephen Berry remains quickest, his last lap at 1:50.3. There is the 27, Emma Dawson and Steve Thompson. We have a new pace setter in Class C as well. Ben Jenkins in the LDR car has just gone quickest. Just under 3 minutes to go. So the last couple of flying laps being put in here. Indicator flashing on the number 41. That's Ian and Ben Trundley's car, the Norfolk car. We've got a spin. That's the Freddie Hewitts and David Ward car. That's coming into the Fogarty S's. It's got a road cone with him. Don't think that'll help the aero on that car. That was a strange place to spin. That was before the entry to the Fogarty S's, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. It's got the road cone stuck under the front. There's the 959 car we catch a glimpse of. Charlie Hinckley and Jamie Ringer. That's the car Jamie, one of our newcomers to the Mini Challengers racing yesterday. The number 5 has got rid of that road cone. Donington Park will charge him for that. Only joking. They're coming into the pits, not surprisingly, to get the car checked. There's number 99, that's Ben Jenkins, quickest in the Cooper class, or is he? No, he's been usurped again by Glennie and Keats, only by a quarter of a second or so. No change at the top between Berry and Wyatt. A couple of cars storming down the Craner Curve section. That's the number 33 car. That's Jamie Keats and Alfie Glennie, the quickest car in the Cooper class. Very smart turquoise livery. No mistaking that car. Reminds me of the old Leighton House Formula 1 cars of the early 90s, the Leighton House March. Leighton House, of course, sponsored Group C cars as well. Stephen Berry looking set for pole. There's only 1 minute left for John Wyatt to try and wrest that pole position back again. These are our Cooper class battlers, Alfie Glennie and Jamie Keats, and the 99 car behind Ben Jenkins. There's Stephen Berry chasing Sammy Bowler. There's John Wyatt, he's still out on track, he's in behind the 999 car, I think that was there, Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis. Yes, indeed it is. So maybe trying to catch a toe off them. The checkered flag will go out for them this time because there's only 20 seconds left. So the checkered flag goes out as soon as the session comes to an end. The next time you pass the flag, that's the end of your session. It's looking good here for Stephen Berry. Double winner yesterday. He's already taken the Open Class title in the Mini Challenge before this weekend. So can Berry go quicker again on this final lap? It doesn't look like it at the moment. What about John Wyatt? No, they're not gone any quicker than they already have over the last couple of laps. They've come through to take the checkered flag this time. It looks like it is going to be pole position for Stephen Berry for the Le Don 40 minutes coming up later on. Over the line comes Berry out of 1:48.3. He doesn't improve. Will John Wyatt improve? No, he doesn't. A 1:50 for him. So Stephen Berry will take pole position for our endurance race for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport later on. John Wyatt will line up alongside him, waiting to see if there's going to be any other changes. Personal best last time round for Charlie Newton Darby and Lee Campbell in third place. Unfortunately, we don't know who's in the car for a given lap Just waiting to see if there's going to be any more changes. Some cars have yet to take the checkered flag. Next up on track today, it'll be the Pre-83 touring cars. Their title was provisionally sealed yesterday. Just waiting for Charlie Newton-Darby and Lee Campbell to take the flag. They don't improve. 149.6, 0.2 off their personal best. In the Cooper class, it was Glennie and Keats by the look of it, and Andrew Godfrey and Paul Manning usurping Ben Jenkins from second place. Waiting till everyone has taken the flag. Looks like they have now. So pole position goes number 666 Stephen Berry with a 147.325. Nearly 1.4 seconds clear of John Wyatt, who did a 148.712. Third quickest, Charlie Newton-Darby and Lee Campbell in car number 12 with a 149.402. And fourth quickest were the Alexanders, 149.965 for the number 320 car. Fifth quickest and first in S56 were Freddie Hewitt and David Ward, 149.970. Sixth fastest, number 17, Yonuk Carrare and Zach Blackwell, 150.369. Seventh quickest, number 959, and best of the S53 class, that's Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer, with a 150.708. Eighth fastest, number 999. That's Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis. They did a 150.846. Ninth quickest, number 190, Alan Lee, with a 150.916. Completing the top 10, number 27, Emma Dawson and Stephen Thompson, with a 151.319. Sammy Bowler was 11th in number 66. 12th quickest were the Trundleys, number 41. 13th, number 623, which is James Fletcher and Aaron Clark. 14th quickest and first of the Coopers. There was a change on the very last lap of the session there by Andrew Godfrey and Paul Manning. They snatched pole from Alfie Glennie and Jamie Keats. Now, either that changed on the very last lap or the 33 car had a lap time deleted. It is the 46 car quickest of the Cooper class. Glennie and Keats 15th quickest, 16th number 99, which is Ben Jenkins, 17th number 53, Neil Clark, 18th number 42, Andy Langley, 19th number 28, which is David Taylor and James Miller, 20th quickest, number 231, they did get some flying laps in at the end, that's Dan Butcher-Lord and Steve Webb, and finally number 266, which is Jeffrey Surrey and Adrian Armstrong. That concludes our qualifying session then for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport for their 40 minutes endurance race taking place later on. Next we will see the Classic Touring Car Racing Club back out on track once again. So back to classic touring car racing. Next then, it's the Orange Aero Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Next up then, that's followed by our first 50-minute race for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for the Pre-83 touring cars. It's based on the first race that took place yesterday. Howard Spooner's BMW was the winner on that occasion. He starts from pole alongside 148 Don Hughes in the Class D VW Golf. It's grid based on the result from yesterday. Row 2 is the provisional champion with his class win yesterday, provisionally secured the title for an 11th time. Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort alongside another Golf, that's Simon Jeffs. Row 3, Jonathan Corker in the little Datsun 510 alongside Stephen Yates, number 69 in his Mark 3 Escorts. The 4th row, Mark 2 Escort RS2000 of Mark Chullerton alongside Mark Spence in his Mazda RX-7. Row 5, Mark Osborne in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint, the Welshman alongside David Thomas in his Ford Capri. Row 6, Bob Bullen. He's at the wheel of not his Ford Lotus Cortina that we sometimes see him out in. He's in a Mark 1 Escort this weekend, starting alongside Mostin Rutter in his Vauxhall Firenze. Behind them, row 7, David Claxton, Triumph Dolomite Sprint, and Jake Margulies in his Mark 3 Escort XR3i. Row 8 of the grid is David Margulies, Jake's father, in his Alfa Romeo GTV6, not his Ford Capri. Alongside him, Carl Shreve in a Triumph Dolomites. Then on row 9, David Hickton, welcome back to him, in his Opel Kadett. We'll wait to see if that car's out there, because he retired from yesterday's race, as did Will Davison in his BMW E30. Was a contender for the championship this season. The Opel is there. I can see it from the commentary box window. Not sure if the BMW is, though. Another BMW, Steve Walden, number 30 with his E30. Alongside Colin Claxton with the number 86 Triumph Dolomite Sprint will complete this grid. It's looking down towards the back of the grid. It doesn't look like Will Davison's there. Steve Walden's there. Colin Claxton isn't. He's concentrating on his Mark 1 Escort in the other classes this weekend. Car's moving off then shortly for the green flag lap. It's be a 15-minute race, and it is. Howard Spooner in that glorious BMW 635 who leads them away. Don Hughes in a Class D Golf. Classes B, C and D based on engine size. No Class A cars out this weekend, the bigger capacity cars. There is David Hickton's Opel, the number 46. Seen his son Harry racing in the Mini Challenge this season, the former junior saloon car title contender. Howard Spooner, who's raced many, many different classes over the years, including Clubman's sports cars. Don Hughes used to race a Peugeot 306 in classic touring car racing club events, but Don's raced that Golf many years ago, bringing it back to life this year. Second row of the grid, Stephen Primet, who played it safe with 3rd overall and a class win yesterday to secure yet another title provisionally. He'll make it safe in this one. Simon Jeffs, his main class rival yesterday in the Akai Hi-Fi liveried Mark 1 Golf. Jonathan Corker had a couple of wins at Snetterton in the penultimate weekend of the year, the little Datsun. Kept his outside chances of the title alive. Will Davison was the main challenger, but it's all gone wrong for him, sadly. The BMW man missed Snetterton due to work commitments, and then his BMW sadly broke down in race 1 yesterday, spelling the end of his title hopes and effectively handing Stephen Primet another crown. Jonathan Corker needed to beat Primet and failed to do so. And to see Stephen Yates up there with the Mark 3 Escort as well, the Chris Hodgetts lookalike. David Thomas, Capri veteran with his Mark 1. David Margulies Alfa Romeo, replica of the car that Andy Rouse won the 1983 British Saloon Car title in. And there is David Hickton, used to race an Opel Ascona. Now out in that beautiful Opel Kadett. Has spent the last couple of years building that car. Wonderful to see it finally on track. Sadly failed to finish yesterday's race. But it's Gerhard Berger, aka Howard Spooner, in pole. Car prepared by Jeff Steele Racing, BMW specialists based up in Lincolnshire. Jeff Steele, former British touring car racer, prepares cars for all manner of BMW club racers these days. Are we going to see Stephen Primet shoot through the middle in the white Mark 1 Escorts? We'll find out over the next 15 minutes. Will Primet sign off his season with a victory? Can he beat the BMW? Revs beginning to rise, the red lights are on. And away we go. Decent start by Don Hughes in the Golf. He'll try and take the lead off the line. David Hickton's on the grass further back. Look at Simon Jeffs up the outside. I think Howard Spooner's got problems with the BMW. Yes, he's slow away. And it's Jeffs from fourth on the grid. Secondly, Jonathan Corker's come through into second place. Where did he come from? And Howard Spooner struggling off the line there. Let's see if he can fight back in that big BMW. It's Jeffs that leads. Primet side by side with Jonathan Corker. Mark Osborne up to fourth. Where's he come from at the wheel of the Dolomite? Oh, that's a quick car. That's a phenomenal start from the Welshman. And Don Hughes, after an initial decent getaway, is down to fifth, and he's alongside Mark Chollerton's Escort. Mark Osborne came through from ninth, and he's challenging the top three already. So a bit of a topsy-turvy start there. There's the BMW, so Howard Spooner still in there. Everybody around the first couple of corners okay. Jonathan Corker challenging Stephen Primet. The little Datsun goes through into second place. Osborne fourth, then Hughes fifth, Chollerton sixth, and Spooner down to seventh. The slow getaway for the BMW. But it'll be back up there with the leaders, I'm fairly sure, fairly soon. In qualifying yesterday, it was 6.5 seconds faster than everybody else. But it's Simon Jeffs, the former Alfa Romeo racer, who leads the way at the wheel of the Mark 1 Golf in the livery used by the late Richard Lloyd in the British Saloon Car Championship, the Akai Hi-Fi livery. Stephen Primet back up the inside into the Fogarty S's, retakes second place, pulls clear of Jonathan Corker. Now here comes Osborne, the 49. He's going to go for third as they go into the Melbourne hairpin. And he's done it. Chollerton in fifth. Big lunge there for Carl Shreve in the Dolomites, taking on, I think it was David Claxton. Here comes Bob Bullen in the orange Escort, battling David Margulies. There's overtaking manoeuvres being made everywhere you look in this field at the moment. Terrific first lap by the Pre-83 touring car, sponsored by Orange Aero. There's David Thomas in the Mark 1 Capri. Primet has got the leader in his sights as they complete lap number 1. Jeffs from Primet. Osborne with 6 places gained on the first lap alone, in third in the Dolly Sprint. Here comes Mark Chollerton challenging the 85. That's Jonathan Corker. First 5 breaking away slightly. Then we've got the second of the Golfs. That's Don Hughes. Howard Spooner in 7th. Pulling ahead there at Hollywood. Goes up into P6. Shreve, David Claxton and David Thomas round out the top 10. Yes, Colin Claxton on start of the leaders going wide, coming out of the old hairpin, and Stephen Primet doesn't need asking twice. He goes through and takes up the running ahead of Simon Jeffs. Well, he's going to put the lid on it here if he can, Stephen Primet, in as emphatic a fashion as possible to seal an incredible 11th title in the Pre-83 touring cars. Mark Osborne has beaten him on one occasion, but we haven't seen much of Mark this year. He's only made a couple of appearances at the wheel of the Dolly Sprint. He's up there in third place. Jonathan Corker behind him in the Datsun. Simon Jeffs in second place in the VW Golf. And here comes Howard Spooner. We said he'd fight back. He's dropped Don Hughes. He's going for the inside. Mark Chollerton's going for the inside in the Escort. He goes up into fourth place on the brakes there. The man from Norfolk at the wheel of the Escort RS 2000. You associate the RS 2000 with the droop snoot nose on the Mark II Escorts, but that one hasn't got one. Don Hughes back up the inside. That Golf is certainly a tenacious little car, isn't it? He's retaken Howard Spooner's big Beamer. Don Hughes used to race the Golf in the Slick 50 Road Saloon Championship, if I remember rightly, a few years ago, where the rules stated you had to drive your car on the road to and from the circuit. One driver who does do that is in the Pre-66 touring cars, Tim Dodwell. Hopefully we'll see him out later on, but he normally tends to only race on Saturdays, but that's to come later on. Carl Shreve behind this group in the Dolomite. Then it's David Claxton's Dolomite. Colin Claxton unfortunately failed to start. Oh, Howard Spooner has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. 10-second penalty for the BMW. What I suspect he did there was he moved off slightly early and then stopped, which is why he dropped down the order. So he penalised himself effectively, but he's got the penalty anyway. When he tried to avoid the jump start, it didn't work. Mark Chollerton trying to go around the outside there at the old hairpin of Mark Osborne. And trying to go round them both is Jonathan Corker. This is turning into a corker of a battle for the final podium place. Spooner behind them. He knows he's got to make up ground because he's got that penalty. Well, he may not have been informed yet in the Marlborough BMW. He's going to have to go like Gerhard Berger here to make that up, isn't he? Chasing Corker and Chollerton. Behind them, Don Hughes. That Golf, maybe a smaller capacity car, but it's got the handling advantage. Through the chicane, the Fogarty S's. Stephen Primet still leading by just under a second ahead of Simon Jeffs. Here comes Howard Spooner, attacking Jonathan Corker, and attacking Mark Osborne is Mark Chollerton. Chollerton up the inside, side by side, the BMW side by side with the Datsun as well. This is superb stuff. To the inside goes the Dolomite Sprint now at Goddard's. Takes Mark Chollerton out wide. Corker stayed ahead as well. And the Golf's got through again. So much stronger under braking and in the tight hairpins, Don Hughes' Golf. This is fantastic. Stephen Primet's missing all the fun out in front. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, extended his lead by another second. As Howard Spooner tries to drive around the outside of Don Hughes. The BMW's got the grunt in a straight line, but the Golf's so much more nimble and stronger under braking. Carl Shreve 8th, David Claxton 9th, it's David Thomas's Ford Capri in 10th. Chollerton trying to go around the outside on the old hairpin again. I don't think that's going to work, no it doesn't. Everybody else still going who took the start, which is good to see. We've got 8.5 minutes still to go, so we're coming up towards half distance in our season finale for the Orange Aero Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars here at Donington Park. Here's a replay of the start. Watch the pole man. Does he move off early? Hard to see from there. He may have just moved forward slightly and then slowed himself, which is why he got swamped. David Hickton on the grass in the background. It was Don Hughes who got the best getaway initially. Jonathan Corker ripped through, as did Mark Osborne. And Mark Chollerton has made a mistake at the S's there. He's lost a couple of spots. Don Hughes could get through as well. The Golf up the outside. So Chollerton could be down to P6, maybe even P7 here. And this Corker's got through, so has Spooner. Primet leads by just under 2 seconds. The fastest lap of 151.25. Everybody else is squabbling, trying to take third place. It's Simon Jeffs in the Golf in second. As they come through the exit of Goddard's. But I think the safety car might be coming out. The prompter's come up on the timing screen. This is what happened to Mark Chollerton. It's up on the outside of Mark Osborne. He just runs, he locks up and runs in too deep. He missed his braking point there trying to take the Dolomite, so he's lost places as a result there. But I think the safety car is going to be coming out. Yes, there it is. It's picked up Stephen Primet. We don't know the reason for that at the moment. I'll try and establish what has happened, because I suspect it's somebody at the back of the field has gone off somewhere. Oh, there's the reason. That's Mostin Rutter's Vauxhall Firenze, and he's right in the middle of the track. I think that's at Schwantz Curve, so what has happened there? Mostin Rutter, who was towards the tail of the field, making his return this weekend after some time away. Mostin's out of the car, he's all right. Or is there somebody else off there as well? I think there's another car involved in this. The safety car picking them through the scene. I think there's another car off up there as well. We'll wait and see if we can see a replay of what's happened there. So there's been clearly an incident at the back of the field. Let's have a look again. This is coming up towards Schwantz Curve. Well, David Thomas, oh, Mark Spence in the RX-7, he spins, and Mostin Rutter, is he going to hit him? Mark Spence tries to gather it up, Rutter goes off, David Margulies goes off, and just clips the RX-7 on the way through. He hits the front end of it. That could have been a lot worse. Mostyn Rutter managed to take some avoiding action there, but if he'd hit that RX-7 dead centre, that could have been very nasty. Good avoiding action by Rutter and by David Margulies, but Mostyn Rutter just clips Mark Spence's RX-7. So that's the other car that was involved. There we see Spence. He pulls the car off to the side of the road, damage to the front of the RX-7. Okay, the safety car out then with 5 minutes of the race to run. There you can see the damage to that lovely RX-7 of Mark Spence. That's a great shame. Wyn Percy was the star man in RX-7s in the early 80s, winning a couple of British saloon car titles, even though it's not strictly a saloon, the RX-7. And Mostyn Rutter in the Vauxhall Firenze, the car made famous by Jerry Marshall in special saloons, although his was very different to this one. Veteran Mostyn Rutter able to walk away. You can see he's clipped it with the left front corner. That's why he couldn't get off the circuit. It's put the wheel back on the Firenze. The droop snoots. Or more of a bent snoot now, though, unfortunately. That's a shame for Mostyn. We've seen him out in a Rover SD1 with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the past as well. The race order, meanwhile, is Primet from Jeffs, Jonathan Corker third. No, Mark Osborne third, sorry. Although his transponder's not working. He hasn't come through on the timing screen. So it's Osborne third, then Corker, Spooner, Hughes, Chollerton. Chollerton dropping back to sixth after that, seventh rather, after that mistake at the chicane. Then the Dolomites of Shreve and Claxton, Bob Bullen's Escorts, David Hickton's Opel, Steve Walden's BMW. Steve Yates has dropped back in the Escorts. And David Margulies, who did a bit of grass tracking to avoid the incident at Schwantz Curve. Oh, David Thomas has pulled into the pits as well. The Capri is out of it. So David Thomas into the pits then. The Margulies family running at the tail of the field. David ahead of Jake in his Escort. David in the Alfa Romeo. 1983 it was that Andy Rouse took a car similar to that one to the BTCC title, or British Saloon Car Championship as it was then. Well, that was the title that was only awarded midway through 1984 after a series of tribunals. And the Rover SD1s were disqualified. That was why the great Steve Soper sadly never won the British title. Rescue units on the move there, probably just to check that Mostyn Rutter is okay after that impact. He'll be taken for a checkup, just as a precaution. So waiting for the circuit to be cleared up there. There's only just over a minute left, so if we do another lap, this race will finish under safety car. And Stephen Primet will put the title beyond doubt with a victory, not only in his class, but overall. Safety car was the last thing Howard Spooner wanted, because that 10-second penalty is going to drop him a long way down the order. Okay, the safety car I think is staying out. So the clear up is still in progress at Swanscove. Yes, so we're going to finish under the safety car. And the checkered flag is showing on the timing screen. So it will be a win for Stephen Primet. He takes championship number 11 at the wheel of the Escorts. Simon Jeffs comes over in second. Jonathan Corker is third. Howard Spooner dropping down the timing screen because of that 10-second penalty. Safety car was the last thing he wanted, unfortunately. Mark Osborne celebrates his return with a third. Corker fourth. Don Hughes fifth. He wins Class D. Mark Chullerton in sixth place. Chullerton fifth, I should say. And Jonathan Corker hasn't transponded on that lap, which has confused things a bit. So Jonathan Corker, just wait for him to be reinserted. There we go. A couple of transponders playing up. So Primet the winner ahead of Jeffs, Osborne and Jonathan Corker. Fifth for Hughes, sixth is Chullerton. Carl Shreve in seventh, then Claxton, Bullen and David Hickton winning the guest class in 10th place because he's not registered for the full championship. Steve Walden 11th, Howard Spooner's penalty drops into 12th ahead of Stephen Yates and David Margulies. Jake Margulies the other finisher because we lost David Thomas into the pits when the safety car came out, and of course Mark Spence and Mostyn Rutter involved in that tangle at Schwanz-Curve. In terms of class championships, well, provisionally, I think David Margulies may have done enough to overhaul David Thomas to take the Class B championship. We'd have to add the results of yesterday's race on because David Thomas was a point ahead coming into the weekend, but his retirement there, I think that's handed that to David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo. Stephen Primet is the overall champion and wins Class C, and Don Hughes will take the Class D title. No entries in Class A this season. That concludes the season for the Orange Aero Pre 83 touring cars. We'll take a look at a couple of highlights from that race. We saw Howard Spooner's start, which caused a bit of a bottleneck. He was a bit slow away. It was Don Hughes charging down the left-hand side of the grid who took the initial lead. Jonathan Corker and Mark Osborne breezing through to the front as well as Spooner rather went backwards. Possible problem with the clutch on the BMW. Great fight developed at the front between the Golf, the Datsun and the Mark 1 Escorts. With Jeffs showing in front in the Akai Golf early on. Mark Osborne flying up behind them. Then Simon Jeffs ran wide coming out of the old hairpin next time around. Primet took up a lead. He wasn't to lose at the wheel of the Escorts. Mark Chullerton getting involved in the battle as well in the Mark II RS 2000 with Mark Osborne. Trying to go around the outside, going into Goddard rarely works though. But a hugely enjoyable race, great battles all the way down the order. Mark Chullerton continued to attack Mark Osborne until he missed his braking point into the Fogarty S's, ran a bit wide and lost 3 places. But then it all came to an end with the safety car when Mark Spence spun the Mazda RX-7, tried to avoid, the rest tried to avoid him, but crunch, Mostyn Rutter collected him, and the race would finish under the safety car. So we'll await to hear from drivers in Parc Fermé then. And our next race is going to be for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship, their penultimate race of the season, the 50-minute pit stop affair.
Well, thank you, Dave. Not the way the 83s wanted to end their season. However, there was never really going to be any denying Stephen Primett. And let's have a chat right now, once again, as he has done so many times this season, parking in front of the number one board. We were questioning whether it was by a point or not yesterday. It is without a shadow of a doubt, of course. Congratulations. Your 11th title, I understand, in the Ford Escort.
Yeah, fantastic, eh? It's a bit of a horrible way to end the season, really, because I mean Mostyn and Mark are quite heavily damaged out there, so I hope them boys are okay. But you know, not a nice way to win a race, is it? But
how would you summarise this year?
Struggled. The car felt fantastic just then. She absolutely on the point, really enjoying it. But yeah. We sneaked it anyway.
Park it away for a few months, say, put it to bed.
That's right, mate. Well, needs a bit of love, mate, I think. So yeah.
But we'll see you again next year, yeah?
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Number 11, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Buddy, thank you. Simon Jeffs. Let's have a quick chat. Fourth yesterday, so to end the season on the podium, happy?
Yeah, very happy with that,
Yeah,
thanks. Yeah,
fantastic.
I'm not, I led for a little while, but I'm not used to that. So, great champion, as you can see. One little mistake from me, he's through and he's gaining. So he's good. He's very
you
good.
can't make mistakes when Stephen Primett's behind you, you know that.
No, he's consistent and a very good driver. So.
Excellent. Can we see you again next season? What are you going to be driving?
Yep, same car.
Fantastic.
We just want it to settle down in terms of reliability, and then hopefully we'll have a good season.
All right, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well done on your second place.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. And let's speak to our third place finisher. It's Mark Osborne. I thought it was going to be Jonathan Cork. I'm not sure. I turned away for about a minute and Mark Osborne jumped into third place. Mark, have a chat with us. A podium, quite a nice way to end the season.
Yeah, well, I think we've been waiting a while for it. We missed a couple and just trying to get the car back in order again so we can have another shot at it, you know. Yeah. And it does seem to have come together a little bit. Not quite as we wanted it, but it's very good for the weekend and a good time to get back into it. And obviously the other two guys, and the Datsun and the Escort, they're extremely quick and have been very quick all year. So perhaps I was a little bit rusty in front of them, but I did manage to fend them off.
I mean, it came together right at the right time, didn't it?
It did, yeah. The other thing was when they put the course car out, I was on 100 degrees, so I was close to pulling off anyway. So having that thing, I just dropped it to neutral on each hill and just let it roll and cool it down again. But then we didn't manage to have another good lap, so not to worry.
Hey, perfect way to end the year. Well done.
Yeah, lovely weekend. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers.
No, thank you. Right now we're going to our headliner for today. It's the ROWE Britcar Trophy 50-minute races. Here's number one coming up. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
Well, we'll let Ewan Dunlop put his teeth back in, and I'll bring you the grid very shortly for the Rowe Motor Oils Britcar Trophy Championship. Two 50-minute races today, mandatory pit stop in each of them. The pit window only 10 minutes in the middle of the race as well. Let's have a look at the points chart first of all. Well, there's 4 points in it between two of the Clios at the top of the points. The number 66 Clio of Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin, the Dragon Sport car, and the number 88, which is Andy Tucker and Max Coates driving that car. So you've seen Ollie Meadows and Max Hall appear in that car, but it's the car and the team that score the points, not the drivers in this series. 8 points further back is William Puttigill's Class 3 Honda Civic. See how he gets on today. And 10 points further back from that, Maurizio Silio's Ginetta. It's been Ginetta's doing the majority of the overall winning so far this year, with the exception of Snetterton last time out, because the wet conditions handed a win to Simon Clark in his Porsche. While we wait for the cars to get to the grid, let's hear from some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right then, we are going into our ROWE Britcar Trophy final two races of the season, with our championship leaders Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin leading the overall and of course the Clio class, and they are on pole in their class today as well. Jack, first of all, it's been a great season.
Yeah, it's been a great season so far. Just two more races to go today. Super close in the championship, so it's all to play for.
There are 4 points separating the top two, and there's 63 up for grabs in each race. It's a massive amount of points. Where's your head at the moment, Rhys? So you're thinking about the championship, the race one. What's going on?
I think it's basically starting from scratch today. Forget the championship. It's a two-race shootout. We've got to focus on race one first. get the best result we can, and look at where we are after the first race.
And clearly enjoying the track on pole.
Yeah, qualifying was really good. Track was a bit green this morning, but now the sun's come out. Yeah, it should be a good one.
I mean, the sun's out, but it's seriously cold. Track conditions, what are they going to be like?
I think again, it's the warm-up lap's going to be pretty crucial, just because of the cold temperature. But we shouldn't have any rain today, so track should stay dry. It's just cool.
And final question for you, Reese. Has your position in the championship right now exceeded expectations, or is this where you wanted and anticipated to be?
I think it's where we deserve to be. I think we deserve to probably be a bit further ahead. But I think it's textbook to the class. It's a close class. There's a lot of people in there like this weekend. There's a couple of additions, a couple of wild cards also added for this weekend. So, we want to win it as much as everybody else wants to win it. It's game on.
We wish you the best of luck. There are 9 Clios on the grid today. It's going to be a busy one. Let's go for our first race of 2 this afternoon here at Donington. It's the ROWE Britcar Trophy. Over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yep, thanks very much indeed, Ewan. As we get ready to go racing here with our first of 2 races for the ROWE Britcar Trophy Championship. Let's have a look at the grids then. The grids have just come through to us. In pole position, it is Maurizio Cilio driving solo in the Data Motorsport number 47 Ginetta. He's had a couple of overall wins this year. And it's a familiar pairing alongside him, the BMW pair of Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra in the Intersport BMW M3. Brian Bransom will start. Jazz Sapra takes over at the pit stop. Second row, number 55, which is Sebastian Dubois. Had a win at Silverstone last year. He's in the Data Motorsport Ginetta. Starts alongside Marco Anastasi in another Data Motorsport Ginetta G56. Row 3, another Ginetta. That's number 56, which is the Grimwood car. Robin Grimwood at the wheel. Number 50, I should say. Robin Grimwood in the Assetto Motorsports car starts alongside our Snetterton winner Simon Clark in the number 23 Porsche 997. That's the first of the Class 2 cars. Sapra and Bransom's BMW and Sebastian Dubois, their invitation class runners, the pink graphic on our grid. Row 4 of the grid, number 24, which will be started by Ian Astley, sharing with Neil Wallace for race 1. That's the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Starts alongside Barry McMahon in his Alfa Romeo 156, sharing, I think, with Paul Plant. Row 5 is Callum Noble's BMW, number 19. He drives solo, the Thorny Motorsport car, sharing with the first of the Clios, number 66. That's the Meakin and Lloyd car. Just heard from our championship leaders. Jack Meakin will start the Clio, well up on the overall grid. Row 6 of the grid is the number 83 Major Motorsport Honda, Edward and Steve Cook. It's Ed going first. Alongside them, number 77, the TSR Volkswagen Golf. It will be Mark Jones who starts that car, sharing with Rob Ellick. Row 7 of the grid, number 88, the Hyro Motorsport Clio, one of our championship contenders. Max Coates will start, sharing with Andy Tucker. Alongside him, number 183, that's William Puttergill's Honda Civic. Row 8 of the grid, another of the Clios, the number 14 Spires Motorsport car. Anton Spires starts, Andreas Georgiou will take over. And on row 22 is Harry Hickton. We saw his dad out in the previous race in his Opel. Harry Hickton, mini challenge regular, making his Britcar debut with a Clio here in the number 22 machine. Row 9 of the grid, number 26. Great to have Charlotte Birch back. She shares with Louis Hounsell. Regular Ginetta racers these days in the Ginetta G40 run by Vinasport. Charlotte will start alongside number 89 of James Harrison, Ben Jenkins. It'll be Ben who goes first in the number 89 Hyro Motorsport Clio. Row 10 of the grid is the James Colburn and Gary Smith Clio. It's Gary Smith who starts alongside the number 92 Clio, started by Alex Neville, sharing with Travis Coyne. That's the second of the Dragon Sport cars. The penultimate row of the grid is row 11. Number 13 is the Raceway Motorsport Ginetta G40, started by Brendan Hafner. He drives solo, alongside then the number 41 Clio. Darren Gerhardt starts, sharing with Jonathan Christie-Rundle. And the final row of the grid, number 59, which is an invitation class Clio of Andy Tate and Neil House. It's Neil House going first, and the 62 Ginetta G40 of Alex Turnbull completes the grid. He drives solo. Classes 1, 2 and 3, plus G40 and Clio, coming up towards the rolling start. Then it'll be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. The pit window opens in the middle 10 minutes of this race. We'll have to do the mathematics later on to find out who is going to be the Britcar Trophy champion for 2023. It is the Clios that set the pace in the overall points. Maurizio Cilio in pole position. He leads the points in Class 1 ahead of his teammate Marco Anastasi. Pace car into pit lane, the yellow Ginetta, the orange BMW will lead them away. It's a fine mix of GT and saloon racers waiting for the red lights to go out, which they do now, and the charge down to red gates begins. Maurizio Cilio, the Scottish-based Italian in the number 47 Ginetta, will lead them off, but Brian Branson tries to go around the outside, and he's going to try and take the lead away from the Ginetta hordes behind him. A few of the Clios running wide further back. Who's going to have the lead as they head down the Craner curves? Brian Branson sweeps ahead, fresh from a victory at Alton Park in the Kumho BMW Championship yesterday. He takes up the running ahead of Cilio. Third place is the number 55, which is Sebastien Dubois in his Ginetta. Up towards Schwantz Curve. Fourth place is another of the Ginettas. That's Robin Grimwood, I think, that's come through into fourth position. Got smaller Ginettas further back, of course, the three G40s, one in Class 3, the others in the G40 Cup class. There are the Clios. Look out for the number 66, Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin. They lead the championship, of course, starting in the top 10 overall on this grid. As Brian Branson leads in the BMW, a horde of Ginettas behind him. Then Simon Clark's Porsche. Overall win in the wets at Snetterton last time out. It was Lee Goldsmith's BMW that won the other race on that occasion. There's Will Puttergill's Honda Civic, still with an outside chance of the title if the Clios falter ahead of him. Of course, if you finish top 3 in your class in race 1, you get a few seconds of success penalty for the second race later on. It's the BMW that goes clear. Brian Branson will hand over to Jasvir Sapra at the pit stop. There are the Clios further back. It's class leaders we need to keep an eye on. There's our other title contender, the number 88 Hyro Motorsport car of Max Coates and Andy Tucker. Seen Ollie Meadows and Max Hall take turns in that car as well. Brian Branson's cleared off. He's nearly 2.3 seconds clear of this group of Ginettas, fighting for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Cilio, Dubois, Grimwood, Anastasi and Ian Astley, the 5 Ginettas behind. Then Simon Clark's Porsche, Callum Noble's BMW, Barry McMahon in the Alfa Romeo. Now on the entry list it says Paul Plant is his co-driver, but Paul Plant's name does not appear on TSL timing, so Paul Plant's Alfa Romeo 156, a turbocharged former Alfa Romeo championship winning car in there in 9th. Then it's Edward Cook in the Honda Civic. He's leading Class 3. Simon Clark the only entry in Class 2, so he's going to wrap up the championship in that division. Now the BMW that's leading is a Class 1 invitation car, so that's not going to score points. So the leading Class 1 car is Maurizio Cilio. Hang on, I think the safety car's coming out. I think the safety car's going to be coming out. I've just had a notification on the timing screen. There's the reason. And that's one of our championship contenders. That's the 88 Clio of Andy Tucker and Max Coates. It's come to a stop. We've got a Clio in the gravel as well. That's the number 59 of Neil House. That's gone off at McLean's. But the big drama there, we saw the 88 Clio had stopped on the pit straight, I think that was, on the Whitcroft straights. Now, if that car's out of the race, no, he's got it going again. A scare for Max Coates. Well, that could be about to hand the title to Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin if that car hadn't got going again for Dragon Sports. Rhys Lloyd, the former Welsh sports and saloon car champion of a few years ago. The marshals rescue the other Clio. Well done to the Orange family. Give Neil House a push out of the gravel at McLean's corner. Class shared with Andy Tate, the HT racing car, and he's got it going again. Two Clios down to the tail of the field. Safety car leading them into their second lap. It's Branson who leads from Cilio, Dubois, Grimwood. It's Ian Astley, Marco Anastasi. So Clark, we know, has sewn up Class 2 already. Class 3, that looks set to be won by William Puttergill's Honda. Got another Clio into the pits. Harry Hickton has pulled in the number 22 car as well. Although the Cook family are 15 points behind William Puttigill, but it looks like it is the 183 car that's going to take the Class 3 title. The Ginetta G40 Cup, I think, has already been won by Brendan Hafner, the number 13 Raceway Motorsport car. And as for the Clios, that's the one we've got to resolve. Class 1, meanwhile, is led by Maurizio Cilio in the points, 13 points clear of Marco Anastasi, his teammate. And the leading points scoring car in Class 1 at the moment is Cilio, because the BMW is an invitation class car. So waiting for racing to resume then here at Donington Park. There's the TSR Golf, the very smart number 77 car, Mark Jones at the wheel. They could be a contender for victory in Class 3 here. Revs are up. We're going to resume racing here at Donington with the circuit now clear of Clios. And heading down towards Redgate, Brian Branson takes off once again. Sebastian Dubois all over the back of Cilio for second place. And the Clio joins it. Oh, goodness me, Sebastian Dubois nearly didn't see him there. That could be catastrophic. And the Clio there rejoins out of the pits. That was the number 89 car that's been in. The Harrison and Jenkins car. Ben Jenkins was nearly collected there by Sebastian Dubois. This line of Ginetta G56s, quite stunning cars they are. Simon Clark in the Porsche, already confirmed as the Class 2 champion. Picking up that overall win, ending the Ginetta dominance this year in that wet race 1 at Snetterton. Branson leads it from Cilio, Dubois, Grimwood. Then Ian Astley, the former British GT racer of several years ago, used to race a Lotus Esprit. And here comes Barry McMahon, that very potent turbocharged Alfa Romeo 156 GT8. Almost a super touring car with some modifications made to it. He's having a go at Callum Noble's BMW. That's the Thorny Motorsport machine. John Thorne was briefly a BTCC entrant. I believe Team Hard took over his operation. There's the lead group. Here comes the Alpha. Now, I'm not sure if it is, as we say, if it is Barry McMahon driving solo or if Paul Plant is going to take over at the wheel of that car. He's on the entry list, Paul Plant, but he's not appearing on the timing graphics. So I'll have to wait to confirm that. Class 3 is being led by Edward Cook. Second in that class is the Jones Ellick VW Golf for TSR Developments. And it's Will Puttigill in third place, who leads the class in the points. He's looking set to take the title. Grimwood coming under fire. There's a Clio stopped again. Is that the 88 car again? At the Craner Curves this time. Yep, the yellow flags are out there. Hopefully everybody will see that car. It's a very unsafe position for that car to be stopped. And we might have another safety car here. But if that's, I couldn't quite see the number. It's one of the High-Row Motorsport cars. If that's the 88 car of Max Coates again, it's that's one of our title contenders. It's going again. Yes, it is Max Coates, so clearly something amiss with the 88 car. It's the second time it's stopped out on track. Well, this could be about to pretty much hand the title to Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin for Dragon Sport, the 66 car. There's the Ginetta train chasing Brian Branson, who leads by 2.3 seconds. Through the Melbourne loop they come then. Good to have Robin Grimwood back in team out at Snetterton. 24, that's Ian Astley. Normally we see the drivers swap over for race 2, and it's the second driver in this race that goes first in race 2. All the Clios running with 2 drivers in the cars, except for Harry Hickton's number 22, the Sim Dynamics car. Simon Clark driving solo. Have a look back at the other class leaders. We know Clark's leading Class 2. Class 3 is led by the Cooks, but being reeled in by the Golf of Jones and Ellick. This is a replay in the Clio category. It was number 14, Anton Spires, who had been leading the Clio class. But it is now the 66 car of Jack Meakin that is in front. Spires is second. Third of the Clios is Alex Neville, number 92, sharing with Travis Coyne. No change among the Ginettas. Brian Branson leads by just over 3 seconds now. So 8.5 minutes until the pit window opens. There is the 83 car. That's our Class 3 leader. Let's see what the gap is back to Mark Jones. It's Edward Cook who leads at the moment. Let's see how far behind Mark Jones is as they come over the line this time. Cook does a 1:45.91. There's Jones over the line behind. The gap is 8 seconds, so the Civic has pulled away again from the Golf, responding to the pressure. And Cook keeping pace with Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo, who's just been retaken by Callum Noble's BMW. 6 laps completed. So already 2 pit callers, both of them Clios, Ben Jenkins, number 89, and Harry Hickton in the 22. No change there among the Ginettas. That's for 4th position. Looks like Ian Astley has got through. And Robin Grimwood fighting it out with the number 4 of Marco Anastasi. So Grimwood's lost a couple of spots there, coming through Coppice. It's most likely to be one of the Ginetta G56s that takes the overall victory. But you never know with that BMW of Brian Branson and Jasvir Sapra out there. Of course, a good friend of their team is Lucky Kera. We must wish him all the best, currently out of racing, injured after a crash here at Donington a few weeks ago. It was unlucky Kera on that occasion, unfortunately, so get well soon, Lucky. See you back racing soon. There's one of the Clios, number 59. That's the car we saw off earlier on at McLean's with Neil House on board. Simon Clark, what a great season he's had in the Form Evo Clark Racing Porsche. He's fought back after a crash at Alton Park early in the season. This is our Ginetta G40 Cup leader. Mustn't forget them as well. 2 of them out there. That's Brendan Hafner, number 13. The acid green and white number 13 car. It certainly hasn't been unlucky 13 from this year. He's all set to win the class championship. "36 minutes of this first of 2 races today for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy to go. Lead gap is just over 3 seconds. Brian Branson ahead of Maurizio Cilio. There's the battle in the Clios a little bit further back. It is Jack Meakin still leading the Clio class. It's exactly where he wants to be. This is a battle further back in the Clio class. There's the 88 car. No further malfunctions so far, fingers crossed for the High Row Motorsport team. That's running down 7th in class though. This is all playing into the hands of this car. Jack Meakin sharing with Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman, hence Dragon Sports. And they're coming up behind the Golf of Jones and Ellick. This is P11 and P12 overall. Second of the Clios is Anton Spires, sharing with Andreas Georgiou. And third of the Clios, Neville and Coyne. Then the 52 of Gary Smith and James Colburn. James Colburn, the noted historic racer, but does love his Clios. Oh, and that's the Alfa Romeo in trouble. So Barry McMahon has slowed. Problems for the McMahon Motorsport Alpha 156. That's a great shame. It's been a very potent car in Britcar, among other series over the years. It's won the Alfa Romeo Championship as well outright. It was unbeaten over the course of a season a few years ago. That's into the pits, and that could be a retirement, unfortunately. We'll see if Ewan Dunlop, our pit reporter, can catch up with them. There's one of the Clios coming in as well. That's one of the Hyro Motorsport cars, I think. It's the 89 car. That's a second pit stop for 89 Ben Jenkins. So it's all going wrong, unfortunately, for Hyro Motorsport today. Of course, they won't count as mandatory pit stops because the window is not open yet. Harry Hickton running quite a way behind after his earlier stop. And there's our leader. We haven't forgotten the BMW. Brian Branson racing into the clear. Ahead of Maurizio Cilio. He's just over 4 seconds clear of the yellow Ginetta now. And in turn there, 4 seconds clear of Sebastian Dubois in third. Dubois just over half a second ahead of Ian Astley. Car 89, the reason that came back in was a drive-through penalty for Ben Jenkins for a pit lane infringement. Didn't see that come up on the timing screen initially, so thank you Race Control for letting us know there. And I think the safety car is coming out again. Come up on the timing screen, we're going to have the safety car out again, I think. Yes, the SC lights flashing at the Melbourne Loop. So we'll wait to hear the reason why. Dropping down the timing screen is Robin Grimwood, number 50 in the Ginetta, so I think he's come to grief somewhere. So I think it's the number 50 Ginetta that could be bringing the safety car out, the Assetto Motorsport car. So we think, yes, there it is. That is coming out of the Fogarty S's. He's spun into the gravel, Robin Grimwood, facing the wrong way. Looks like that could be end of game for Assetto Motorsports. That's a great shame. He was on the tail of that Ginetta battle towards the front of the field. He's axle deep in the gravel there. It's a great shame for Robin Grimwood on his return to the series. So I'll have to bring the telehandler in there, or the snatch vehicle in marshalling terms. There's 90 seconds until the pit window opens. It always seems to be the way in Britcar Trophy races. The safety car always seems to come out just before the pit window is due to open, every time. Helps the teams out, of course. They lose less time if they pit under the safety car. Thanks for all your comments on YouTube. Plenty of supporters of Dragon Sport and the Renault Clios on there, looking to see them win the title. And with Hyro Motorsport hitting trouble in their Clios early on, it's all playing into their hands at the moment. While the safety car is out and the pit window about to open in about 45 seconds time, we can head down to Ewan in the pits.
Now, it's very, very rare, Dave, as you know, to see a race where Brian and Jazz aren't somewhere near the front of it. Brian's out there right now, got Jazz right here. They usually go for the later pit stops, but Jazz is getting ready. Jazz, what's the tactics today, early or late pit stop?
Well, not really, just got to drive, haven't we?
Oh, okay,
no technical. We're with invitation anyway.
Yeah.
So we're not really chasing any points.
He's having a good time, isn't he, Brian?
Yeah. Car set up right. You know, we've got the car dialed in proper now. So I haven't driven it for a while. So
I mean, it is a super car, isn't it? We see it so often. It's an amazing bit of kit.
It took a bit of time to develop. I think he's got it to the nail now. So so hopefully I haven't driven it for about a year. So it's new to me then again.
As you said, you're not in the championship really. So is it just foot to the floor today?
Sorry, mate.
Just foot to the floor today, having some fun?
Yeah, we're in the classic touring with them too as well later on.
Fantastic. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. There we go. So Brian Branson leading the way right now. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, thanks Ewan. Good to hear from Jaguar, the man who races somewhere every weekend in the UK. He mentions they're in the invitation class today. Normally we'd see them in Jaguar's grey M3, but that car out of action at the moment, so they're in Brian's orange car. There it is leading the race. So that car not scoring points in the championship. So it's Brian Branson leading from Maurizio Silio. Dubois in third. The pit window is now open, so I suspect this time by it's going to be everybody in, pretty much. It's going to be a hive of activity. You saw Jaguar's other car in the pit garage there as well, the turquoise liveried M3. So that'll be out later on. Fastest lap of the race so far has been recorded by Brian Branson, the race leader, 140.273. And as I suspected, everybody in. One car that's had to come in before the window was Charlotte Birch in the Ginetta G40 shared with Louis Hansel. There she is just behind the race leader. So that's made an early stop, but not within the window. Right, who hasn't come in then? Branson stayed out, Dubois has stayed out, one of the Clios is still out there. Edward Cook is still out there in the Honda Civic, and pretty much everybody else has come into the pit lane. It is a short pit window at 10 minutes, but everybody pitting under the safety car. There's Charlotte Birch back in again in the 26 car. That's they'd come in the lap before. Charlotte gets out. Louis Hansel will get in, having come through the ranks of junior racing. He's been racing Honda Civics over the last couple of years, looking to move into TCR touring car racing as well as into GT racing. The Vina Sport Ginetta looking very smart indeed. So, which cars didn't come in? Branson, Dubois, Cook. Brendan Hafner's still out there. Darren Gerhardt's is Clio. The 62 Alex Turnbull Ginetta's still out there. Ben Jenkins' Clio is still out. That's had a couple of stops already, though, before the window opened. Barry McMahon is in as well. That's made it into the pits to check that problem, but has come back in again. Harry Hickton's car is still circulating, but a few laps down. That came in early on with a problem. And the pit, and you notice in the background the Alfa Romeo has gone straight back into the pit garage, so I think that's end of game for the Alfa 156. We'll check up on that with you, and though everybody else is there in pit lane, it's going to be a NASCAR-style race off pit road almost here, but with less flying wheels, hopefully. Robin Grimwood's going again. The marshals have plucked him out of the gravel. And he's lost, how long has he lost? He'd lost about 3 laps there, unfortunately. And he's racing against the telehandler down into the Melbourne hairpin. He's got the inside line. Through he goes. Gets him a good head of speed, that thing, doesn't it? Maurizio Silio wins the race off pit road, if we're talking NASCAR style, ahead of his teammate Marco Anastasi, Callum Noble. The 24 car, which now has Neil Wallace on board, Simon Clark, William Puttergill, and then the first of the Clios. I think that's Rhys Lloyd in the 66. A bit tricky to see the number there in the sunlight. Yes, it is the number 66. Then you've got the Vina Sport Ginetta. That'll now have Louis Hansel on board, as we saw. 92 is now driven by Travis Coyne. That's the 14 Clio. That's now got Andreas Georgiou on board. The rest of the Clios follow out behind. And now we've got to wait for everything to cycle through. There's the 77 TSR Golf. That's Rob Ellick on board that car now. So nearly everybody has now stopped. And just as they all come off pit road, the race gets back underway again. So everybody timed that to perfection, except possibly our race leader, who has now got to pit without the aid of the safety car. So the cars that haven't pitted yet are filling the top 4 positions. Brian Branson, Sebastian Dubois, Edward Cook and Darren Gerhardt. They're the only 4 that haven't come in so far, except for Robin Grimwood, of course, because he's been in the gravel. Brendan Hafner's just come in. Turnbull as well, that's Alex Turnbull, the number 62. And Ben Jenkins is back in to serve his stop as well, to hand over to James Harrison. Let's head down to Ewan in the pits.
Cheers, Dave here with Charlotte Birch in the GP40 Janetta Invitational. Got to do your hair, but you put a hat back on. It's too quick for us. How's your stint?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I haven't raced a Britcar for a while. I haven't done sort of endurance racing for a season now. So, yeah, it's a bit rusty. Sort of when the pit stops came in a lap early. So, little mistakes here and there. But, yeah, we're having a good time.
It's a funny one because you're the Invitational only car in that class. You're effectively winning it. So what is the aim today? Just enjoy yourself and get a bit more experience on the endurance?
Yeah, I think, well, my co-driver, Louis Hounsell, he's never driven rear-wheel drive before. His first time was Friday in pouring wet. So thrown in the deep end properly, especially being here as well. So yeah, it's first proper go in the dry today. So.
And how are conditions now? It's like sun shining, but it's still cold on the track.
Yeah, it's, I think one of the Clios dropped a load of oil out on the racing line. I was following him, so it was a little bit slippy out there. But yeah, obviously it's dry. The braking for the chicane, obviously where the building, sort of the shadow, is still a little bit damp under there. But apart from that, it's pretty dry. Yeah.
Well done. We'll let you go and watch Louis.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. Thank you, Charlotte. Cheers. Thank you. We're going to try and get to our right-hand side here. That is Brian Branson, our race leader, coming in. Can we get this live here? So Jazz Sabra's coming in. He's going out. Oh, there's a bit of... he's not too happy there, Brian Branson, so we might try and get and find out what that's all about. A bit of an argument, but Jazz is going into the car. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, so the leader is in. Sebastian Dubois has come in as well. So the only car that is yet to stop, yeah, Darren Gerhardt has come in the Clio, number 41 as well, to hand over to Jonathan Christie Rundle. So the only car that is yet to stop is Edward Cook in the Honda Civic, number 83, and that's trying to build a lead in Class 3 to try and stay ahead of William Puttergill. So the leading car that has stopped is Maurizio Cilio. So we'll wait to see if Jazz Sapra can get the BMW out in front of him. Otherwise, it will be Cilio who will take the lead. The winner in the pit stops was Marco Anastasi, who's now up to effectively third place in the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. Then Callum Noble's BMW, Simon Clark, Neil Wallace, William Puttergill and Rhys Lloyd. So that's technically the race order now, once the 83 car that we can see here pits. So that's the de facto race leader. I imagine Cook is going to come in this time. There's only 2 minutes of the pit window left. It's Edward Cook. Is he going to pit this time? We'll wait and see, because I think we can hand back down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits.
Cheers, Dave. Well, Jazz is going out behind us in the car number 40. You've got Brian here. Brian, you were leading, but you came in, looked a bit frustrated. What happened?
There's a lot of things I want to say, but obviously we're live, so I can't. But
please don't.
The radio stopped working, so I was unaware that the pit window was open, obviously behind the safety car. And I didn't see any pit boards until I'd obviously come round. The trouble is with, you know, I'm not blaming everything, but like the track, you know, the pit entry is right after the corner, so you don't really get much of a chance to see what's going on the wall before before you go past the entrance. It's just one of them, really. It's just such a shame over something so stupid again. We just seem to sort of have a bit of pot luck when it comes to things like this, to be honest. But yeah, it's no one's fault. It's just one of them things, I think. I don't know what was wrong with it, but I had no radio or nothing throughout the whole race. So
you got a great car, got a great driver. Hopefully you can bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I ain't got a clue where we are now, to be honest with you. I think there was only me and about another 4 other cars what didn't pit, so I suspect we're a good sort of lap or so down. I was going to hang it out, to be honest with you, and you know, maybe see if there was another safety car to kind of then do the pit stop, but because I got no radio, I wasn't aware of how much pit window time or pit window open time we've got left, so I just didn't want to risk it and come in, you know.
Appreciate your time, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks, Brian. So, what can Jazz do? Can he bring it back? Let's find out. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Ewan, and bad luck again for Brian Bransom. The pit-to-car radio failing, so he couldn't see that the pit window had opened and therefore stayed out for an extra lap. He's behind Sebastien Dubois, the car now driven by Jazz Sapra, so we'll see where he comes through. I can tell you Edward Cook has come in. Steve Cook will take over the 83 Honda, and so that's going to hand the lead to Maurizio Silio in the yellow number 47 Ginetta. Now, these two cars showing us 13th and 14th at the moment, but we're just waiting for everything to cycle through on everybody's outlap. Of course, we will wait to see if any pit stop penalties are awarded as well, because if you do make a pit stop shorter than the minimum time, then you can be penalised. We'll wait to see if anybody has fallen foul of that. Seen it quite a few times this season. So your race leader is Maurizio Silio, the yellow number 47 Ginetta. There he is, and he's got his teammates Marco Anastasi right behind him, the two Sicilian-born drivers. They're based in Scotland. They run a sim racing and gaming business, these two. For Dayton Motorsport, they're 1 and 2, and 1 and 2 line astern on the road. It's Simon Clark's Porsche, the Class 2 car, in third place, with these another 12 seconds down the road. Callum Noble's BMW is fourth, then Neil Wallace in the car taken over from Ian Astley is in fifth, the number 24 Ginetta for SVG Motorsports. William Puttergill's Honda is in sixth place, and he leads Class 3, so keeping his title hopes alive. Who's leading the Clio class? Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin, so it's all playing into their hands for the overall championship at the moment, the Clio. Behind them is the number 92, that's their teammates Alex Neville and Travis Coyne, and completing the top 10, the Jones and Ellick Golf in Class 3, and Anton Spires, Andreas Georgiou. It's Georgiou at the wheel of that car now. They round out the top 10, the third of the Clios. We'll see where the Cook family have slotted back in. They're on their outlap at the moment. See where the number 83 car slots in. It looks like Dubois and Sapra are down to 12th and 13th, and there's 18 minutes of this race still to go. And the leader is coming in. I think that it's got a pit lane penalty for a short stop. The leader has been given a stop-go penalty, a 2-second stop-go penalty for the 47, so Marco Anastasi assumes the lead. Car 183 William Puttergill has got a stop-go as well, and number 19 Callum Noble as well. Puttergill is a 1-second stop-go there. Silio, 2-second stop-go penalty. Back out he goes, but that's kiboshed his chance of victory. And Marco Anastasi looking for what I think could be his first ever overall victory in the Britcar Trophy, sponsored by ROWE Motor Oils. There's a drive-through penalty as well for car number 24. Number 24 is, if you look down the timing screen, that's the Wallace and Astley car. So another front-running car has got a penalty. That's a drive-through. So Marco Anastasi leads. Simon Clark in the Porsche will be up into second. Will Puttergill has come in to serve his stop-go penalty. That's for a short pit stop under the minimum time. He's gone back out, so has Silio. We'll see where they slot back in. There's Simon Clark. He's now second, and Callum Noble has got a penalty, I'm told, as well by race control for a short pit stop. So we'll see how long that penalty is as well. We haven't had notification of how long that is yet. There is Noble just behind Steve Cook in the 83 on the Civic. 183, of course, is Will Puttergill. 24 of Neil Wallace has got to come in as well and serve a drive-through. So thanks to race control, thanks to TSL timing as well. There's the leading Clio, number 66, Rhys Lloyd now at the wheel. They're looking good to head for the championship. There is, of course, another race to go later on. Just under 16 minutes remaining of this one. Incident aplenty so far. The Alfa Romeo, I think, has retired. That's back in its pit garage, Barry McMahon. Just a couple of Clios, a lot of laps down. The Tate and House car after it went off, bringing out the safety car early on. Harry Hickton had problems early on with his Clio as well, the 22, the Sim Dynamics car. Robin Grimwood's a couple of laps down as well after his off at the chicane. So a few cars that have hit problems. Callum Noble's come in to serve his penalty. And car number 50 has got a stop-go penalty as well. Car 50 is Robin Grimwood. A 6-second stop-go penalty. I would imagine that's for a short pit stop as well, but Grimwood's well down the order anyway after his off into the gravel. So Marco Anastasi leads. He's 15 seconds near enough clear of Simon Clark's Porsche. There's the car that was leading until that mix-up over the pit stop. And Brian Bransom's car, now driven by Jazz Sapra, is in 13th place. Because it would have been ideal to pit under the safety car, but he was the first car round. And because his radio wasn't working, didn't know the pit window had opened. There was an incident, I think it was earlier this season at Silverstone, where that crew missed the pit window altogether and ended up being penalised. Class 3 is now being led by the Golf as a result of that penalty for William Puttergill, with Rob Ellick on board. Mark Jones started the Golf. Look at that, number 77. Looks great, doesn't it? The TSR Performance VW Golf Mark 5. It's passing one of the Clios there. They've had a lot of bad luck this year, the TSR Performance team, so a class win would be welcome, but William Puttergill will try his hardest because he's looking to keep his chances of the championship alive and win the Class 3 championship as well. The Golf is third in the points. Mark Jones and Rob Ellick driving today. We've also seen Anthony Rogers and Finn Jones take turns in that car this year. There's the 41 Clio. That's Jonathan Christie-Rundle now at the wheel. Darren Gerhardt started that car. And the Vinner Sport Ginetta, Louis Hounsell. Bit of a baptism of fire. First time driving a rear-wheel drive car this weekend, as Charlotte Birch told us earlier, his co-driver. There's Puttergill, looking to win the Class 3 championship in the Canter Holland sponsored Civic. I can tell you the number 88 Clio is currently only 6th in class, the Tucker and Coates car. So it's all looking very good indeed for Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin. They're actually up into 5th place overall as a result of penalties for a few of the other front runners. They've just got a black and white flag for driving standards as well. There's the leader, Marco Anastasi, the Sicilian-born driver. He's pulling away from Simon Clark's Porsche. The Ginetta with the advantage in these dry conditions. He's lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Porsche. Maurizio Celio, after his penalty, is still there in third. Behind this man, Simon Clark. About 8.5 seconds back, Maurizio Celio, after that stop-go penalty. It may only be a 2-second penalty, of course, but you've got to factor in the time getting in and out of the pits on the limiter. Neil Wallace and Ian Astley are fourth, and we saw them receive a penalty as well, a drive-through penalty. But they're only showing as having been into the pits once, so Neil Wallace hasn't taken that penalty yet, I don't think. Fifth is the Clio of Meakin and Lloyd. That's going amazingly well. 30 seconds behind the top four, though. Callum Noble 6th after his penalty. Jones and Alex Golf 7th. Then Puttergill is 8th. Dubois is up to 9th. The Ginetta has just taken Alex Neville's Clio. It's great how evenly matched this field is. The little Renault Clios, the big GT cars, and all the other big saloons in between. Lock up there from one of the Clios. That's the 22 car. That's Harry Hickton in the Sim Dynamics car. Had a few problems early on. Had to make an extra pit visit and lost a couple of laps. He's 5 laps down at the moment. Just under 11 minutes to go now. Nice to compare and contrast some of the car's sounds. Quieter sound of the Clio, the sharp exhaust of the Civic there as well. The rumble of the Ginetta. Neil Wallace has now come in. He served his drive-through penalty, I can tell you, as Sebastien Dubois making a move on Louis Hounsell there. And just behind him is William Puttigill. So Puttigill and Dubois, that's for position, I think. So he's reeled in past the Civic. Big roar of the Golf there from our pit wall camera. Here's a nice little group. Have a listen to this lot. Some induction noise of the BMW M3, and I see a flashing yellow light on the gantry there. That means I think we've got another safety car. Now this is going to change things once again. We've got a Clio off. It's the... Is that the 88 again? It's either 88 or 89. I think that's Andy Tucker that's gone off. Got himself going again. That's one of our championship contenders. They've had everything go wrong in this race. And safety car is on track. I can tell you it's picked up Marco Anastasi. Now, I think that's the only reason that we could have had a safety car was that Clio. So he's dug himself out of wherever he'd gone off, Andy Tucker. As it was the 88 car. So at present, it certainly looks as though the championship is heading to Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin in the 66, but we'll wait to confirm that after race 2. They will have, if they win the class here, they'll have a 15-second success penalty to be served at their pit stop. It's for your top 3 in your class. If you finish in race 1 in first place, you get a 15-second penalty. Second is 10 seconds, third is 5 seconds for race 2 to be served at your pit stop. We notice here that this has allowed Maurizio Cilio to catch Simon Clark, so I think that Ginetta is going to be right on the back of the Porsche for second place on this restart. As Clark had the advantage in the wet at Snetterton last time out. The safety car is coming in this time. The lights have gone out on top of the BMW. Speaking of BMWs, Jazz Sapra has climbed back up into 10th place. He's only a couple of seconds off William Puttigill for 9th. Clio's scattered everywhere through the order. It's been a change for 5th overall. Callum Noble has taken Rhys Lloyd. About to go back to green flag racing with 7 minutes of the race to go. Okay, here we go then. Pack is unleashed, and you can see Cilio can't pass the back marker there until he's crossed the start-finish line, the timing line, but now he'll go after that Porsche for second place, straight past the Clios. So Anastasi leads Clark by 5.7 seconds. Marco Anastasi looking good here for a first Britcar Trophy outright success, I believe. Here comes the Porsche. He's got Clios to cut his way past, and there's Cilio, the yellow car behind him. He'll be looming in the mirror of the Porsche 997 Carrera very shortly. Weight distribution was an advantage for the 911 997 at Snetterton as well, because of course the engine being over the rear wheels, that rear engine machine gave him better traction, and he was able to beat the Ginettas. They want revenge this time, I think. Here comes Cilio, double winner at Donington Park earlier in the season, the Italian. Will he get him here on exhibition straights? One of the Clios trying to move out of the way there. That's the number 52 with James Colburn on board. They get past him, no problem. Not quite, the Ginetta not quite up with the Porsche at the moment though. Marco Anastasi looks to be heading for victory. Simon Clark up there, can he take another scalp in second place away from the Ginetta hordes? He's had a fantastic season with his Porsche. Prepared by County Classics. And there is Cilio in third. He'll be rueing that stop-go penalty. Neil Wallace still fourth after taking a drive-through penalty, and Callum Noble had a penalty as well. He's fifth. Sixth is the leading Clio of Lloyd and Meakin. Then the Jones-Ellick VW Golf with Rob Ellick now on board is in seventh. They lead Class 3. Sebastian Dubois is eighth. William Puttergill ninth, and Jazz Sapra is 10th. There's Robin Grimwood. He's going again after his problems earlier on. He's down in 21st place. Lost some 3 laps being dug out of the gravel. So except for cars that have suffered problems, the last runner is number 62, Alex Turnbull's Ginetta. He's 3 laps down. Only one non-runner at the moment, though, which is the Alfa Romeo 156. That looks to have retired. Hopefully we'll see it back out in race 2. Hopefully the team can repair. It's the battle for second. Clark against Cilio. Just under 4 minutes of the race, so only a couple more laps to go now for Marco Anastasi. He's all set to win at Donington. Cilio thought about a look there, runs the nose a bit wide through the Melbourne hairpin. Coming up towards Goddard's. See what the lead gap is. Anastasi's just completed his 24th lap. Porsche hangs on. Yeah, Cilio had to back off there in the middle of Goddard. That's unsettled the Ginetta a little. Lead gap is 9.3 seconds, so I don't think they're going to catch Marco Anastasi. Clark in second, Cilio still third. They're well clear of Neil Wallace in fourth place in the car shared with Ian Astley. The biggest smiles, though, are going to be on the faces of the 66 crew of Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin for Dragon Sports. As they're going to win the Clio class, their rivals, the 88 car, only 7th in class. And they're going to be pretty much with one hand on the championship trophy. William Puttergill is only 2nd in Class 3. Here comes Maurizio Cilio. This is the main battle at the moment for second place. Can the Porsche hang on? 2.5 minutes to go. Through Coppice. Getting closer and closer. Here they come. It's in the slipstream of the Porsche. That big smiling front grille will be looming in his mirrors. Great looking car, the Ginetta G56. Up against the classic shape of the Porsche 911. This is a 997 Carrera for Simon Clark. Still can't find a way through. Anastasi goes over the line. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. 25 completed. There is our leader for Dayton Motorsports, Marco Anastasi. Took the lead when Maurizio Cilio suffered that penalty. Oh, big cloud of smoke. That's Steve Cook. The 83 car has gone up in smoke. Hope he's not dropping oil. He needs to pull that over if he's dropping fluid. That's the 83 car. That's their hopes of success in Class 3 gone. Still Cilio all over the back of Simon Clark. Class 3 is being led by Jones and Ellick in the Golf, while the Cooks were all but out of contention for any class success, down in 3rd in class. And now that their hopes are quite literally cooked. Need to be careful in case there's any fluid down from that car, the Honda Civic, and Clark did run a bit wide there coming out of Coppice. Yep, Steve Cook has pulled the Civic into the pits. That could be the end of their day. We'll see if they're back out in race 2. This is where we saw that smoke, so maybe there's oil down coming out of the Fogarty S's. I hope there's not. They're coming round to start the final lap this time, I think. We'll just get one more lap in here for Marco Anastasi. Can Simon Clark hang on ahead of Maurizio Silio for another lap? Sebastien Dubois has taken P6 from Rhys Lloyd, but Rhys won't mind. He's going to win the Clio class. The second Clio is down in P11 overall. Into the last lap we go then. Jazz Sapra's taken William Puttigill as well for P9. Puttigill's second in Class 3. He needed a class win here to keep his championship hopes alive. It's looking increasingly likely that with one race to go later on, it is going to be Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin who will certainly put one hand each on the trophy for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship for 2023. Marco Anastasi is going to win the race in the Ginetta. He's down in 7th overall in the championship, second in Class 1. Up the inside, Silio's having a look. The Porsche goes a bit wide at McLean's. This is Silio's opportunity. He's going to have the inside line for Coppis. He's through. Nicely done, Maurizio Silio. And it's Dayton Motorsports Italian pairing 1 and 2. Now, is the Porsche going to fight back? Simon Clark, he's the only runner in his class, so he knows he's going to win the class, but he wants second overall. He's got him back again. Now, see, he's got the overlap. Take that, he says to Maurizio Silio. Good driving by Simon Clark. He's got the winning bug after that victory at Snetterton. It's going to be a win for Marco Anastasi. We watch these two fighting for second. Great little battle here between these two. But it's going to be a win for Marco Anastasi. Here he comes out of the final corner, weaves across the line, takes the flag. Marco Anastasi wins race 1 at Donington in the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta. Now, who is going to be second? We're about to come over the line now. And it's the Porsche that comes home in second place. Silio third. Fourth place is going to go to Neil Wallace in the car started by Ian Astley. That'll be a 5-second penalty for them for race 2. It'll be 15 seconds for Anastasi, 10 for Silio. It will be Callum Noble in 5th position in the BMW. There he is over the line. Sebastien Dubois will be 6th. Then there's a bit of lap traffic, a few Clios behind him, but it's a yellow and white Clio we're looking for. That's the Class 3 Golf of Jones and Ellick. That's slowed up a bit. Here comes Jazz Sapra. He will come in 7th place, but 8th place goes to Rhys Lloyd, a very important class win in the car started by Jack Meakin. They know their rivals well out of contention. They have taken provisionally 6th place in Class Clio. So I think that all but makes Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin the champions. They'll confirm it in race 2, but I think they're almost there by my calculations. The Ginetta G40 Cup class, that's going to be won by Brendan Hafner, and that should seal him the class championship there in the Raceway Motorsport Ginetta. It's a bit wide out of the final corner, but he takes the checkered flag. Just a couple of cars not running at the end of that race as well. It is Marco Anastasi who takes the win. We didn't quite get a Dayton Motorsport 1-2 due to the tenacity of Simon Clark in that Class 2 Porsche. Great fight there with Maurizio Silio in the closing stages. Marco Anastasi it is who provisionally takes the win in the number 4 Ginetta G56 GTA for Dayton Motorsports. Second place for Simon Clark and third for Maurizio Silio. Confirm the full provisional results in a moment. Callum Noble completing the top 5 there. Sebastien Dubois wins the invitation class in 6th place ahead of Branson and Sapra. And Jack Meakin and Rhys Lloyd have an important victory in the Clio class. Class 3 goes to Jones and Ellick. They slowed a bit on the final lap in the Golf, but they still take the class win. And then William Puttergill second in class. Then it was Coyne and Neville, Colburn and Smith, Spires and Georgiou, Birch and Hounsell take the Class 3 invitation win. Behind them, Brendan Hafner wins the Ginetta G40 Cup. Then Harrison and Jenkins, Tucker and Coates, championship contenders, only 17th and 6th in the Clio class. And Christy Rundle showing with Gearhart's. The other finishers, Turnbull, Grimwood and Higton. Tate and House were the final finisher in their Clio, because of course we lost the Cook family Civic and McMahon's Alfa Romeo with mechanical issues. We'll wait to hand down to Ewan Dunlop shortly then to talk to the drivers in Parc Ferme. And that's, I think, almost done it for Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Another decent result in their class later on will confirm them as the champions.
Cheers, Dave, here in Parc Ferme. All these cars coming in, it's an absolute joy. If you're a car enthusiast and you want to be at Donington next year, make sure you are here. You can be literally by the side of this ridge here and watch these cars just come in, humming, making these beautiful noises. Our winner, race winner, Marco Astani. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
How was the race for you?
It was fun. It was good enough. Great conditions today. After testing on Friday, wasn't that great, to be fair. Really, really nice. Yeah. Car setup was perfect. So thanks to my team, Dayton. Yeah. Had some fun. Yeah.
It looked like once you were in the lead, it was like nobody was really going to catch you. You looked really comfortable. The car looked fantastic.
It really helps to have free road in front of you. It was just a really nice Sunday drive.
And a couple of safety cars too. Didn't disrupt you?
Yeah, not too much. No, it was par for the course.
Congratulations. One more race to go this afternoon. Any changes to the car at all, or just keep it as is?
Definitely not at all. No, the car is a doddle. It's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Again, thank you very much
Well
to the
done.
team. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. We'll try and speak to second place finisher Simon Clark. Oh, here he is. The car was still running there. Simon, great racing, well done.
Thank you, yeah, it was really good fun. Enjoyed that.
How did you find it with the safety cars, the sort of interruptions and the pit stops?
I was a bit gutted when the safety car came out the second time, because I'd like gapped just in the pit stop, so I was like, I knew there was a Gen S coming after me, but I thought we'd done the maths and it was like, yeah, might be able to keep this. So yeah, when the safety car came out, I was like, oh no, but yeah, it was good. I mean, it probably helped actually, because the car struggles with its tyres just because of the weight of it. So actually, it probably was in our favour that we had a couple of pauses.
Nice little battle at the end there too.
Yeah, it was great. We've got our title sponsor for me, all the other sponsors as well here. We've got a big box of guests up at the Goddard Suite, so it was great to do that along the back straight in full view. So I'd like to make it a bit of a spectacle.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
One more race to come today as well. Mr. Scagliozzi, let's have a chat with him. Was in a few several positions, and we'll jump in very quickly. Maurizio, congratulations.
Not really. It was an easy win, but I stop and go penalty was something I need to look into, because my timer was telling me that pit stop was on time, so I need to investigate.
So we think with race 2 later, nail on for the win then, are you?
Well, I don't think anything anymore. We need to fix the timer to begin with, I guess.
Okay.
And hopefully.
Well, the car looked absolutely fantastic though.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you. Right, we've got one more race to come before lunch. It is, of course, the pre-66s. We had a great chat with a guy called Tim earlier on. It was actually yesterday. We'll jump to that now before our second race for the pre-66s. And now on to our pre-66s this weekend. And one car I want us to focus on is the number 83 by Tim Dodwell. Now, the story behind this car, Tim, is you've owned it since new. First, one careful owner. Yep. You've driven it to the racetrack as you do every race event. Yep. And from North Devon as well.
Well, yeah, no, it's actually South Somerset.
South Somerset, it's not far from North Devon.
No, 1 mile away from Dorton, yeah.
Tell us a bit about the car. You've clearly loved it for a very long time.
Yes, very much so. Had a lot of fun with it.
And racing this weekend in the pre-66s. Let's forget qualifying. It didn't go particularly well, but that doesn't matter.
No,
it's more about the car.
It's too dry. for me. If it's wet, then that's when, you know, I have a chance.
And you say when it's wet, it's like a bit greasy right now. You're looking forward to the race?
It could be, yeah, it could be in my favour. So, yeah.
And
but I prefer really wet, you know, like they did at midday.
Yeah,
that's when I really, you know, I shine there.
We've got fingers crossed for a downpour in the pre-66s. This just squeezes in, built in 1965. Yeah. Just tell us a very brief history of the car that you've owned.
Well, owned it since new. 67 I started competing. Basically I had an argument with somebody in our motor club. He said an Imp was quicker than my Mini Cooper, and I said no, Mini Cooper's quicker. So we entered an autocross just for the hell of it. And yes, the Mini was the quicker one of the two. And then the bug that was it. I was hooked, and progressed through sprints, hill climbs, rallies, autocross, right up to circuit racing, which I started in '72, and here we are now, a few years later.
From '72 to 2023, and just like that, really. And the love for it's never left you, has it?
No, not at all. But the only problem is I do realise I'm eccentric. I insist on driving my cars to the track, and therefore you cannot have full race engines, and you can't have perspex windows and all that. So,
what would an ideal weekend this weekend look like?
Ideal weekend is to have people to compete against, and I mean the cream would be to beat them, yes, but to have people to compete against, and that's all.
So it's a pleasure to see the car, a pleasure to talk to you, and good luck this weekend.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right.
The car number 83, driven to the track, one careful owner, Tim Dodwell, look out for it, and let's go pre-66 racing.
Celebrating one of British motorsport's real unsung heroes there. Tim Dodwell, in my opinion, needs a testimonial meeting. What a legend. And the good news is he is on the grid for our second race for the Pultec Classic Race Engines pre-66 touring cars. This grid based on the results of yesterday's race. James Everard took the first overall win for his Alfa Romeo Sprint, and he's on pole alongside Barry Syme, the Scotsman, in his Mini. Well, the Mini on row 2, Philip House alongside this year's champion, Billy Keneally, in his Ford Anglia. Row 3, another Anglia, Kevin Swan, and James Mr. Sideways Ibbotson in his Hillman Imp Super. Row 4 is Pat Keneally Senior in his Cortina alongside Jake Swan in his Ford Anglia, Swan Jr., son of Kevin, in his very smart Anglia. Row 5, the gorgeous Ford Mustang of Ant Astley alongside Ed Gibbs in his Anglia. Row 6 is a Morris Minor, Jim Henshaw, number 96, alongside Austin A40, Paul Clayton, number 62. On row 7, another Morris Minor, that's of number 90, Patrick Harris, alongside the A40 of Anthony Warnes, number 66. On row 8 we have 168 Keith Wright, he's in a Lotus Cortina, and number 53 Stuart Radford in his Triumph Vitesse. Tim Dodwell is on row 9 with the Mini that we've just heard about. Alongside him should be Michael Foley in his Lotus Cortina, the number 6 car, but I'm not sure if that car's out. Had some engine trouble yesterday. We do have, though, I'm pleased to say, Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang on row 10. He failed to start yesterday's race, pulled off on the green flag lap, but the Mustang is there, and he'll be coming through the field. Hopefully Michael Loveland's there as well. He failed to start yesterday's race in the Hillman Imp. At the back of the grid, 2 cars that have swapped drivers. John Davies takes over from twin brother Michael in the family Mini, and Brian Bedford takes over from Steve Evans in the Austin A40. Because they've swapped drivers, they will have to start from the back of the grid. Okay, so the car's just heading down into the Melbourne hairpin now. There is Tim Dodwell. Yeah, he definitely needs a celebration meeting. Over 50 years of circuit racing, and his competition career, as we heard, goes even further back than that. In his road-going Mini, he'll be driving home to Somerset in that car this evening. Behind him is Piers Grange, the Ford Mustang. Michael Loveland's there, the Hillman Imp. That failed to get off the grid yesterday. Michael Foley, however, is not. Yeah, I thought his Lotus Cortina may not be there. Some engine problems yesterday put him out of the race. Don Davies and Brian Bedford at the back. So it looks like we're just missing the 1 car. Piers Grange, already seen him win this morning in the Blue Oval Saloon Series with his Mark II Escort, out in his other classic Ford here this weekend. Look at the size of that Mustang. failed to start yesterday, so starting from the back today, but on pole position, the orange and yellow Alfa Romeo of James Everard. That car took its first ever overall win yesterday. Oh, the other Mustang's pulled off. Ant Astley's pulled off onto the grass on the left of the screen there. So we've gained one Mustang, we've lost another by the look of it. There he is up against the barrier. Barry Syme in the blue Mini completes the front row. We've got Philip House on row 2 with his Mini alongside this year's champion Billy Keneally in the Ford Anglia. Ant Astley getting out of the car right opposite my commentary box on the far side of the grid. A beautiful black Ford Mustang, so a last-minute hitch for Ant, a man from Cornwall. He's got a long journey home tonight as well. Now, is the race going to get underway? Yeah, the green flag is shown by the marshal over by the barrier, so we are going to get the race underway. The revs are up, the red lights are on. There's another car pulling to one side, one of the Austin A40s, but the race does get underway. And down towards the first corner we go. I think that's Anthony Warnes that may have pulled off there, the 66 car. And another one of the Minis going off onto the grass, that's John Davies. Tim Dodwell was a bit slow away, and it's Billy Keneally round the outside from the second row of the grid, has charged into the lead. It was a poor start by Barry Syme in the blue Mini, and it's Keneally who's got the lead. Now, I don't think he's yet taken an overall win. He's already won the championship this season, but that's on class wins rather than overall victories. So Everard in second place, it's Pat Keneally in third, or is it? Because here comes Philip House in his Mini having a look down the inside. Running wide there, Ed Gibbs in the number 102 Anglia. He's bouncing like Zebedee over the gravel there. Well, the Anglia did do a bit of rallying in its time. Michael Loveland there, the white Hillman imp, attacking one of the Morris Minors. It's Billy Keneally that shows in front then from Everard in second place. Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina. Hopefully he's not going to have a repeat of the Snetterton meeting when he lost a wheel and was out for the weekend. Then it's Philip House, the ex-VW Cup racer with his Mini. He's done some racing in a Lotus Cortina. He's here chasing a Lotus Cortina. Then Barry Syme, the Scotsman, in fifth place in his Mini, the ex-single-seater racer. And behind him is another of the Ford Anglias. That's Kevin Swan in the white car, his son Jake in the black one behind him. Barry Syme goes to the inside and goes through up into fourth position. Been a change for the lead. James Everard has taken over from Billy Keneally. Here comes Barry Syme, throws the Mini down the inside. Keneally's gone wide, he's down to fourth, and Pat Keneally understeers wide there. Oh, they're all changing positions there. I don't know what order this lot are going to come out in for second place. 3 wide for third. I think it's Barry Syme. Yes, he's up to second. Billy Keneally's third. Philip House fourth. Pat Keneally is fifth. Right, we got there in the end. Okay, they come round to complete the first lap then, and in the midst of all that, James Everard's escaped into the lead. What is Pat Keneally doing here? I know he used to race lightning rods at Arena Essex, and he's used to putting a wheel on the shale occasionally, but he's throwing that car around like he used to do his Ford Sierra. Up the inside, here comes Philip House. He takes Billy Keneally in the Anglia for P3. Behind this lot, we've got the Swans in their Anglias. Kevin ahead of Jake. Jake leading the guest class. He's not registered for the full championship, but only just finished building his Anglia before the Snetterton meeting. And next in the order, I think it's James Ibbotson leading Class E in the Hillman Imp. If it was wet, he'd probably be leading. Okay, Ed Gibbs, after that moment at the old hairpin last time around, has brought his Anglia into the pits, presumably for a change of underwear, after that little moment. James Everard continues to lead, going for the double in his Alfa Romeo. Barry Syme in second place. He had an overall win at Brands Hatch in the wet earlier this season. There is Jake Swan. He's beautifully turned out black Anglia. Only the second meeting for that car. A little puff of smoke there as he goes through Coppice. Hope that's not a sign of mechanical woes. Down towards the Fogarty S's they come. Philip House has a look, trying to attack Barry Syme for second place. It was Anthony Warnes, the A40 that pulled up at the start. He's now made it into the pits. There was James Ibbotson in the Shrigley Engineering powered Hillman Imp Super. Drives that car on the road occasionally as well. It is a road registered imp as Philip House goes through at the Melbourne Loop for second place, past Barry Syme in his Mini. Shares that car with his father Jimmy in a number of historic events, including the Masters Pre-66 Minis. He's raced that car at Goodwood as well. Tucked in behind Philip House. There's Billy Keneally fourth. Running wide there is Pat Keneally again, and look at Piers Grange coming up on this group as well. He's got ahead of Ibbotson now, the power of the Mustang telling as he closes down the smaller Fry ahead of him. Austin Mini leads Morris Mini. Philip House is in an Austin. And Barry Symes, a Morris Cooper. It's Alfa Romeo, Mini, Anglia, Lotus Cortina, then 2 more Anglias, then the Mustang. Contrasts in Ford here in the top 10 at Donington Park. As soon as they hit the straight, that Mustang's going to fire past like a bullet past these 2 Anglias. Piers Grange, vast amount of experience in Classic 4s, the PRG trailers man. Next through is James Ibbotson. He leads Class E. Michael Loveland's got his input behind him as well, but a few seconds further back. And look at Jake Swan sideways there in his Anglia, trying to emulate James Ibbotson. Up towards Coppice they go. Just under 10 minutes to go, so plenty of laps to go yet. So here comes Piers Grange. He's got past Jake Swan coming out of Coppice there. His next target is Kevin Swan, the father and son pairing in their Anglias, based in Cambridgeshire. There's Billy Keneally. He's already taken the title in his Anglia. And there's Pat Keneally, his father. In the Lotus Cortina, he's all set to take the Class F title for the Lotus Cortinas, the class dedicated just to Colin Chapman's finest. The inside, Grange monsters past Kevin Swan, but outbreaks himself slightly. He'll just get his boot down the straight though, and he'll soon pull safely ahead of the Anglia. Looking at the points, Class A, I think has already been won by Alan Greenall in his Ford Falcon, who we saw out at Snetterton. I don't think Grange and Astley will catch him with a non-score each this weekend, so I think Alan Greenall will take Class A. The Class B title has already been won by Stuart Radford in the Triumph Vitesse. Class C by Billy Keneally, he's won the overall title. In Class D, Luke Wilson could have caught Brian Bedford there, but not out this weekend. So if Brian Bedford gets a decent result here, it's going to be close between Brian Bedford and Jim Henshaw for Class D in the Morris Minor, but I think Bedford will just about do enough, although he shares with Steve Evans, who raced yesterday, so Brian Bedford only 1 race this weekend. We'll have to check on Class D a bit later. Class E, with James Ibbotson having missed a couple of rounds, looks like Michael Loveland is going to take the title there. I think that... Oh, is that Tim Dodwell out of the race? It is indeed. Now, that could have, if that car's broken down, that could have implications on him getting home tonight. I hope he can fix that car in time to drive back to Somerset. Lives in Wellington in Somerset. We were going through the class points, weren't we? There was only a point in it coming into this weekend between Pat Keneally and Keith Wright for the Lotus Cortina title. With Pat having a couple of good results, he's going to take the Class F title. There's our champion, Billy Keneally. The Minis battling ahead of him. It looks like Barry Syme has got through into 2nd place. It's still Everard who leads, and Pat Keneally has lost out to the Mustang of Piers Grange. He's got half the race, just over half the race left to catch our leaders. Here comes the Mustang. He's got Billy Keneally in his sights for P4 now. Could we see a win from the back for the Mustang? Jake Swan attacking his dad Kevin. The battle of the Anglias at the back of the shop there. And 7.5 minutes left on the clock, so we're at half distance. Or as a certain commentator once said, with half the race gone, there is half the race still to go. And a few days ago, said commentator would have celebrated his 100th birthday. Happy birthday, Murray Walker. There's Jim Henshaw in the Morris Minor, and he's now lost out to Brian Bedford, so I think Brian is going to seal the Class D title in the Austin A40, the greenish coloured car. Although Jim Henshaw fights back and retakes the lead, so we'll have to go to the calculators and work out who's going to win Class D this year for the smaller capacity cars, the Morris Minors and the A40s. The Hillman Imps running Class E, of course, for the 1 litre engine cars. This is the fight for Class D lead and 12th place overall behind John Davies, who came through from the back in his Mini. So they've lost a couple of cars. Tim Dodwell we saw parked up, and Astley never got going. He's talking to a couple of spectators just opposite my commentary box at the moment, explaining to them what's happened. Anthony Warnes and Ed Gibbs have dropped out of the race as well. James Everard continues to lead. He's just under a second clear of Barry Syme, but Barry Syme has just done the quickest lap of the race, 156.535. Jake Swan trying to make a move to pass his father Kevin for 7th position. Family ties clearly being ditched here. The black Anglia chasing the white example. Of course, wasn't just in touring cars that the Ford Anglia was famous. It was, I believe, John Fitzpatrick took one of these to the British Saloon title in the 60s. But in hot rod racing, the great George Polly was the leading exponent in Anglias. But never mind that, because look at the way Barry Syme is going. He's reeled in James Everard. I said he'd just done the fastest lap of the race, and he's got that Alfa Romeo in his sights. James Everard comes from Hull, Barry Syme from near Glasgow, so they both got long trips home today. Barry Syme flinging that Mini around, just how John Rhodes would drive one. You don't use the brakes in a classic Mini, you slide it and use the tyres to scrub off speed. Philip House still there in 3rd place, the number 5. Now, he was originally listed as a guest class driver, but he's on the timing screen as Class C, so the top 4 all in Class C. Piers Grange in Class A for the big V8 engine cars. He's the only car running in Class A, so he'll win the class. He's in P5. Is he going to catch our top 4? There's our Class B champion this year. Indeed, the only entry in Class B this year has been the powder blue liveried number 53 Triumph Vitesse, the car of Stuart Radford. Used to campaign a Mark 1 Triumph 2000 in this series, more famous as a rally car. The Vitesse, of course, the coupe version of the Triumph Herald. Just under 4 minutes of the race to go now. Stuart Radford is currently down in 16th place at the tail of the field. Jim Henshaw's lost a few places as well further back. He lost time on that previous lap. He's lost about 10 seconds, and Patrick Harris and Keith Wright have got ahead of him. Keith Wright, the second of the Lotus Cortinas. Of course, 3 here this weekend, but Michael Foley failed to start this race. Now, back with our leaders. What can Barry Syme do? Can he catch James Everard and get through into the lead? Alfa Romeo versus Mini for the lead. A battle we didn't see all that often in the British Saloon Car Championship. Of course, Mini's won the title in the early 60s a few times. We ride on board with one of the Morris Miners here. That's Patrick Harris. There are the leaders through the old hairpin. These two are 4 seconds clear of Philip House. There's the red Mini. Now, is he being reeled in by Piers Grange? Look at Barry Syme there, 4-wheel drifting his Mini through McLean's corner. Oh, is that a puff of smoke from the Alfa Romeo there? Was that tyre smoke? Oh no, I don't think it is. That Alfa Romeo's in trouble. I can see smoke there as he comes down the exhibition straight. Well, Alfa Romeos, they have a reputation for being fast but fragile. That was definitely not tyre smoke I saw there as they came out of Coppice. Piers Grange is reeling them in. There's Piers Grange. Now, is that Alfa Romeo in problems? Here they are, they're still nose to tail. Let's have a look as he comes into Goddard's. It looks okay at the moment. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so they're going into the final lap at this time. Barry Syme looking for somewhere to make a move on the Alfa Romeo and pick up an overall win and a class win as well. Through Redgate, yeah, you can see just a little bit of smoke. It's trailing there, the Alfa Romeo, but nothing too serious, I don't think. We're on board with James Everard as he heads towards the Craner curves. Just trying to keep a cool head here. He knows Barry Syme is there, buzzing around on his tail. A little bit crossed up through the Craner curves, down the gearbox, into the old hairpin. Great view of this spectacular Donington layout from James Everard's Alfa Romeo Sprint GT. But can he hold off the Mini of the Flying Scotsman behind him? Through McLean's. Tension beginning to mount now. Where is Barry going to try and make his move? It's a very long gear change you can see there on the Alfa Romeo. Towards the exhibition straight. You can see there the second apex at Coppit is virtually blind as you come over the crest. Towards the Fogarty S's for the last time. Clock has counted down to 0. Through the chicane. Is he going to be able to hang on, or is there going to be a dive down the inside? You saw James Everard glance to his right there. Here comes Syme, he knows the move is coming. Barry Syme up the inside. He's going to force the issue. He's through. Oh, brilliant from Barry Syme. He waited until the Melbourne loop for the last time. Now, can he hold it? Is the Alfa Romeo going to lunge back up the inside? He's going for it. He's going for it. A big lock up. The Alfa's going to slide wide on the exits. Oh, he's outbraked himself. The Mini back up the inside. And Barry Syme is going to pinch the win. What a brilliant last bend, last couple of bends. Syme wins it. Everard second. That was superb. James Everard just went for everything into the last corner there. But he knew he wouldn't quite get the Alfa Romeo stopped. Look, he didn't slide straight on into the barrier. And Barry Syme slips up back up the inside to pinch the win. Third goes to Philip House in the Mini. Look at these two in their anklets. Jake and Kevin Swan, they've been showboating all the way round. They complete their season. Be great to see them both do the full championship next year. James Ibbotson comes across the line to win Class E, but I think the class title is going to go to Michael Loveland with second place. Stuart Radford has already wrapped up the Class B title. He comes home in the Triumph. Piers Grange also got the fastest lap there on the last lap as well. Well, Billy Keneally has settled for 5th and 4th in class, but he's already won the championship for this year in his Anglia. His dad Pat finished behind him. There's Michael Loveland just ahead of John Davies in his Mini over the line. And next home should be Brian Bedford, with Jim Henshaw only 3rd in class. I think Brian Bedford, subject to final calculations, will do enough to win the Class D championship for this year as well. We're on board with Patrick Harris, who's... is that Jim Henshaw ahead of us? In fact, I caught a glimpse of a black Morris Minor, so I think Henshaw's got back into second place. The thing's changing all the time in Class D. We're on board with Patrick Harris, the former champion. Through the final corner they come. There's Brian Bedford. I think he's just about going to do enough to take the Class D title. Henshaw 2nd and Harris 3rd. Behind them, Keith Wright in the blue Lotus Cortina, who used to compete in a Morris Minor. And so 16 cars make it home. Sadly, we lost Tim Dodwell. Now, I hope the problem with his Mini is not too serious. If it is, I hope he's got breakdown cover. Ed Gibbs and Anthony Warnes retired into the pits. We saw Anthony Warnes in trouble on the grid. And Ant Astley sadly never got away. We ride back to the paddock with James Everard. Terrific fight there in the closing stages with Barry Syme, but it's the Scotsman who takes the victory. And will be celebrating on his way back to Glasgow tonight. Just half a second at the line between the two of them. That was a fantastic last couple of turns. You could see as we rode with James Everard on that final lap, he knew Barry was there, buzzing around on his tail. He was just wondering where the move was going to come. And it came into the Melbourne loop for the last time. But James Everard waited until Goddard's, stood on everything, locked up the brakes. If he'd managed to slide the Alfa round and pull that off, it would have been the move of the season in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. But unfortunately, he went straight on, and the Mini was able to get back through and take the win. That was superb. Okay, so Philip House completes the top 3 in his Mini, then Piers Grange 4th, then the Keneally's, then the Swans. Jake getting one over on his dad, finishing in 7th. He wins the guest class. Piers Grange won Class A. Pat Keneally won Class F. Class E went to James Ibbotson, and Class D to Brian Bedford. Class B to Stuart Radford. Well done indeed to the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. That concludes their season. Congratulations, Billy Keneally, the champion in his Ford Anglia. And we'll hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Park Ferming.
Cheers, Dave. Well, I think the Junior Saloons, in my opinion, was the race of the day so far yesterday, or early on this afternoon. That was potentially the last corner of the weekend as well. Sensational between James Everard and Barry Syme. Let's jump in with Barry. Big smile on Barry's face. They wonder why that is. What a race, mate.
Even bigger smile than yesterday, I think. Yeah, it was, great end to the weekend, great end to the season. I think that cements my place second in the championship, despite only doing 4 rounds, so really chuffed at that. But yeah, amazing, what can you say? And
you were sliding that around there, especially on those last couple of corners.
I've probably dropped my lap time considerably, partly because Phil's kept me honest this weekend, fellow mini racer, and obviously really wanted to win. The last round of the season, beat James. We've done one apiece at Snetterton. I won both at Croft, so it's quite a close battle. But yeah, nice to come out on top, I'm sure. I didn't actually realise it was the last lap though. Believe it or not, he certainly said he was certain of it. I was biding my time towards the end of the race because I think his tyres were starting to go, but there was a great team behind me and we settled the car. But yeah, it was sliding and hard work, as you can probably see and tell.
Amazing way to end the season. Congratulations.
No, fantastic. Well, thanks to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. This live feed really makes it worthwhile for us people that are further to travel. They can't have all the local support from all our sponsors, family and friends. A big thanks to everybody that's I've already mentioned before, especially my dad, but all my family that helped give me time away from family duties to do the racing. And yeah, terrific way to end the season, but great race with James, great club to be involved in, really clean racing, and always nice to come away with a win.
You put the show on, well done.
Fantastic.
Cheers,
thanks guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Let's jump in with James here, his adversary in that race and the weekend. And those final couple of corners, you won't see better than that this weekend. James, what an end to that race.
Oh no, 2 corners to go. I should have seen it coming as well, to be quite honest, but he's a professional. He's bided his time and just hung on until the very last hairpin, and I think the brake bias is just jammed on this, so we just can't slow it down. I'm locking it up, sending it in, which is normally quite good fun, but not when there's a mini right behind you. So no, credit to Barry, he got me right at the right time. So yeah.
And summarise your season for us.
Oh, not particularly great start because we've had problems with the BMW, but switched over to the little Alpha and done the last 3 rounds and had a wonderful time. It's the pre-66 group's really good fun. Everybody's really friendly. It's good.
With a few laps to go, we noticed some smoke coming out the back. Were you aware of that? What was happening?
I kept locking it up, which is the brake bias problem, and then we definitely have some sort of. I could see the fumes in the car, and I'm thinking, just hang on, girl. So it's an Alpha. It inherently loses oil, so it's getting on the exhaust, I would have said.
And stick a blanket on it now over winter.
No, she needs rebuilding this time. Yeah, no, we've got all of Dad's steel in there from when it was rallying, so
a
lot lighter next year, I think.
Well, we can't wait to see you again. Well done, great season.
No, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thanks, James. Thanks a lot. And speaking to our 3rd place finisher, Phil House. I'm going to speak to Piers Grange as well, actually, in a moment. Let's jump in with Phil first of all. Phil, well done. Nice way to end the season.
Yes, really good. It was mega. It just went flat. I got sort of into second and we chased him down, and it just seemed to lose its edge somehow. But I had brakes today, so that's the main thing. I'm really pleased for Barry with that. You know, they've helped me out no end this weekend, so it's just nice to get 2 of us on the podium.
Absolutely. Yeah. Season, how's it gone for you?
Very good, yeah. I've just done bits and bobs of everything really this year with my Mini, Mark 1 Escort, and then I'm doing some rallying over the winter, so and Portugal in the C1s in December.
Look at this. What? Right. You life of you motorsport drivers.
Well, yeah, we've got a seasonal job, so I can do a bit more in the winter, so that's why I had to take up rallying and bits and bobs like that. But thoroughly enjoyed today. Been a great race. Just wish the engine didn't lose its little edge, because it would have been a great battle at the end.
We look forward to seeing next season. Well done.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Cheers. We're going to speak to Piers Grange quickly. Finished 4th in this race. Didn't get to grab you yesterday with your win as well. You've had a great time this weekend so far, haven't you?
I have, yeah. We had a bit of an issue.
Look at you, filled with silverware.
Oh yeah, we had a bit of an issue with that yesterday, so we couldn't make the race unfortunately, but made up for it today, starting near the back. I thoroughly enjoyed that. It was mega pulling my way through. Really enjoyed it. One more lap and I would have had the Mini.
Yeah.
But they weren't far away, but needed a longer race for that, I think.
I mean, this class, pre-66, looking at these cars, got the Minis and things, and you're absolute monster. Tell us a little bit about this car for people that don't know too much about it.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same spec as all the other guys, sort of pre-66 regs. It's got a big old engine in that, so it's about 400 horsepower. But getting it to stop on the standard brakes is a bit tricky, and getting it to go around the corners is pretty tricky. But yeah, other than that, it does the job down the straights anyway.
What are we going to see you in next season?
Probably a bit more of this, and I'll have the Escort out as well next year, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, what a day we've had so far, and plenty more to come. It's officially our lunch break now. Well, we've got plenty more later. We've got the classic touring cars again. We've got the second round of the Britcar Trophy, and a 40-minute mini club sport endurance race too. So an entire mix. Don't go too far. Have a short break, but do join us again very, very shortly.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan. It is now time for a spot of lunch, so we're going to take a break for about 25 minutes here at Donington Park. Next race due off at 2:20 p.m, which is second race for the pre-93, 03 and Blue Oval Saloon Series. There's the result confirmed of our pre-66 touring cars as well. A gap of just over half a second between Barry Syme and James Everard. The rest of the class winners confirmed on there as well. So we're going to take a break of about 25 minutes then. It'll be more classic touring car action. The main focus of our next race, the pre-03 touring cars. We will see if their championship is going to be confirmed. Slight changes to the schedule, of course, with a postponed race from yesterday as well, which we had to run this morning. The first race of the cars we're going to see out next, in fact. So we'll be back with you at around 2:20 p.m. when we resume action here on BARC TV from Donington Park. Well, good afternoon, race fans. Welcome back after the lunch break here at Donington Park on BARC TV. Back with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's 3 championships in 1 in our next race this afternoon. We've got the Laser Tools Pre-93 Touring Car Championship, the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 Touring Cars, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. Heading up to the grid for this one then. 2 onboard cameras in this race. The number 6 escort of Colin Claxton will be starting fair way down the grid for this one. He's on row 11, and the other on board is in this car, Josh Bromley's Rover 220 Turbo, the Tomcat Turbo. He'll be on row 12, so it'll be interesting to see some of the midfield battles from their point of view. Thanks again to Chris Clark for sorting our onboard cameras this weekend. This is the second race for these cars today. They opened the show this morning. It was Piers Grange who took the win, so he'll be on pole for this race. Cars that failed to finish earlier on lining up at the back. I don't think Joey Binks is there in the Sierra Cosworth. Waiting to see if AJ Owen's going to be there as well with his Sierra Cosworth. Should have started on pole earlier on, but disappeared during the green flag lap. The grid reads as follows: Piers Grange on pole with Mike Manning's Sierra Cosworth alongside him. Second row, Martin Reynolds Mark II Escort, and Malcolm Harding's example slowed while fighting for the lead on the last lap of race 1 with a misfire. Hopefully he's cured that. Row 3, Ian Bauer's BMW won the Pre-93 split earlier on. The winner of the Pre-03s was Chris Southcott's Honda. And then row 4, we've got the title protagonists. These are the 2 we're going to be focusing on: Gary Preble and Ross Craig in their Hondas. By my calculations, Gary Preble is 2 points ahead of Ross Craig going into this race. So basically, you get 13 points for a win and 10 for second. Whoever finishes ahead in that battle will win the title, pretty much. Fastest lap point as well could come into play. Basically, if Ross Craig wins this race, gets the 13 points, Gary Preble's second and gets fastest lap, then we could have a tie-break situation. Row 5 is Sean Morris and Clinton Chalmers. They're both in BMWs. Row 6, Kevin Willis, he of the donuts in race number 1, and Cavan Granger came from the back of the grid in race 1. They start on row 6 in their BMWs. Blue Oval champion James Dunkley's Fiesta XR2 starts alongside the newer Fiesta of Will Hunt on row 7. Jonathan Olive Cooper and David Hutchins on row 8, BMW and Honda. Then we've got 2 more BMWs, Mike Nash and Graham Myers on row 9. Row 10, Howard Spooner's classic BMW alongside Tim Mizzo. Had a spin earlier on in his Ford Fiesta. Row 11 will be Colin Claxton's Escort and Tom Smith's Fiesta. Then we've got Josh Bromley in the Rover alongside Simon Mann's BMW. Row 13, Andy Abrams and Alan Hersey, Honda and BMW Compact. Row 14, Vic Hope and Thomas Hendry in his E30 BMW. Row 15, David Clark's Renault 5 GT Turbo. Joey Binks is not there with the Sierra Cosworth. Oliver Owen's BMW is there, so is Joe Dorrington's Honda Civic. And we're missing the last row. It should have been Thomas Barkley's XJS and AJ Owen's Sierra Cosworth. They're not there after problems earlier on. Can Piers Grange take a double then? Could we see Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra take a win? On board with Josh Bromley. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a one-make series for the Rover Tomcat Turbo. There was the Rover 216 GTI Cup as well. This is the modified Mark 1 Escort of Colin Claxton. We've seen him racing his Triumph Dolomite this weekend as well. He's in Class B of the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. The title already won by Class D champion James Dunkley. It's the Pre-03s we concentrate on in terms of championship honours. Their title protagonists sharing the 4th row. Basically, by my calculation, Gary Preble's on 157 points, Ross Craig on 155. So whoever finishes in front will win the title. In terms of race wins in the class so far, Ross Craig has got 4 and Gary Preble has got 7, 8, 9. So if it goes to a tie-break, Gary Preble will take the title on race wins. That's how I think it works anyway. We'll have to ask Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, not here this weekend due to ill health, unfortunately, so get well soon to Stuart Kay. I know he's watching today. Doesn't look as if Mike Manning is there, unfortunately. So there were supposed to be 3 Sierra Cosworths in this race, and it looks like, unfortunately, we haven't got any of them. That's a great shame. Yes, Mike Manning's not there. Piers Grange is there. Martin Reynolds. Malcolm Harding's back out. It's good to see. He's repaired his Escort. There's Ian Bowers' BMW. Chris Southcott's there are the 2 Pre-03 protagonists, Preble versus Craig. Sean Morris, Clint Mashamas, Kevin Willis in the yellow BMW, Kevin Granger. There's James Dunkley, Will Hunt, and the rest of them. Marshals bring them up to the grid then, so there's a gap on the front row. Interesting, all 3 attempts to run the Pre-93, 03 and Boss combined races, we've had only 1 car on the front row. First attempt yesterday, Mike Manning pulled off with that oil leak. And the race this morning, AJ Owen didn't line up. And now we've only got Piers Grange, because Mike Manning's disappeared again. On board with Josh Bromley in the Rover. Local man from Derby. Lining up alongside Simon Mann in the Cadbury's Chocolate BMW. Could be an incentive, maybe. Get some sponsorship from Cadbury. Free chocolates to the race winners, perhaps. There's Colin Claxton ahead of us and Tom Smith in the Fiesta. Okay. Almost ready then. 15 minutes of racing from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Laser Tools Pre-93, Bertie Haulage Pre-03 and Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons. 2 cars from row 4, the ones to watch. They're fighting for the championship. The red lights are on and we're underway. Mark II Escorts to the fore as we head down towards the first corner. Howard Spooner hasn't got away. The BMW has stalled it. It's Piers Grange who leads. Everybody missed Howard. He's got away at the back. Malcolm Harding round the outside in a second. We go on board with Josh Bromley chasing the hatchbacks ahead of him. The Fiestas of Tim Mizzen and Tom Smith. Running wide there, Simon Mann in the Cadbury's BMW. He loses out a couple of places. We head down to the Crater Curves. Piers Grange looking for a double win. Leads the way, fresh out of his Mustang just before the lunch break. Got tyre smoke there in the pack. I think that was Chris Southcott. He's dropped back a bit. And we'll wait to have a look at where the Pre-03s are as they come through towards the end of the first lap. Tom Smith side by side with Alan Hersey. Used to race a Reliant Scimitar. Now it's in that BMW Compact. They charge their way up towards McLean's for the first time. That's one of the Hondas dropping back. I think it might have been Joe Dorrington. There's Gary Preble. He's side by side with Kevin Willis. Now we'll have to wait to see where Ross Craig is as they come round on this opening lap. There's Ross Craig. He's ahead of Preble. He's ahead of Preble. That is crucial. Leaders in their Mark II Escorts. Grange, Harding, Reynolds. That's Ian Bowers' BMW. Sean Morris's BMW is going well up there in 5th. There's Ross Craig, and there is Preble. He's a few places behind. Now, how far behind in the class is he? We'll have to wait and see. He's really got to finish ahead of Ross Craig here. Craig will get 13 points for a class win. Now, where is Chris Southcott in between the two? Is that Chris's Honda there? Yes, it is. So as things stand at the moment, the championship will be going to Ross Craig. He's been trying for several years for that title in the Honda. His dad Ian Craig has raced his BMW CSL with the Classic Thunder Saloons. Over the line have come the leaders. It's Grange under fire from Malcolm Harding in the Castrol Zac Speed Escorts. Reminiscent of the cars he used to race in the European Touring Car Championship in the 70s. 3rd place Martin Reynolds. Malcolm Harding's all over Piers Grange here for the lead. So Ross Craig is in 6th place and leads his class. Preble's only 10th and he's 3rd in class. So that would be 13 points to go to Ross Craig and 7 to Gary Preble. So that would win Ross Craig the title if it stays like this. There's a long way to go yet. Assuming my maths is accurate, of course. Here's James Dunkley attacking Will Hunt in his Fiesta. Behind them is the number 148 BMW of Mike Nash, the black and orange car. James Dunkley doesn't mind. He's already won his title, and Stuart Waite already confirmed as pre-93 champion, not here this weekend with engine problems with his BMW. Ian Bauer's BMW running wide there. There's Sean Morris, there's Craig, and there's Gary Preble further back. He's behind Kevin Willis. Here come the leaders down through the Melbourne Loop. There's Bauer in fourth. He leads the pre-93 split once again. He's clear of Sean Morris. He's in the pre-93 guest class, so he won't score points. He's up there in second in their split. The pre-03 is led by Ross Craig. This is going to be close for that championship with Gary Preble. There is Ross Craig through in 6th place overall. There is Chris Southcott, second in class. And there is Gary Preble. He's tucked in behind Kevin Willis in the yellow BMW. Cavan Granger behind them. Lead battle goes into the old hairpin, and Malcolm Harding has a look. Big look up the inside there, but Grange able to outpace him. Two Mark II escorts together. Piers Grange looking for a double. It's been some time since we've seen him take a win in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and now it looks like two could come along at once, but not if Malcolm Harding's got anything to do with it. He's throwing his Mark II escort around. A couple of cars into the pits. Howard Spooner has retired, and up the inside Harding tries again. He came from a long way back there at Coppice. They're side by side as they come along the exhibition straight. Grange is going to have the line for the Fogarty S's, or is he? Because Harding ducks back in. As a look, you can see he's got the bonnet raised slightly for cooling to prevent any further engine maladies. I was going to say Howard Spooner had retired the BMW 635 into the pits, and Oliver Owen has been in with a problem as well. Piers Grange in the silver escort, holding back the Castrol example of Malcolm Harding. And that's Sean Morris. Morris was 5th. He's gone off at Coppice on the infield there. Bit of grass tracking to rejoin. So we'll try and see what happened there as Malcolm Harding goes to the inside. There's a very busy battle in the midfield as well. Well, never mind that, because Malcolm Harding's still trying, and all the time it's allowing Martin Reynolds to close in. He was quite a way back. He's now 3.4 seconds down, Martin Reynolds, trying to catch these two up. And it's Bauer. 5th place will be Ross Craig. He leads the pre-03 splits. Here's a fight further back. Joe Dorrington fighting his way through the field, having started from the back. He failed to finish race 1. James Dunkley's dropping down the order as well, and there's Sean Morris having rejoined after that off. He's just ahead of our camera car, Josh Bromley in the Rover. So Ross Craig is now 5th. He's got Chris Southcott only half a second behind him. The last thing he wants is for Southcott to get through and take the lead of the class, because he'll lose 3 points. It's 10 points for second in the class, 13 for the win. There's David Clark coming through the field after problems in race 1 with the Renault 5. I think it was just a Renault 5 at the end of that race, not a Renault 5 Turbo. I think he lost the Turbo. There's Will Hunt in his Fiesta ST, one of the more modern cars in the Blue Oval Saloon series. Lead is with Piers Grange from Malcolm Harding. Gary Preble is in P8. He's still 3rd in the class, though. He needs to get ahead of Chris Southcott and challenge. But talking of challenging, Malcolm Harding, this time he's going to get the move done, surely on Piers Grange at the hairpin. Here comes Piers Grange back again, though. He keeps his foot in on the outside. He's going to have the line for Goddard's, and he holds the lead. Absorbing battle between these two Mark II escorts. This is what we saw on the last lap of the first race. Unfortunately, Malcolm Harding's engine let him down with half a lap to go. Over the line they go, separated by just a few tenths of a second. Here's Gary Preble, and he's being frustrated by Kevin Willis. He can't get past the BMW. There's Ross Craig. He's leading the class, and Preble can see him. He's got to get past this BMW and then past Chris Southcott to try and win the class. Through Goddard's. There's the leaders at the old hairpin. Martin Reynolds still 3rd, then Ian Bauer. Ross Craig is in P5, and then this battle for P6 overall. Now Preble's got a run on Kevin Willis up the inside. Willis tries to turn in. Still side by side. Here comes the Civic. He's going to make the move at the Craner curves, or try to, and he's got him. Okay, 1 target dealt with. Next target, Chris Southcott. We've got to wait to see who gets the this could come down to the fastest lap point to decide who gets the title. There's only 2 points in it. Remember, it's 13 for a class win, 10 for second, and 7 for third, plus that extra point for fastest lap. Who's got the fastest lap in that class at the moment? It is Southcott who's got the fastest lap. Now, that's not quite in the script for the Pre-03s at the moment. There's Ross Craig. There's Southcott. Now, what's Southcott going to do here? Is he going to try and attack Craig and take the points off him? Is he going to just hang on there in second place? Is he going to try and hold Preble off? Gary Preble's going for the outside into Melbourne Loop. He won't get through there. Behind them is Kevin Willis in 7th now. In 8th now, I should say. Clip Chalmers and Cavan Granger round out the top 10. Preble's going for it into Goddard's. Here's a group further back. We go on board with Josh Bromley at the back of it. Sean Morris making his way back up after he went off earlier on. He's down to 20th place as a result of that off. I think Preble has got ahead of Southcott. The timing screen showing he was ahead at the finish line, so I'll pick that up in a moment because we could be about... Yes, he's on the tail of Ross Craig now. Here we go. Battle is joined. So he's got past the other 2 cars, Gary Preble. Didn't take him long to deal with Chris Southcott's. Here they come then down the Craner curves. Now, with 5.5 minutes to go, Ross Craig knows that one false move and he could lose the title. If Ross Craig wins the class, he'll move to 168 points. Preble will be on 167 for second place, but if Preble gets the fastest lap, he's up the inside. Gary Preble takes the lead of the class. He's got him at McLean's. That could be the move that wins Gary Preble the Pre-03 Touring Car title for 2023. And Ross Craig is fighting back. Look at the way he throws the Civic up the inside. I thought he was going to hit the back of Gary Preble there. That's really fired Ross Craig up now. But here comes Chris Southcott. Southcott could make a move into second place and act as a tail gunner. It's impossible to know where to look in this race because now Malcolm Harding has taken the lead. We're trying to watch the 303 battle. But while that was going on, Malcolm Harding's taken the lead from Piers Grange. OK, as I draw breath, here comes Chris Southcott. And Southcott's up the inside. I was going to say he was going to take Gary Preble, but no, he's going to outbrake himself. That could allow Ross Craig back up the inside. No, Southcott's positioned himself. And now is he going to try and hold back Ross Craig? Well, I don't know what Southcott's doing here. He seems to be overshooting all the corners. He's done it again there at Goddard's. He's having a braking problem. So Gary Preble is in position to win the Pre-03 title. Ross Craig in the Dazzle Camouflage liveried Honda has worked so hard this season. There's only a couple of non-finishes at Brands Hatch, the second meeting of the year. This has really held Preble back. Craig has been the more consistent, other than that. It's so close between the two of them this season. This has been perhaps the closest battle in the Classic Tour, the whole Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Here are the leaders lapping Vic Hope and Alan Hersey in the BMW. Malcolm Harding still leads. Down the inside takes Simon Mann in the Dairy Milk Purple BMW. Making me hungry every time I mention that car. Across the line they go. 3 minutes to go. What has Ross Craig got left in the tank? He's dropped behind Kevin Willis now as well. Look, the BMW's got through. And Ross Craig seeing his championship hopes start to slip away. It looks as though Gary Preble is going to do enough. He's got past Willis, he got past Southcott. Look at the way Preble's disappearing up the road. There goes the former king of Castle Combe. He's going to be the king of Pre-03 touring cars for the second time in his career in 2.5 minutes' time. Just a couple of laps to go now. Here's a fight involving a couple of Fords, a Honda and a Rover. Grover Tomcat, we go on board with Josh Bromley. That's David Hutchins to the outside. Colin Claxton's Escort ahead of us. Diving down the inside, the Rover. This is quite a way down the order, this battle. It is a fight for around 20th place. Variety of classic touring car racing. There's James Dunkley behind them as well. Dunkley only third in class and 22nd, so whether he's got a problem, whether he's just playing it safe, taking it easy in this last race of the season, I don't know. Josh Bromley up the inside at Goddard's. Into the closing stages now. Oh, Malcolm Harding pulling into the pits. Malcolm Harding has pulled into the pits. His misfire must have returned. The leader has gone. So Piers Grange is in the clear. He's heading for the overall win. That's a great shame after that great battle between the two of them. Yeah, James Dunkley's got a problem as well. I think he's about to be lapped. Doesn't matter to him. He's already secured the Blue Oval Saloon Series title for this year. We'll try and give you all the other class champions if we can at the end of this race. May take a bit of working out. On board with Josh Bromley chasing Colin Claxton. This is for 19th place. Into Parc Fermé goes Malcolm Harding. Into his last lap goes Gary Preble. He'll be 4th overall now, behind Martin Reynolds and Ian Bauer. I can tell you, Willis and Craig showing on the timing screen ahead of... have we lost Chris Southcott? Who was second in the pre-03s? No, he has come through. He's just lost a couple of spots there. He lost some time on that last lap. He must have run wide somewhere. We saw that car was lunging wide on the turn, so maybe a braking issue. But it's going to be checkered flag this time. Second time today for Piers Grange. Coming up on the struggling Renault 5 of David Clark. Into Goddard for the final time. Checkered flag at the ready. Piers Grange at the double in the PRG Trailers Escort. He takes the win. Who's going to come home in second place? There's plenty of lapped traffic behind, including that struggling Renault. Sadly, David Clark, not a happy day for him. On board across the line with Josh Bromley in the Rover. Martin Reynolds comes over in second. We hardly saw him in his Mark II Escort. There's somebody in the gravel there at Redgate as well. We'll pick up who that was. That's Joe Dorrington, I think. Not a happy day for him, 2 non-finishes. Ian Bauer coming in to win the pre-93 race. He finishes on the overall podium, and we await our 4th place man, because it should be the number 191 Honda Civic. Here he comes. Pre-03 touring car champion is Gary Preble. Preble has done it. All subject to final ratification, of course, flashing the lights as he crosses the line. Fair play to Ross Craig. He finishes second in class, 6th overall behind Kevin Willis in the BMW. Well, he worked hard there, Gary Preble. They both worked very hard over the course of the season. Fair play to him and Ross Craig. We'll give you the provisional class champions as well. Piers Grange has won the race ahead of Reynolds, Bauer, Preble, Willis and Craig. We'll give you the provisional results once everybody is in. So in terms of class champions then, we'll go through that while we look at the result there. Pre-93, no point scorers in Class A. Class B and overall champion is Stuart Waite, who's not here this weekend. Class C has been won by Jamie Sturgis in his BMW. He was here yesterday. Class D, that goes to David Clark in the Renault. Pre-03s, Cavan Granger will take the Class A title. Class B will go to Alan Hersey, I think, in the BMW. And Class C and overall will go to Gary Preble. In Blue Oval Saloons, Class B is won by Colin Claxton. James Dunkley takes Class D and the overall title. Class E, There were no entries in Class E this weekend, so the title shared there between Patrick de Bolle and Michael Rudge. Class F, I think, is shared between Jason Rudge and Nick Mizzen. Again, no entries in Class F this weekend. And Class S, double win for Piers Grange, but he was a long way down the points chart, so I think Sam Daffin, who was absent this weekend, will take Class S. So a few of our class champions not here this weekend, but there's a result confirmed then. Piers Grange the winner by 12.5 seconds, near enough, over Martin Reynolds. Blue Oval 1 and 2. Ian Bauer wins Prix 93. And Gary Preble wins Prix 03 and provisionally wins the title. Other class winners in that race, Cavan Granger won his class as Joe Dorrington's Civic is towed out of the gravel. Sean Morris, Prix 93 guest. Boss Class D went to Will Hunt. Boss Class B to Colin Claxton, he's won their class title. David Clark won Prix 93 Class D, and he's won the class title there. Alan Hersey won Prix 03 Class B, and he'll be class champion there, I think, as well. Just the 3 retirements from that race, well, 4 if you count Joe Dorrington. He'd actually just got a penalty for exceeding track limits, a 5-second penalty, and he certainly exceeded track limits there, didn't he? All the way into the gravel. We lost Tom Smith and Oliver Owen. Howard Spooner was a retirement as well. They're down in Parc Fermé. I'll hand to you in a moment.
And that is it for the 03, the 93 and the Boss for the 2023 season. And what a win for Piers Grange. Once again, double this weekend. I need to get out of the way. Just give us 2 seconds. Let's try and be safe. Motorsport is dangerous, okay? Now let's have a chat with our winner. We meet again. What a weekend.
Yeah, can't complain really for today anyway, yeah. Good.
It was a shame to lose Malcolm again.
Yeah, I think he had a misfire or something. I mean, he made me overcut my back tyres and then I lost it coming onto the pit straight. I had to lift and he went past then.
Let's try not to get run over. But how do you summarise the season? You've got a lot of silverware.
Yeah, we've had quite a few wins this year, and we had a bit of a patch a couple of months ago where we were having a lot of mechanicals, but then it started to come good again now, so hopefully next year more of the same.
Absolutely fantastic. Have a safe journey home. Well done. Go and celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Thanks, Piers. Our second place finisher. Let's have a look. What orders are we in? Because that's the car 95. Oh, let's have a chat with actually, if I don't mind jumping over to Gary Preble and Ross Craig. Let's speak to Ross first of all, because he is here behind us. Here we go. Let's find, is Gary Preble in yet? If not, I will jump across. Let's jump in with Ross Craig. I can't see Gary Preble anywhere, but apparently he is here somewhere. Just give us 2 seconds. Ross, let's jump in really quickly. Not to be today.
No, I mean, when you get a love tap down the Craner curves, it always makes the car really exciting. So, yeah, it is what it is. You know, I'd never want to win a championship with contact, so it is what it is. I'm not going to argue it, you know, it is what it is. We come back next year and we go again.
All right, can't wait for it, well done.
Yeah, good luck to my dad who's out in Thunders, and a massive shout out to my grandma who's 93 and watching at home, so yeah.
Oh, grandma,
yeah.
93,
Hi,
well
grandma.
done you.
Thank you.
Right, let's have a little walk around here. There's Gary Preble. If you can follow us through the cars, please do it safely, Kirill. And we'll jump in with Gary. Gary, congratulations. You looked extremely happy.
Oh, God. Certainly wasn't easy, was it? Chris just didn't get off the line. And it was literally a rolling roadblock and everybody went by me. I'm like, oh jeez. And I don't know if Chris and Ross were playing a bit of mind games, but it certainly looked like he was protecting Ross and backing me in. So I thought the only way I'm going to do is to try and overtake the pair of them. So I just had to, yeah, I think shit or bust now. I've lost it if I sit behind him. So I just had to go for it.
Do you know what? Apologies for the language, first of all. Now, when you did get in front, you seemed to move away, so the car was extremely capable. It was just putting it in the right position.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I got on the outside of Ross. He gave me a little love tap on the way round.
He said the same about you.
Oh, really? Okay. I was on the outside. You can see by my steering input, I didn't certainly move. But there we go. I was on the outside edge, so I certainly wouldn't get anything by driving onto him. But it was a good race. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The car has some good pace, which I knew all weekend long. I just had to get my head down, put some qualifying times in, and I thought, well, if I can gap them and keep in front of them, that's going to be the safer option.
I'll tell you, a championship is not about one race, one weekend. It's about the entire season, and you've been on top throughout. What do you put it down to this year?
Again, I mean, we've had some unluck through the season. We've had 3 DNS through the year, which has certainly put us on the back foot. And it's just trying to be consistent, and that's obviously where Ross is where he is. You know, he's not been the quickest car on the grid, but he's been finishing every single round and being consistent, and that's what's, you know, why he was leading coming into this last round. I mean, this car is maybe a little bit quicker than Ross's when it's on full pace, but we've all got the weight penalties which put us in the same, so at the end of the day it's all achievable.
Mate, great season, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Gary, thanks a lot. And we now move into our Thunder races, a couple more classic touring car races still to come today, as well as those endurance races with the minis and of course the ROWE Britcar. So again, it is back to Dave Goddard, your commentator. This is Classic Touring Cars Thunders.
Yeah, Newman sounded a bit thunderstruck there, didn't they? We are ready to be thunderstruck. The Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Championship, and after yesterday's first race, by my calculation, and my calculation only I should add, Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3 is leading Sam Wilson in the big Aston Martin by 9 points going into this race. They're in different classes, Nick Vaughan in Class B, Sam Wilson in Class H1. So let's have a look at the grid in a moment. Then I can see, good to see Andy Wilson. Yesterday's winner is coming out in the big Holden Monaro. It lost oil pressure at the end of yesterday's race. It was a red flag with 2 minutes to go in yesterday's race when one of the Honda Civics went up in smoke. So it is Andy Wilson on pole, the grid based on yesterday's results, and as we were saying, the race red flagged when Matthew Stenning's Honda Civic went up in smoke. So it's Andy Wilson rather who will take pole in the big Monaro. It's an all Holden front row. Abby Eaton, one of Britain's leading female racers, will start alongside in her father Paul's Holden Commodore. Row 2, Sam Wilson, one of our title contenders in the big Aston Martin, and Neil Philpott in the Mitsubishi Starion. He's carrying our onboard camera. Row 3, Colin Voice with the Escort Mark 1 and Kirk Armitage in his BMW. Another BMW, that's of Gary Hufford, will line up on row 4. Should have been Malcolm Harding alongside him, but after Malcolm's car broke down in the previous race, he won't be starting. And row 5, Nick Vaughan, one of our favourites for the title, Vaughan the Prawn as they call him, in his turbocharged Audi A3, alongside Chris McGinley in his BMW. Row 6, we should have had Oliver Owen, but again that car broke down in the pre-93 race. We won't see him out, nor will we see Mike Manning. Problems with the Sierra Cosworth RS500. Row 7, Ian Craig, father of Ross Craig, who we just spoke to, is there in the 96 car in his BMW CSL. Starting alongside David Jefferson, also BMW powered. Row 8 will be number 4, Martin Ellis. He's in a toll at Sunbeam Lotus. Starting alongside 137, Cavan Granger, who should be there. Quick turn around for him. Just lean out of the window, see if he's there. Can't see him at the moment. Hopefully he'll line up. Row 9, Mike Nash, number 148 with his BMW. And another M3, that's of Jonathan Olive Cooper, number 29. Row 10, David Hutchins, Honda Civic, and Clive Hainsford in the rotary Mazda RX-8s. The 11th row, 46, John Peerless in a Honda Civic, alongside 151 Vic Hope in the older version. Now, hopefully, 100 Andy Robinson is going to be back out. We saw him overshoot at Goddard's 3 times and nearly end up in the gravel yesterday before perhaps wisely pulling his massive Australian Ford Falcon into the pits. Matthew Stenning should be alongside him in the Honda Civic, but after the car went up in smoke yesterday, I don't think he will be. But ultimate row of the grid will be Martin Reynolds in one of his classic Fords, and number 90, Ray West, driving Ian Bauer's BMW. And the final row, watch out for fireworks from the back. Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra are going to be on the back of the grid in their BMWs. They've just gone past me. Andy Robinson, I can tell you, is there. Matthew Stenning isn't. I don't think Martin Reynolds was. Ray West's there in Ian Bauer's BMW. Maybe 1 or 2 gaps towards the back we can see there. There's Robinson with the yellow headlamps, that huge Ford Falcon. It's a rolling start. And Andy Wilson. There was 1 or 2 worries yesterday that the big Holden Monaro wouldn't make it back out today because it lost oil pressure at the end of yesterday's race after the red flag went out. But Andy Wilson has repaired the big Holden Monaro. I said yesterday, it's not until you stand next to that car you realise just how massive it is. Starting alongside Abby Eaton, former W Series competitor among others, and ambassador for female racing drivers in the UK, driving the Peter Brock replica Holden VH Commodore. And she's in the same class as Sam Wilson, so Sam needs a class win here really, so he's got to beat Abby Eaton, which will be, with all due respect, a fairly tall order, driving the Ricky Can prepared Aston Martin V8 Vantage. He starts alongside Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Starion. Great to see some of the older cars up there towards the front of the field in the historic classes H1, 2 and 3. Class H3 runner is Colin Voice in the Escort Mark 1. Yes, he's there, the Castrol car. Kirk Armitage in the BMW. We haven't got Malcolm Harding. There's Nick Vaughan, the black Audi A3. We always get a few of his fans on the live stream. Yep, see a few comments supporting Vaughan the Prawn. Can he win the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder title today? Look out for fireworks from the back. The white BMW is Brian Branson. The turquoise one is Jazz Sapra. We saw what they could do in the Britcar Trophy earlier on. They've got 3 BMWs here this weekend. And they were up at Alton Park yesterday as well. Get ready to feel the thunder. These cars can even drown out the planes taking off from East Midlands Airport. Here we go then. Slightly depleted towards the rear of the grid. Clive Hainsford, I note, is not there, I don't think. Look out for Ray West as well, BMW specialist. It's been quite a while since I've seen him race. Based down near Thruxton Circuit. Let's see how he gets on in Ian Bauer's car. An all Holden front row. You don't see that very often in British motorsport. Bathurst 1000 was last weekend. There's the Aston of Sam Wilson. Here we go then. Ready to rumble, quite literally. Revs are up, red lights on, and here we go. They rumble their way down towards Redgate for the first time. Andy Wilson leads them off in the Holden. The Monaro, Neil Philpotts has got away well, and Abby Eaton sweeps around the outside, takes the lead in the Commodore. Sam Wilson trying to get through on the inside. He needs to win the same class that Abby is in to stand a chance of taking the title. Neil Philpotts is in Class H2. He's in 3rd place. Andy Wilson in the Class A. Monaro second place. And Sam Wilson, in fact, has dropped back there after the start of that race. Brian Branson already on the attack from the back. We've got a spinner. That's Mike Nash's BMW. He gets going again at the tail of the field. But Sam Wilson has dropped back quite considerably. He's back to about 5th or 6th place. That's the last place he wants to be. And Nick Vaughan will be trying to win Class B. He started in 9th place, and there's 2 BMWs in that class. Is he ahead of them? Yes, he is. So Nick Vaughan is in position to win the title as things stand at the moment. There's a long way to go yet. Andy Wilson chasing Abby Eaton for the lead. Abby, the daughter of Paul Eaton, the owner of the Commodore. Paul Eaton used to race in Eurocar in years gone by, the Eurocar V6 and V8s. Remember those? Still 1 or 2 of those in existence. Paul famously ended up in the lake at Mallory Park in his Mondeo. Abby Eaton going clear down the straight there towards Goddard's. Then there's a gap back behind the 2 Aussie beasts. It's Colin Voice in the Escort up into 3rd. Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi in 4th place. It was Mark Hales who raced one of those in the British Touring Car Championship a few years back, but not as powerful as that one. Complete the first lap then. 5th place is Sam Wilson. He's 3rd in his class. Now Colin Voice, who was listed as Class H3, is showing on the timing screen as Class H1. So as things stand at the moment, it will be Nick Vaughan. Well, has Nick Vaughan dropped back there behind the BMW? Yes, he has, I think. Where's the Audi? There he is, just ahead of Ian Craig. So there's our other title contender. And he is 3rd in class. He's dropped behind Gary Hufford. So he was in position on the first lap. Gary and Nick Vaughan, is he in trouble here? Because he's got Chris McGinley's BMW on his tail there. We'll have to do some more mathematics at the end of this race, I think. He was up there in the early stages, Nick Vaughan. The gap, as I make it, is 9 points between Vaughan and Wilson. Remember, it's 13 for a class win, 10 for second, 7 for third, 1 point for the fastest lap. So we'll have to wait and see how things pan out. 2 Holdens lead the way. Kind of flames spitting from the exhaust, that's what we like to see on the Commodore. The Commodore leads the Monaro. Gap was 1.4 seconds, near enough. Let's see what Andy Wilson can do here. Can he take a double win? Sideways there as he comes out of Goddard's corner. Across the line, the gap is down to 0.7 of a second. Andy Wilson is closing in, 1:39.027, and Neil Philpotts has gone straight on at Goddard's. He's dropped down the order. He's down to 7th as he crosses the line as a result of that. Now he's dropped further down than that now as no, he's pulled it into the pits actually, Neil Philpotts. So problems with the Starion, a pretty fragile car that one sadly. Now, what position in class is Nick Vaughan in? He's 3rd in class, so that would be 7 points. Sam Wilson is also 3rd in class. So as things stand at the moment, that'd be enough for Nick Vaughan to win the championship. Had a double win last time out at Snetterton on his birthday. Here comes Jasvir Sapra. Where's he got up to from the back of the grid? He's up to 14th, challenging the number 4, Martin Ellis, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, more famous as a rally car than a circuit racer, but never mind that, because look at the way Andy Wilson's going. Up the outside into the Fogarty S's. Would you go side by side into cars as massive as that with huge V8 engines? Number 427, of course, refers to the 427 cubic inches of engine under the bonnet of the thing. Going to try again at the Melbourne hairpin. This time he's going to get past Abby Eaton. Through he goes. Abby will go back up the inside. This is brilliant. Just like yesterday, these 2 enormous Australian cars, they're flinging them around like go-karts. Andy Wilson retakes it, but Abby Eaton will try and pull alongside down the straight. Just under 10 minutes to go. Further back, it's Colin Voice in 3rd and 2nd in class behind Abby Eaton. Abby switches to the inside. She's going to get Andy Wilson on the brakes. She's through. Fantastic. But Andy Wilson turns it back again. This is magnificent. Who says that small cars produce better racing? What you need is a couple of Aussie V8 beasts. Voice in 3rd place, then it's Sam Wilson 4th, and he's still only 3rd in class. He needs a class win. Gary Hufford is 5th. Nick Vaughan is now up into 2nd place in Class B. And that's the reason why Kirk Armitage is out. Now that's going to help Nick Vaughan's cause, because Kirk Armitage was fighting for the lead in Class B with Gary Hufford, but the North Yorkshireman is out. So Nick Vaughan, he's lapping a bit slower than Gary Hufford, but 2nd in the class will be enough to give Nick the title by my calculations. There's the Audi. Is that Brian Bransom on his tail? Yes, it is Brian Bransom from the back row of the grid. He's up to 7th. He's shot through the field. So quick at the wheel of a BMW. He's got Chris McGinley behind him in the treble 4, the BMW E36 GTR. And here comes Nick Vaughan. He would love to catch Gary Hufford and confirm it with a class win in the green BMW. Lead battle continuing up front with Andy Wilson now pulling away a little bit from Abby Eaton. There's Colin Voice, he's got Sam Wilson shadowing him. Over the line they go. Wilson's just done the fastest lap, 1:38.322. Andy Wilson, that is, no relation to Sam. One car that didn't complete the first lap, incidentally, was Andy Robinson. So the big Ford Falcon. It's certainly Holden that have won the Aussie battle this weekend. We know that Australian touring car racing for many years has been Ford against Holden. The Holdens have won this weekend, I'm afraid, Ford fans. There goes Sam Wilson, the big Aston, Ricky Can's car. We usually see Sam Wilson race in one race and Ricky Can the other over the course of a weekend, but obviously with Sam fighting for the championship, he's doing both. There's Gary Hufford. He leads Class B ahead of Nick Vaughan. Brian Bransom's in Class B as well, as is Chris McGinley, and the man behind him, Jazz Sapra, in the turquoise car. They're both in the top 10 now, the two cars that weren't here yesterday, so they had to start from the back today. And now Brian Bransom is having a go at Nick Vaughan, which is the last thing he wants. Doesn't he know I've got a championship to win, thinks Nick Vaughan. Sam Wilson monstering up behind Colin Voice. Now, if Nick Vaughan loses further places to the BMWs that are his classmates, and if Sam Wilson can get ahead of Colin Voice, that might change things. Six and a half minutes just under to go. There's Gary Hufford's BMW now. He is leading Class B. The leader has been, Andy Wilson's been given a black and white flag to warn him for exceeding track limits. If he does it again, he could get a penalty. So we're down to 17 cars running in this Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloon race. There's Gary Hufford. He leads Class B, the BMW. There go the two leaders. You can see Wilson has pulled away. If the programme is to be believed, Gary Hufford lives in a place called Nasty in Hertfordshire, would you believe? British place names will never cease to amaze me. Apart from a nasty performance here, he's leading his class ahead of Nick Vaughan by just over 9 seconds. There go the two Holdens. There is one of the BMWs further back in the order. That's Mike Nash, who spun on the first corner. There's Vic Hope's Honda, and there are the leaders coming up to towards lapping him. That's the gap this time, just under 2 seconds. Another new fastest lap for Andy Wilson, 1:38.006. There's Martin Ellis in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. He's got one of the BMWs. That's David Jefferson behind in the blue car. And behind him, Ray West coming through from the back in his BMW. I think Sam Wilson has got past Colin Voice. So I think we've had a change for third, and more importantly, second in Class H1. Now, that would give Sam Wilson 10 points. He's not going to catch Abby Eaton. Abby's already put up the fastest lap in Class H1. I don't think that'll be toppled either. Now, who's got fastest lap in Class B? It'll be one of the cars coming through from the back. And yeah, it's Brian Branson. So he'll get a point there. Nick Vaughan is on for 10 points for second in class as well. So if they both score 10 points, Nick Vaughan wins the championship. It's trying to keep abreast of the maths. We've got the abacus on the go here in the box. People who follow my speedway commentaries will know how good my maths is. Not. There's David Hutchins in his Honda Civic. He's running in 14th place. He's leading Classic Thunder Class C, the Scrapco Civic, ahead of Jonathan Olive Cooper's BMW, also a Class C car. That's the up to 3 litre category. Class A is basically for the really big V8 engines and for cars with gigantic turbochargers strapped to them. Case in point, Clive Hainsford's Mazda RX-8, which sadly isn't out in this race. Here's the battle of the Beamers. This is Chris McGinley in the red car and Jazz Sapra in the turquoise machine. Excuse me, says Jazz Sapra. And through he goes. That's for 8th position and 4th in Class B. Chris McGinley fights back. Okay, excuse me, he says. I'll take you back again. Good fight between these two for 8th place. 2.5 minutes just under to go now, and it's looking good for Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. Chris McGinley turns in, closes the door on Jazz Sapra. Oh, that's Martin Ellis in trouble. The Talbot Sunbeam Lotus slowing down. Beautiful looking car, that one. I said earlier, more famous as a rally car, the likes of the late great Henry Toivonen. Still in Talbots in the early 80s before the Group B era came along. Now here's the fight for third. This is Sam Wilson. He's got ahead of Colin Voice. The big Aston ahead of the more nimble Escort. But P2 in class isn't going to be enough for Sam. Especially as Nick Vaughan is second in his class, still behind Gary Hufford. In the closing stages now of the season for the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Championship. After this, the only title to be decided will be the Jaguars at the end of the day. And the Britcar Trophy, of course. Junior Saloon cars will have another race to go. Yet another pair of races to go at Brands Hatch. There is Sam Wilson down. Oh, and Chris McGinley at the hairpin has spun the BMW. Now he was battling with Jazz Sapra. I hope they haven't made contact. There's 40 seconds left on the clock now. Here comes Andy Wilson. He'll be on his last lap now, staying clear of Abby Eaton. Proof that here at Donington, pure brute force wins Thunder Saloon races. Such an aggressive looking car, isn't it, the Holden Monaro, especially in that Cummins Valvoline livery. You would not want to see that in your mirror on a dark motorway at night, would you? Well, it wouldn't be in your mirror for long because he'd blast past you with using all that V8 power. Here he comes into the last corner. It's going to be a double for the man from Doncaster. Big Andy Wilson and his big Holden Monaro coming in to take the checkered flag. He wins it. Abby Eaton takes second. More importantly, she wins Class H1. It'll be Sam Wilson to come home in third place ahead of Colin Voice. We await them to come in. Sam Wilson needed a class win in the Aston Martin. Here he is. Equally brutish car, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage X-Pac. Prepared by Ricky Cann, the Aston Martin specialist, driven by Sam Wilson. He'll come home to take third position ahead of Colin Voice. Next home, Gary Hufford's BMW. And waiting to see if Nick Vaughan will come. I think Brian Bransom has got past him. So we turn to the calculators as Nick Vaughan about to bring it home. Brian Bransom will be the next car home. The white BMW, will he? No. Nick Vaughan's got him back again. Vaughan back ahead of Sapra and Bransom. They cross the line together, so Nick Vaughan does take second in class. And by my calculations, that makes Nick Vaughan your Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder champion. I was about to go back to the abacus there because I thought he'd lost second place in the class to Brian Branson, but no, he got him back on the final lap. So provisionally, the turbocharged Audi A3 of Nick Vaughan has won the championship. Saw it there coming out of the final corner. He was ahead of Brian Branson. He's taken second in the class, so that means that both Wilson and Vaughan scored 10 points. And by my calculation, anyway, that makes Nick Vaughan the champion. We'll try and confirm the other class champions in Classic Thunder. Class A. That provisionally has gone to Alex Sidwell, another Holden racer who wasn't here this weekend. We know Nick Vaughan's won the Class B championship. Class C will go to AJ Owen, who was concentrating on other championships this weekend. Class H1 will go to Sam Wilson. Class S, that's already been won by Jason Waterman. Class H2 by Neil Philpotts and Class H3 by Tony Davies. So the championship will go to Nick Vaughan, provisionally in the Audi. Second, there it is, behind Gary Hufford in Class B. Sam Wilson second in Class H1. Just looking at the fastest laps, Abby Eaton got the point for fastest lap in Class H1. Fastest lap in Class B went to Brian Branson, who was beaten on the finish line by his running mate Jazz Sapra. And the other class winners, Andy Wilson, the overall winner, Abby Eaton, Gary Hufford won Class B in the race, David Hutchins won Class C, Mike Nash won the guest class, no finishers in Class H2, as we lost Neil Philpotts, of course. Well, the celebrations will begin then shortly for Vaughan the Prawn. His fans will already be celebrating on the YouTube live stream, I'm sure. We can't wait to hear from Nick. A great character he is. He deserves a championship victory this year. Has worked hard to get the Audi running properly and competitive. Looks more like a time attack car than a race car. He certainly has attacked this season and has come out on top. Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Championship provisionally won by Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3.
We've got this race and 3 more after this. We've got the endurance races coming up as well in terms of the Mini Challenge Club Sport Endurance race, and then final.
And welcome back down to Parc Fermé for one of the last few times this weekend. Brilliant way to end the season. Exactly the same 1, 2, 3 as we had in race number 1. I'm just going to wait for Nick Vaughan to come in, our overall champion, because we'd love to. Oh, there's his car being pushed in up there. Let's jump in with our race winner first of all, Andy Wilson, Abby Eaton, and of course the same top 1, 2, 3. Let's wait for Andy to jump out the car. Again, as we've said, turn around, Carol. These cars are just to stand next to, let alone watch on the track and watch in Parc Fermé. They are just unbelievable. Andy, 2 out of 2, well done.
Yeah, making it look easy, aren't I?
You are actually, yeah, but I'm sure it's not.
Do I look like it was easy?
Abby put up a good fight again.
She did, yeah, she never let off again. She gets to be a nuisance.
What's the difference though? Because once you get past her, you move away.
I've got more speed, more grip down the trainer curves.
Yeah.
Just that little bit from down the hill, up the hill. I just managed to pull enough on her. And she pulls a little bit back, but every lap I'm just gaining a little bit more. But she never lets up, I'll give her that, she never lets up.
Happy with your season, yeah?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I've done.
Oh, is that, you're only racing this year?
Yeah, I'm only ready on Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
So,
Didn't know that.
Yeah, that's it. So that's it, season done.
Short and sweet.
100% record.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Have a good break. Let's jump again this way. We'll speak to Abby and Sam in a moment. But first of all, Abby, 2 second places today to the beast to our right-hand side. Must be super happy though, Abby.
Yeah, you know, again, we've kind of proved yesterday wasn't a fluke, which is good. We're still struggling with the same issue we had yesterday, though, so I'll give my dad something to tinker with over the winter anyway.
He did it on purpose.
I think so. I think he had any reason for it to keep him in the garage.
You made Andy keep him very honest there. Really made a nuisance of yourself, and he said of you.
Too right. I know I can crack on very quick from lap 1, whereas I think Andy takes a little bit longer to get confident with the tyres underneath him, whereas, you know, I'm lucky to drive this kind of stuff all the time. So I knew I'd get him at the start, but it was only a matter of time till he picked me off.
Great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Abby, thanks a lot. Let's speak to Sam. 3rd place, 2nd time this weekend. Satisfied or frustrating not to get a little bit higher?
I'm happy with that. It was hard. These guys are fast. They've just gone. The Starion and Colin just got a monster start. They just went straight by me in a straight line. I never thought this would be slow, but in comparison it feels it. But yeah, it was just tough. It was tough.
It is a pleasure to look at your car. It's an absolute beauty. Thank you for bringing it to every single racetrack we can possibly get it to.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Cool. Have a good weekend. Cheers, buddy. Enjoy yourself. If we've got time, and I'm going to find out in my ear in a second, I'm going to try and jump over to Nick Vaughan. He has parked one of the furthest cars away, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, bit of damage there on the number 126. Nick, have a chat. Here we are, Nick. I'm going to say congratulations. Going to get that. We think you've done it. We're absolutely certain, but until ratified, we always give a little caveat. But great championship, well done.
Thank you very much. That threw everything at us. That was unbelievable. 3 laps from the end, the gear linkage broke, and I was stuck in 3rd gear, holding it on the limiter the whole way around the lap.
Really?
Hoping it wouldn't blow up. Yeah, we were stuck in third, just held it 8,500 revs, hoping it wouldn't blow up.
8,500 revs in third gear, blimey. It got across the line though, you did it.
Got across the line, we just so wanted to finish the year, and it's been such a good year. The whole club, everything, it's been the best. The support we've had this weekend has been monumental as well. I can't believe how many people are come to turn out, and how many people are racing. Full grids, it's what you want to see.
It is a packed grid. How are you going to celebrate?
I'm going to go and chill out, have a beer, go home and put my feet up for a few months, I think.
Well done, great season, congrats.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you so much. Cheers, buddy. Right, that is it for another season in the Classic Touring Cars. Next up, it is the second race of the weekend, penultimate weekend of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Back to Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, the cars just making their way to the grid for the second race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the Citroën Saxos. Grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session yesterday. So in pole position it will be Oscar Dix in the number 11 car. Took part in that fantastic photo finish in the first race, beating Dara Flock by 0.03 of a second. Cameron Pratt-Thompson second on the grid in the number 37. Excuse me. Second row of the grid, Dara Flock in the 22, the championship leader, and CJ Morgan alongside in the 59. Row 3, number 12, Jonathan Moore alongside 77, Oliver Law. Then the fourth row, Alexander Mosthav and Jude Cooper, treble 8 and 4. James Sherrington and Ollie Kerr completes the top 10. Row 6 of the grid, number 10, Harry Smith starts alongside 353 of Cole Lynch. Good qualifying efforts by her. Then row 7 is Will Fallon, number 30, and 53 Jack James, both of them scholarship winners. Row 8, 110 Josh Salvadori and 317 Jack Harrison. On the 9th row, number 6 Charlie Constable, a 2-place grid penalty for him for some contact in the first race, alongside 33 Jacob Baldry. Row 10 is number 7 Elliot Fuster, alongside 50 Francisco Howitt, a problematic first race for him, finished several laps down and unclassified. He starts 20th. Then on the 11th row, 99 Caitlin Scharfegg, a victim of a bit of a wallop in the first race, but she did manage to finish, alongside Bertie Bream in the number 8. And behind them, Will Oakley, number 28, Harvey Kersley in 88 failed to finish race 1. Caleb McDuff and Wilf Butler round out the field. Checking they're all there as they pass my commentary box. Yes, looks like they are. So Oscar Dix then looking for win number 4 this season. Back to winning ways earlier on today for the first time since way back in round 5 at Pembrey. He won the season opener at Cadwell Park as well. As they head round on their green flag lap, this will be another 15-minute race. You mentioned Charlie Constable, number 6, a grid penalty of 2 places for him after contact in the first race. This is going to be a cracker if race 1 was anything to go by. A great fight between Oscar Dix, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Dara Flock, finishing at a photo finish. CJ Morgan was well involved as well, likes of Jonathan Moore. I know plenty of his fans and friends always watch the streams, so thanks a lot for getting involved. Harry Smith and Jack James were up there as well. It was a 7-car fight at one point for the lead. Dara Flock, who leads the championship. Margin will have been reduced slightly, I think, from race 1. Second place, it was Oscar Dix who took the win, so that'll have moved him up onto the coattails of CJ Morgan, who crossed the line in 6th place, 5th in the championship, but pulled off as he crossed the line, suffered a last-minute problem in that race. He leads the rookie standings, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Ollie Kerr, second of the rookies, and Kieran Roberts is third, who isn't here this weekend. 36 drivers in total have scored points in the championship this year. Recently saw James Sherrington joined by his sister Jasmine in the championship, the first brother and sister pairing, I believe, to race in junior saloon cars. We're down to the Melbourne hairpin, just getting their tyres warmed up. These identical Citroen Saxo VTRs, all 1600cc. Drivers as young as 14 out there. Many of them have come through a karting background, also some come from junior racing on the short ovals, likes of junior hot rods, mini stocks, ninja karts for the very young racers. You can start karting at the ages of 5 and 6 years old these days. I couldn't even ride a bicycle when I was 6 years old. Some would say I still can't. There's the number 50. That is Francisco Howitt. Finished unclassified in race one. We saw his car in problems sitting at the pit lane exit for a couple of laps. Up to the grid they come then. The red and black car of Oscar Dix on pole. And white and black, the Vinnersport car of Cameron Pratt-Thompson alongside. Blue and orange is Dara Flock from Dublin. Alongside him is the 59, which is CJ Morgan, the white car with the yellow wheels. Jonathan Moore on row 3, the black and day glow yellow car alongside the grey car of Oliver Law. I believe he's the son of Justin Law of classic Jaguar fame. You might see him out in historic racing someday. The Union flag on the roof. We await the red lights to come on then. 15 minutes for the Junior Saloon Car Championship race at number 2. Revs begin to rise in these 1600cc engines. Red lights come on, and off they go. Here we go, down towards the first corner. Great start by Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He leans across on Oscar Dix. He'll take the lead on the run down to Redgate. Watch for Dara Flock coming through the middle in the blue car as well. He could try and take the lead on the outside. CJ Morgan moves out wide, side by side for the lead into Redgate. Can Dara Flock go all the way around the outside of Cameron Pratt-Thompson? There's a tangle further back, 3, 4, 5 cars off into the gravel. There's one car stuck facing the wrong way. I think everybody else has kept it going. We'll try and pick up who that is in a moment. There's a couple of cars still rally crossing their way back on. Who's got the lead? It is Cameron Pratt-Thompson ahead of Dara Flock. Oscar Dix, the pole sitter, down to 3rd. Jonathan Moore is in 4th place as they lunge their way through the old hairpin for the first time. One car getting taken out wide. That's number 28 of Will Oatley. He drops a couple of places. Now, who went spinning off into the gravel? There was a white car, I can tell you that. But couldn't quite see the number. We'll identify that in a moment. Cameron Pratt-Thompson has the lead. It's the 888 car. That's Alexander Mosthav, the Chandler Motorsport driver. The marshals will try and get him out of the gravel, but I fear that might be race over. Here come your leaders out of Coppice down towards the exhibition straight for the first time. Cameron Pratt-Thompson looking for win number 6 this year of his rookie campaign. Dara Flock looking for his 13th win of the season. Oscar Dix in 3rd, the only other man to have won this season, tucked in 3rd. Then it's Moore. Morgan up there in 6th place. Looks like Jude Cooper, the number 4 car. He's got away well. 317 Jack Harrison up the inside there takes Jacob Baldwin in the 33, but I think the safety car is being deployed for that stranded car at Redgates. So it looks like we are going to see a safety car as Jude Cooper trying to make a move there on CJ Morgan. Jonathan Moore is in there as well, but they'll be greeted by safety car boards, yes, as they come up towards Goddard. They'll slow the field down. It was a great getaway by Jude Cooper. He started 8th and was up almost in a 4th place there as they were coming up out of the Melbourne Loop. There's the reason for the safety car. That is 888's Alexander Mosthav. Marshall's trying to push him out of the gravel. He's rocking the car back and forward to try and get it clear. From Bracknell in Berkshire, Alexander Mostav, his second season in the championship. He's 14th in the points. But no, the telehandler being called in. So it's Pratt Thompson from Dara Flock, Oscar Dix, Jude Cooper is up to 4th, 4 places gained. The other big winners around the first lap, Will Fallon is up to 9th, he's gained 4 places. And Josh Salvadori has gained 5 places into 10th. Charlie Constable's made up 5 places, he is into 12th position. And Harvey Kersley's gained 5 places too. We've lost Ollie Kerr, number treble 2, he's into the pit lane. Elliot Fuster was involved in that first corner melee, he's down to the back of the field. Harry Smith and Cole Lynch were involved there as well, they both lost 4 places. We'll try and see a replay of that incident if we can. I thought Harry Smith was in the middle of that. He's down to 15th place as a result. He was fighting in the lead group in race 1. We saw Elliot Fuster go off in there as well. There's the number 7 car. He took a trip over the gravel. Let's have a look again. It was a good start by Cameron Pratt Thompson. He got across to take the line into Redgate. Dara Flock going with him. It's a little bit further back than that. We see the tangle begin. It was there. Alexander Mostav got assaulted by a couple of cars. Harry Smith was one of them. Couldn't quite see who the other car was that went into the back of him there. It may well have been Oliver Kerr, because he's come into the pits. I think it was damage to the front of his car, so it may well have been Oliver Kerr. And the red flag is coming out. Well, the red flag coming out, not too sure why, because the marshals, I thought, had Alexander Mostav's car almost clear. Well, that might be a reason why. Because Hollywood has been turned into a rally stage. They may want to get the track road sweeper out. Okay, so the clerk of the course may be wishing to have the track swept up there, so that's why we may have this red flag, because a lot of gravel has been swept onto the road up there. Looked to me like it was Oliver Kerr and Harry Smith went into the back of Alexander Mostav, sending, yeah, here comes the road sweeper. So a bit of track cleaning at the order of the day. That's why the red flag has been thrown by the clerk of the course. And the cars will wait on the grid for a restart, so we'll wait to see how long that restart's going to be. But the red flag came out with 10 minutes 45 seconds on the clock, so I imagine it will be a restart of about 10 minutes, but we'll wait to confirm. Under the red flag here at Donington Park then on around 1/3 distance in Junior Saloon Cars race number 2 of the weekend. A lot of gravel having been swept onto the road at Redgate after an off involving Alexander Mostav and a couple of others. They tangled on the first corner. We'll await news on the restart and how long it will be. A few spectators here enjoying the sunshine. Our marshals enjoying it as well after the downpour yesterday. Quite cold conditions though, we're definitely well into autumn here at Donington. At least East Midlands Airport's keeping busy. If I had flight radar open, I could do a bit of aviation geekery and tell you where that plane's going and what type it is. I won't bore you too much with that though. I keep my plane spotting to myself. I know Chaz Draycott, who's here on the PA commentary at Donington this weekend, is an aviation fan as well. Where we can see the track being swept here at Goddard's Corner as well. Thanks again to our volunteer marshals. Working hard as always, being kept busy this weekend. Thanks to the recovery teams as well. There's a fair bit of work I could see going on out of the window when the Jaguars were on after that start line collision. The Jags will be back out at the end of the day. Jamie Peters-Ennis has been in touch. He says, love the new look on Abby Eaton's car with the added aero. Yes, I don't think Peter Brock would have raced it with that wing on the back. Certainly effective though. Lynn Bates says from the Jaguar pits, at the moment we are very busy fixing cars after race 1. And I'm sure all the Jaguar teams will be helping each other to get their cars back out for race 2. Just heard the restart will be over 10 minutes. I had a feeling that'd be the case because there were 10 minutes 45 left on the clock when we went red flags. It's an ATR 72 on its way to Dublin, says Liam Redford and Nathan Shaw in the YouTube comments. Thanks for that, guys. Nice to know there's some fellow aviation fans on our live stream today. Okay, what was the one we just saw then, the jet? You're going to get more viewers for the planes and the cars, says Brum Racing. Yeah, revised race distance 10 minutes. The cars are back on the grid. So we go back to 4-wheeled action instead of 2-winged action. Plenty of entertainment here at Donington Park. As always, the cars just moving off for their green flag lap at the moment. Zoe Fuller says, come on Oscar Dix. She's supporting our pole man. There he is. It's a 10-minute restart. May have lost a couple of cars in there. No Alexander Mostav, looks like no Ollie Kerr either, the treble 2. Oscar Dix looking for win number 4 of the season. Took his 3rd win of the year earlier on by the scantest of margins. Brum Racing now says, what happened to the model of the Spitfire that was around the Craner curves? Sadly, no, it's not still there, unfortunately. Toby Harrison supporting Jack Harrison. Ben Smiles supporting Bertie Bream in car number 8, a little further down the grid. And RGS Design supporting Cole Lynch in number 353. I know Jonathan Moore usually has a lot of his friends watching our streams. So getting ready for the restart of Junior Saloon Cars Race 2. Will it be another photo finish? Will we see another 7-car lead battle this time? Oscar Dix leads them round. Cameron Pratt-Thompson behind him. With them weaving about down the exhibition straight, trying to keep those tyres warm. Dara Flock on the 2nd row, along with CJ Morgan. Looks like they're back in their original grid positions as much as possible. Jonathan Moore and the 77 of Oliver Law behind. So Jude Cooper, having risen up to 4th, has got it all to do again. They're making their way up towards the grid once again then. Mentioned Jasmine Sherrington has raced this season. She's watching our stream. She's just commented in support of her brother James. John Gay supporting Jude Cooper. Beachy07 says more masterclass incoming. Amanda Ashley supporting Bertie Bream. Into position then. So 10-minute restarts. Harry Smith has struck lucky here because they're on the original grid positions. Wasn't sure if they were going to do that or be in the positions they were in before the red flag came out. Just before. They are back to original grid positions by the look of things. With Oscar Dix on pole, Cameron Pratt-Thompson alongside, Dara Flock on the 2nd row alongside CJ Morgan. And Jonathan Moore on row 3 alongside the 77 of Oliver Law. Waiting for the red lights then. Race 2 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship here at Donington Park. The red lights are on and away we go. And not a good start this time by Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He clatters into Dara Flock as he tries to move across. Now Oscar Dix just about got through on the inside. On the grass, Jonathan Moore there down the inside. Frantic start there. Dix has got the lead. They're still side by side going in a reg. CJ Morgan trying to get around the outside. Jude Cooper's out wide over the curbs. Nobody into the gravel this time as they head down towards the Craner curves. Oscar Dix who's got the lead. Dara Flock still side by side with Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Who's going to come out of this in 2nd place as they get to the old hairpin? They're not still going to be side by side through there, surely. Dara Flock's got the inside line. Somebody locking up. That's Oliver Law in the 77, I think. They've all just about made it round. Tricky to see with the setting sun to tell the cars apart through there, but it's Dix who leads. Here comes Cameron Pratt-Thompson. You'd think he and Dara Flock's cars were tied together by their door handles today. They've spent so much time side by side. Still at McLean's they are. Jonathan Moore is 4th. Running out a bit wide there, though, over the curbs. Further back in the order, There is Francisco Howitt's coming under fire. Here come the leaders. That's Moore up there in 4th position. Up to 5th, that looks like James Sherrington. Where's he come from? In the number 40 car. That's a great start from him. CJ Morgan moves across in the white number 59. Has he dropped back a bit there? Yes, he's got a problem, CJ Morgan. He's pulling over. So we've lost the number 59. He had problems at the end of race 1 as well, dropped to 6th and pulled off as he crossed the line. So it looks like those gremlins have returned once again. Oscar Dix leads. Still these two are side by side for 2nd place. They have been since they came off the grid. Here's Sherrington having a look down the inside. Moore on the outside. Finally, Cameron Pratt-Thompson takes 2nd place. Here comes Harry Smith as well in the number 10 car. Midfielders further up, there's Jack Harrison, the 317. He's under attack from Charlie Constable, so is the number 110. That's Josh Salvadori. They nearly went straight on. And somehow Oscar Dix has kept his lead from Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Flock, Moore, Sherrington up to 5th. That's a fantastic first lap. He's gained 9 places off the line. Harry Smith in 6th and Oliver Law in 7th position. And Cooper, Harrison and Constable round out the top 10. Somebody running wide in there. I think that might have been Charlie Constable running out wide there, the number 6. It was a white car, I can tell you that. He's lost a couple of spots. There go your leaders. Down towards the old hairpin. 2nd group headed by Jack Harrison. There's Constable in behind him. And he's under fire from Jude Cooper, the number 4, I think. Hard to keep up with this at the moment. It always is hard to keep up with junior saloon cars. So much action and incident in these little cars. Oscar Dix and Cameron Pratt-Thompson now starting to make a slight break at the front of the field. Cameron Pratt-Thompson wants a win to try and stay in touch with Dara Flock at the top of the championship. It's going to be between them in the finale at Brands Hatch in November on the Indy circuits, supporting the British Truck Racing Championship finals. Cameron Pratt-Thompson having a look. He's never going to go round the outside going into the Fogarty S's, surely. No, he's not. Harry Smith heads the group there ahead of Sherrington. And anybody's race for 8th place. Look at this, Jude Cooper, Jack Harrison, Charlie Constable's in there, Salvadori's in there as well. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, this time he's got the inside line on Oscar Dix. He's going for the inside through the Melbourne Loop. Is he going to get through? Still side by side. This is the car. We said in race 1 that Cameron must have thought his car had magnets in the doors. And Oscar Dix will go back up the inside into Goddard's. You can see him lifting the inside rear wheel through there. Jonathan Moore staying with our race leaders through there in 4th place. There's been some contact further back. James Sherrington has got the front bumper hanging off behind Oliver Law in P6. Then Constable heading the 2nd group. Somebody dropping down the order a bit there. That was Harry Smith, so maybe that's who James Sherrington's had contact with. Yes, Harry Smith has not come through. We've lost the number 10 somewhere. There's Sherrington running out wide. Tyre squeal further back. Has somebody else gone off? We'll look in the background, see for any signs of dust at Redgate. Can't see any. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead between Dix and Pratt-Thompson. Oscar Dix just about holding his lead. Cameron Pratt-Thompson keeping his foot in. Look at this. He's going to go round the outside on the exit of the old hairpin and take the lead into Schwann's Curve. I've never seen that done before. That's a brilliant piece of driving by Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He kept his foot in on the outside line, out of the old hairpin, and was able to slingshot through. I don't think I've ever seen that done before. Dara Flock in 3rd. Jonathan Moore staying with them in 4th place. That's the overtake of the weekend for me. Here they come into the exhibition straights. First 4 have broken away. It's Oliver Law in 5th position at the moment in the number 77, one of his best showings of the season so far, one of our rookies. James Sherrington's battered car in 6th. Can they tow up onto the back of this lead 4? And there's Harry Smith. We thought he'd been involved in a tangle, and that, I presume, is James Sherrington's front bumper sitting next to his car. That has happened down, I think, at the Melbourne Loop. There's a spin. That's our leader. Cameron Pratt-Thompson has gone. What's happened there? We'll try and get a replay of that if we can. We didn't see what happened there. Oscar Dix now under fire from Dara Flock, who's trying to go around the outside at Goddard's. up on the curb, Oscar Dix, but what happened to Cameron Pratt-Thompson? Was there contact there? And, well, Dara Flock's now gone out wide onto the grass. What is going on? It's as if nobody wants to try and lead this race. Every time somebody gets into the lead, they hit problems. So it's now Dix from Jonathan Moore, who's yet to win in junior saloon cars. Could this be his first win incoming if he can get past Oscar Dix? Dara Flock's still going, fighting for third with Oliver Law. He could be with a sniff of his first podium here if he can hold off Dara Flock. They come down the hill. I think Flock may have got back ahead in there. Has he? No, he hasn't. It's still Oliver Law in third place. James Sherrington is fifth, and they're way ahead of the rest. Absolute chaos. And try and see what happened there. Those two incidents on the previous lap, though. See what happened to Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who's now down to 14th place. This is crazy stuff from the junior saloons. Look at the way Oliver Law's going. Holding third place, looking for his first ever podium. Chased by Dara Flock, then it's Sherrington. Constable is sixth, then Jude Cooper, Jack Harrison. That's somebody else off. That's Harvey Kersley, the Lancaster Insurance car in the 88s. So Harvey Kersley retired from race one out. Now let's have a look again and see if we can see what happened at the hairpin. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, he just lost it all on his own. That is bizarre. The back just came round on him, and that's unusual at the hairpin. And after that brilliant overtake for the lead, it's all come to nothing. That's a great shame. But we continued with Dara Flock having a go round the outside. No, you're not, says Oscar Dix. That was a bit aggressive from the race leader. Bit of needle creeping into this now. It's still Oscar Dix who leads. He's just crossed the line. 3/4 of a second clear of Jonathan Moore, and that's a big lunge by Jude Cooper. That's not going to work. He was nearly heading back up the exhibition straight the wrong way if he hadn't got the car stopped there. 1 minute 40 to go. Dix leads it from Moore. Dara Flock is still third. He's got ahead of Oliver Law. And Sherrington rounds out the top five. Cameron Pratt-Thompson trying to recover. He just set the fastest lap. He's back up into 12th place. Channeling his anger, no doubt, into his driving now. He'll be furious with himself for that spin. There he is. Who's this he's trying to get past? Making a move there down the Craner curves. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the Vinner Sport car. You can see him throwing that car around. Just got past Jude Cooper in the number 4. His next target just ahead of him. I think that might be Will Fallon next in the order. So the lead is 3/4 of a second. Here's a battle for 7th position. This is Jack Harrison and Jack James. In behind them, that's the number 30. That is Will Fallon. And next in the order, in the Vinner Sport car, is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So he's charging his way back up the order, but there's only just under 40 seconds to go. I think it might be a checkered flag this time. We'll wait and see. It'll be close as they come up to the line. It's looking good for Oscar Dix, but what can Jonathan Moore do? Are we going to see a last bend lunge from the number 12? He'll want that first win. Jack James has got ahead of Jack Harrison. Here comes Cameron Pratt-Thompson, slices his way past Will Fallon. Will it be checkered flag this time? It's going to be touch and go as they come to the line. Oscar Dix looking for a double and win number 4 of the season. Jonathan Moore, 4th in the championship, looking for his first win. I think it's going to be checkered flag this time. Has Oscar Dix done enough? He's just got clear enough, I think, there as they come through. The checkered flag is at the ready. Moore's not going to quite get close enough, I don't think. He'll try his hardest at going up across the line. Oscar Dix takes the double. Moore second. Flock is third. Oliver Law, excellent 4th. The remains of James Sherrington's car across the line in 5th place. Charlie Constable gets 6th. Then 7th over the line is James. Pratt-Thompson is 8th. 9th for Harrison. 10th is Jude Cooper. What a mayhem-filled race. Oscar Dix takes the double. A slightly more clear-cut winning margin this time of 0.6 seconds. Good effort by Jonathan Moore. Equals his best ever finish. He's had, I think, 4 second places this year now. That first win is not far away. Dara Flock takes third, keeps his challenge for the championship alive, especially with Cameron Pratt-Thompson only able to recover to ninth after that spin. Result confirmed, then Oscar Dix the winner ahead of Moore, Flock, Law and Sherrington, then Charlie Constable in 6th, Jack James 7th in his battle with Jack Harrison, Cameron Pratt-Thompson recovering to 9th ahead of Jude Cooper, then Will Fallon, Josh Salvadori, Cole Lynch and Jacob Baldry. Completing the top 15 was Wilf Butler from the back of the grid, then Caleb McDuff, Bertie Breen was 17th, Francisco Howitt 18th, 19th went to Elliot Fuster, then Charlie Oatley and Will Oatley rather, and Caitlin Scharfegger the final finish. We lost Harvey Kersley into the gravel. Other non-finishers, Harry Smith, CJ Morgan we saw drop out, and Alexander Mostow and Ollie Kerr didn't take the restart. A few repairs to do for a few teams there in our junior saloon cars. They'll get ready now for their season finale at Brands Hatch next month. And we'll hand down to Ewan shortly to hear from some of the drivers in Parc Fermé.
Good to see you.
Temporary 22 and 266 in the back, so that means we've got 20.
And that is the penultimate round of our Junior Saloon Championship done. Double winner for Oscar Dix. And remember, Brands Hatch the last round, 2 races there, but double points. So potentially 100 points difference could be gained there or lost there. But Oscar Dix, let's jump in with our double winner today. Fantastic racing from start to finish. He'll be absolutely delighted. Love the Stranger Things style livery as well. Absolutely love this car. Mate, different race to race number 1, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's 2 first places.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I didn't get the best of starts before the red flag, but if anything, the red flag sort of helped us. Managed to get a better start, just keep my head down, avoid trouble, and yeah, it paid off in the end.
It's mega points, 50 points for the weekend. I mean, I know we've still got another round to go, but are you looking ahead to next year, or because like this is great Formula One right now?
Yeah, I mean, sort of took its time. We've had so much bad luck, but yeah, it's all starting to come together. So no pressure really on myself. Just see what I can do and try to get as many wins as I can.
Mate, well done. Perfect weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Let's speak to Jonathan Moore. Jonathan, congrats. You are so close to that win, mate.
Yeah, I think happy with Peter. I got fairly lucky with strings ahead, but still definitely had the pace. And I think I was catching Oscar on that last lap, even though I missed 4th going on the pit straight. So I reckon if I didn't miss 4th, I could have probably gone for the win, obviously when he ran deep at the last corner, but hindsight's a beautiful thing, and I'm just outscored what I needed to outscore today, so yeah, happy with Peter.
One more round to go at Brands Hatch, double points available. Looking forward to it, I'm sure you are.
I've driven Brands a couple of times now. Love the track. The flow of it's just probably the best from the calendar, and it's a short lap as well. So double points can decide anything really. No championship position is set until Brands is done. I think there's upwards of, if I'm right, 100 points up for grab at Brands. So yeah.
Number 1 is round the corner. Fingers crossed for you, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Great weekend. Let's find Darragh Flock. Here he is. Darragh, turn around for us. Sorry to interrupt, guys. That was an interesting race for you, up and down, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Got a good start, and then, like, me and Cameron and Oscar, I was going for a gap in between Oscar and Cameron. I don't think Cameron saw me and turned in and hit me, and then I just lost all the momentum down towards the first corner. Just kept it in third, and then Cameron had a problem. I don't know what happened. He just spun out at the hairpin, and then at the same lap I went to go around the outside of Oscar, and he just hit me off. But it's racing; it happens.
It's another podium, and with Cameron finishing 9th, that's a little bit more of an advantage for you as well. So, in overall for the weekend, great points advantage.
Yeah, it was. My only goal for the weekend was never to win. Obviously, I'd like to win, but my main goal is to beat Cameron, because it's only really us two in the top that can win it. My main goal I did, so that's all I can happy with.
With double points at Brands, it's going to be a massive weekend.
Yeah, just have to. I think from now after Cameron finished 9th, I just have to really just stick behind him if he's ahead of me, and if not, I'll just try. There's no risks need to be taken really, because I'm in the lead of the championship. He has to take all the risks to get by me, so I don't have to take any.
Mate, it's a good weekend. See you at Brands.
See you at Brands.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Now the minis are coming out. I would like. Let's just go and have a quick. If you can turn around, Kirill. Look at Cameron Pratt-Thompson over there. He's looking absolutely devastated, unfortunately. I will run over very, very quickly. I know the minis are coming out. But they've got a 40-minute race. We've got plenty of time to speak to those drivers. I'm going to jump in as soon as I can and have a chat with Cameron. Can I jump in the way? Is that all right? I'm going to check this with Cameron. What happened down at Melbourne?
Big mistake on my side.
And you're looking gutted naturally. Obviously lost a few more points, but Brands, double points available. There is a lot more to come there. You're by absolutely no means out of this yet. I know you're going to be disappointed now, though.
Yeah, but makes my life a bit harder now. I've got to work hard for next round. Can't believe I've let everybody down like that, you know.
Mate, you've let nobody down. Don't be silly.
Yeah, well, Russ worked so hard for this, and to make a mistake like that this far into the season at such an important point, and Callum worked so hard.
Mate, there's 2 races at Brands, 100 points up for grabs. We can't wait to see you there. Okay, look after yourself. Thank you. Cheers, buddy. Well, that is motor racing. There are ups and downs, there are highs and there are lows. We go to Brands with the junior saloons in a few weeks' time. Okay, so 100 points up for grabs. Cameron, absolutely 100% in this. Him and Darragh Flock will go head to head. Now we go on to our mini racing. It's the club sport. It's their enduro race. The first time they've ever done a 40-minute race. Dave Goddard, as ever, will talk you through it. Let's look forward to this one.
Thanks, Ewan. Well, I've never been to the 24 hours of Le Mans, but I am about to cover the 40 minutes of Le Don here at Donington Park. This is the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsports end-of-season enduro race, 40 minutes with a mandatory pit stop, and the majority of cars changing drivers as well. Qualifying was held this morning, and it's the Mini Coupe. Stephen Berry, who looks for his 3rd win of the weekend. He won the 2 sprint races yesterday. He's on pole alongside number 7, John Wyatt. We haven't seen him out this weekend yet. Second row, number 12, that's shared between Charlie Newton-Darby and Lee Campbell. Unfortunately for the majority of cars, we don't have the starting drivers for this one. Alongside them will be the Alexanders, number 320. That's Adam and Ross Alexander in the A-Reeve Motorsport car. That's running in Class S56. No, it's not actually. That's an open class car. They have moved class, so the 320 car is an open class car. Got the open class cars at the front. Third row of the grid is number 999, which is the car of Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis, alongside 623, which is James Fletcher and Aaron Clark. So they're starting in their groups, just like they did the sprint races yesterday, although this time it's a rolling start. Row 4 of the grid, number 5, Freddie Hewitt and David Ward is sharing that car. That's the first of the Class S56 cars. They start alongside number 17, Ionut Carrare and Zach Blackwell. Zach Blackwell switching to that car after his own car caught fire yesterday. Row 5, number 959, which is Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer. That's the first of the Class S53 cars, starting alongside 190 of Alan Lee. Then on row 6, we've got number 27, Emma Dawson and Stephen Thompson, the Wolf Tracks racing car. Alongside number 66, which is Sammy Bowler. She drives solo. Row 7, number 41, which is the Trundleys for Norfolk Cars, Ian and Ben Trundley. Alongside number 231, Dan Butcher Lord and Steve Webb for Sheer Motorsports. On row 8 is the first of the Class C cars, C for Cooper. That's Paul Manning and Andrew Godfrey. They will start alongside number 33, Alfie Glennie and Jamie Keats. Row 9 is number 99, which is Ben Jenkins. He starts alongside 53, Neil Clark. And row 10, 42, Andy Langley will start alongside number 28, which is David Taylor and James Miller. And 266 rounds out the grid. That's Jeffrey Surrey and Adrian Armstrong. Okay, this will be a 40-minute race. They're already on the grid for the rolling starts. Can Stephen Berry make it 3 out of 3? We know one starting driver, which is Charlie Newton-Darby, will start car number 12. Thank you to Jamie Peters-Ennis for that one. Hi to Britland Models on our YouTube live stream. Says good luck to Ross and Dad. That's the Alexanders. So Adam Alexander, the father of Ross, they're sharing the 320 car. They could be in with a chance here. Ross took an overall win at Thruxton earlier this year. Stephen Berry will start as the favourite from pole position. Just been told that there's an additional driver in the 66 car. Sammy Bowler now sharing with Rory Melia, number 191 in the sprint races. Thank you to Charlie Fox for that. So we'll try and keep you up to date with any info that comes in as we go. Joe M says good luck Jamie Miller, driving in the 28 car with David Taylor. Thanks for all your comments coming in today. We do have a bit of clearing up being done for our junior saloon cars. There's a couple of battered cars being recovered. I think that's Harvey Kersley's car being recovered by Mick Avery's recovery truck up there at McLean's. Harvey's okay, that's the main thing. We've got the Berry family watching again. Hello to you. We had all the Berry family tuning in yesterday. Can Stephen take a hat-trick? Pit Lane Jamie is supporting Sussex Road and Race, supporting John Wyatt in the number 7 car. We've been preparing BMW Minis for racing for a number of years now. Plenty of fans of Lee Campbell and Charlie Newton-Darby as well, the Blueprint racing car. That could be a contender. So there goes Harvey Kersley in the Lancaster Insurance Saxo. His father Alex Kersley, former series winner in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. Looking a bit graunch there. They'll have that fixed in no time, I'm sure. Michaela Latham says she's supporting James Fletcher and Aaron Clark in one of the Mini Mafia cars, number 623. Neat to see so many fans showing your support. Great to see our volunteer marshals staying warm out there as well. Love that bit of camouflage. Going to Fox 280. Yes, I do commentate on Speedway as well. Concentrating on four-wheeled action this weekend. Mr. Fabulous says go Godfrey. That's Andrew Godfrey sharing with Paul Manning, taking pole in the Cooper class. Now, the racing yesterday in the sprint races was frantic. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Just waiting for that recovery vehicle to pull into the paddock, and then we can get the rolling start underway. Yep, just been told by Ewan it's James Miller starting car 28. Thank you to Ewan down in the paddock for that one. We know Charlie Newton-Darby's going first in car number 12. We haven't got the other starting drivers though, unfortunately, so we can call them by the team names as much as possible. Fine sight they make, these BMW Minis. 21 cars out there in total for this 40-minute race. I wonder if Sussex Road and Race might have a bit of an advantage here, because they've competed in the CSCC Turbo Tin Tops with their BMW Minis, and this is the same format. They have 40-minute pit stop races. So maybe John Wyatt could be a favourite here. Be the first time I think that some of these drivers have done a rolling start. Starting to warm their tyres. They'll get into 2x2 formation. Tension begins to mount. This a bit of an end-of-season showpiece for the Mini Challenge Club Sports category. They've provided some very enjoyable racing for us this year. Effectively the third tier of BMW Mini racing in the UK. We've got the JCW Championship, supports British touring cars. The Trophy category is the second tier. We've seen that on our coverage quite a few times. And this is the Club Sport aimed at the newcomer, more at the newcomer to BMW Mini racing. A few guest racers in the field today. Fine sight they make round on this rolling start. Can anyone stop that Mini Coupe of Stephen Berry for the Mini Mafia team? Anybody can. It's John Wyatt for Sussex Road and Race. They'll be the two favourites off from the front. Watch for Charlie Newton-Darby and Lee Campbell, the Blueprint racing car as well from the second row. The Open class cars at the front, followed by the S-class cars running mixed together, and then the Cooper class at the back. Here we go then at Donington Park. The 40 minutes of Le Don about to get underway for the BMW Minis. Here we go. They charge down towards Redgate corner. Good start by Stephen Berry. Decent start on the outside there by the Alexander family as well in the number 320 car. The A-Reeve Motorsport car. Now, are they all going to get round Redgate? Okay, you would not want to have an incident on the first corner of a 40-minute race. Looks like they've all got round. It's Berry who's got the lead. Looks like Charlie Newton-Darby in the number 12 has got through into second. Already the first three have broken away slightly. And somebody sideways. Oh, that's Alexander, I think. That's exactly the same place as that car went off in race one yesterday. Keep it out of the gravel. They recovered it yesterday. If that's Ross Alexander at the wheel of that car, then lightning has struck twice there. And to the back of the field goes the A-Reeve Motorsport car. That's exactly the same place he lost it yesterday on the first lap. Stephen Berry leads. Charlie Newton-Darby in second place. Up the hill towards the right-hander at Coppice. Going for the outside, that's the car of Sammy Bowler and Rory Melia. Sammy and Rory do have some endurance racing experience as well in 45-minute pit stop races, so they could have an advantage here as well. The 959 car moving up fairly quickly. That's Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer's car. They'll pick up the class leaders as well as they come round for the first time. There's the 959 being chased by 623, which is the car of Fletcher and Clark, one of the mini Mafia cars. Stephen Berry will lead as they complete the first lap. We look at some of the action further down the order. There are the first three. They've broken away slightly. It's number 5 of Freddie Hewitt and Dave Ward in 4th position, trying to go after the leaders. Here comes Charlie Newton-Darby. He's had a couple of wins in the Mini Challenge Open class this year. He's going for the lead on the inside into Redgate. Stephen Berry tries to fight back. They're side by side. You'd think this was a 10-minute sprint race, the way these two are going at it. John Wyatt third, then Hewitt and Ward up into 4th place. They've got ahead of a couple of the open class cars. Of course, the Alexander spun. They're down in P17 as Berry just about hangs on to his lead down the Craners. John Wyatt behind them in 3rd. Class S56 is led by the Hewitt Ward number 5 car. S53 leader is the Emma Dawson and Steve Thompson car. And the Cooper class has been split. Oh, it's been split into Coopers and Cooper Invitation class cars. So the Invitation class is being led by Glennie and Keats, and the Cooper class cars for championship runners led by David Taylor and James Miller. That wasn't the case in the qualifying session earlier on, so there's been a slight change among the classes. Got to read this comment from Britland Model. Says, pretty sure my dad is driving, like father, like son. Referring to the Alexander family. That's not very nice. I don't know. All good fun, of course. 959, that's the Ringer and Heatley car. Here's a replay of Goddard's at the end of lap 1. Who's gone off? There's a tangle. That's Neil Clark and Andy Langley. Well, they were door handle to door handle all the way through the sprint races yesterday. They've had a bit of a coming together there. 28 car just gets through on the inside. But everybody is still running. All 21 cars completed the opening lap. Steve Berry leads from Charlie Newton-Darby by half a second. Up the inside, well, that's the 66 of Bowler and Melia on the attack. Nearly a catastrophe there. As they make their way around to complete their second lap. Alan Lee was in there as well. I think he was the car that was under attack there. Dawson and Thompson, the 27 in behind them, gets around the outside of Alan Lee in the number 190. I wonder if he suffered a bit of damage there. That's the second of the A. Reeve cars of Alan Lee, the ex-motorcycle racer. Now, the leaders have already gone through towards the old hair. We've got one car into the pits, which is the Ionut Carrare and Zach Blackwell, number 17 car that's pulled in. There might be problems there for them already. This is the number 999 car of Francis and Wortley in 5th position, with Heatley and Ringer hot on their tails up towards Coppice. I think that's the 231 car possibly drawing up on the outside. Dan Butcher-Lord and Steve Webb. Now, they've made a lot of progress through the field in the early stages. They struggled a bit in qualifying on the tail of the battle here for 5th place. Through goes the number 959. That's the 4-4 Motorsports car. 4-4 Motorsport. Do you think they'll be running smart cars, not minis with a name like that? Carrare Blackwell car still in pit lane. Not been a happy weekend at all for Zach Blackwell. Repeated problems yesterday. It's culminated in a fire under the bonnet of his car. So the classes, open classes led by the overall race leader Steve Berry. S56 by Hewitt and Ward. S53 is still Dawson and Thompson at the back of this train. Cooper Invitation by Glennie and Keats. And the Cooper class by Taylor and Miller after their rivals tangled down at Goddard's at the end of lap 1. The Bowler Melia car, number 66, trying to launch an attack there on the back of this train. There's the leader of the Cooper Invitation class, Alfie Glennie, sharing with Jamie Keats. Alfie Glennie, a very rapid young racer indeed. In the Mini Challenge for a couple of seasons now. Heatley and Ringer have moved up to 5th. Francis and Wortley down a couple of places. Also gaining are the Alexanders on their recovery drive. They're in P14 now. Where has Charlie Newton Darby gone? Because John Wyatt's in 2nd place. Have we lost our 2nd place car? Yes, he's pulling off. Oh, what a disappointment. Cloud of smoke from the number 12. And one of our front runners is out already, and we're only on lap 3. Disaster for Charlie Newton Darby. The Blueprint Racing car is out. Waved yellow flags there as Charlie Newton Darby gets out of the car. So that's one of our front runners gone. John Wyatt up to 2nd, the jeweller in car number 7, going for gold in the silver position at the moment. So Freddie Hewitt and David Ward are in 3rd position. They lead Class S56. Butcher, Lord and Webb have come through nicely. They struggled a bit in qualifying, but they're up to 4th now. And Heatley and Ringer round out the first 5. Then Francis and Wortley, Bowler and Amelia. Alan Lee is 8th. Clark and Fletcher, and then the Trundleys round out the top 10. There's a replay of somebody going off at Goddard's. Oh, that was close. That was the 27 car of Dawson and Thompson. That's the car that was leading the S53 class. Now going the wrong way through the Roberts chicane. Very nearly hit the end of the barriers there. That could have been nasty. I think we're going to see a few cars start going straight on there. There's the number 12 car out of the race. Engine failure by the look of things for the number 12 of Charlie Newton Darby. Carrare and Blackwell are going again at the tail of the field. Let's head down into the pit to see what Ewan Dunlop's got for us in a moment.
Cheers, Dave, here with David Taylor of David Taylor Racing. James Millett in the car right now. When I last looked about 30 seconds ago, you guys were in the lead, so it was a great start to the race for you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yes. So, me shouting on the pit wall there, got a bit emotional there, but yeah.
We're not used to enduro racing in minis, are we? You're enjoying it so far, early days.
Yeah, well, this is the very first time I've been to enduro, and it's the very first time I've rented my car out to someone, so yeah, quite.
Now, we haven't got all the information. Are you aware of the pit window? When does that open, do you know?
I think it opens 10 minutes after the first lights go out, and then it's open for 20 minutes, and then my driver will come in 10 minutes after that.
Perfect. Now, you guys are near the front of Class C right now. Any tactics on the changeover? Early, late, does it matter?
I'll just get the pit team to throw me in the car, and then, yeah, hopefully when the 90 seconds hits, I'm off that pit lane.
They throw you in, you throw your right foot at that accelerator?
Yes, definitely, yes.
David, have a good race. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. My mum Margaret, my dad that's up there in the sky, for looking over me, and everyone that's helped me get here today.
Love it, mate. Well done. Good luck.
See you in 2024.
Cheers, David. Thanks, David. Thank you so much, mate. For the time being, back to you, Dave Goddard.
Sorry for the confusion there. I thought the interview was over for a second, but thanks to David Taylor there. The pit window is open because we're 10 minutes into the race. We've seen one car already come in, which is the number 17 of Carrare and Blackwell. Alan Lee has come in as well, but I think that was just before the pit window, the number 190. Maybe he's got a problem. John Wyatt has closed down Stephen Berry there, separated by less than a second, and John Wyatt's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:48.2. They're nearly 10 seconds clear of Hewitt and Ward, the third place car, number 5. Fourth place is Butcher, Lord and Webb, the number 2, 3, 1. The Trundleys have just got past Clark and Fletcher, number 6, 2, 3, into 8th position. So Alan Lee has made a stop, but I think that was just before the pit window opened, so possibly a problem there, unless he's miscalculated. Well, there's our third place car. This is Freddie Hewitt and David Ward. They sit in third at the moment and lead Class S56. Second in that class, Butcher, Lord and Webb, and third Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer. Things have settled down now after the opening exchanges. Pit window now open, so we'll wait to see how many callers we get on this lap into the pit area. The leaders of Class S53 are now the Trundley family. There they are, the number 41. They just got ahead of one of the open class cars as well, the number 623, as you mentioned, James Fletcher and Aaron Clark. There they are in the background. It's the third of the Mini Mafia cars. Number 41, the Norfolk Cars machine of Ian and Ben Trundley. Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer initially listed as being in Class S53, but they are an S56 car. A couple of cars changing classes. That car running in 8th place overall. Second S53 car. Looking further down the order is the Dawson and Thompson car. They're the only two cars in that class, because we saw Dawson and Thompson go off earlier on. I think that car may have stopped actually. Maybe damage from that off at Brooklands, or perhaps the brakes failed. Leader of the Cooper Invitation class in 11th place, Alfie Glennie and Jamie Keats. Second behind them is Andrew Godfrey and Paul Manning. They're under fire though for number 99 of Ben Jenkins, the Mini Challenge Trophy regular. There he is. Leader of the Cooper class for championship runners is now Andy Langley. He's got ahead of the Taylor and Miller car, and so has Neil Clark. He's just got through as well. There's Clark, there's Jamie Miller at the wheel of the number 28, sharing with David Taylor, the Scottish team. Now, Yonuk Carrare and Zach Blackwell are going in. There's a bit of damage there on the 42 of Andy Langley, who leads the Cooper class. I can tell you that it is Alfie Glennie driving number 33 car, so the Mini Challenge regular former Fiesta Junior star is in that car. There's the number 17, Yonuk Carrare and Zach Blackwell. Late change of car for Zach, as we mentioned earlier, after his own engine went up in flames yesterday. Zach was fine though. Just under 25.5 minutes to go. Still your leader is the treble 6 of Stephen Berry. Sammy Bowler started the number 66 car, just coming through to us. So we've got info on a couple of starting drivers. Thank you, Ewan, and also Jamie Peters-Ennis for the updates. And Mystical says 959 is currently driven by Jamie Ringer. Thank you for that. So thanks to those who have sent in info on the starting drivers. Didn't get them through officially at the start of the race. Here's a battle between the number 46 of Manning and Godfrey, under fire from Ben Jenkins in the 99 car. This is for second in Cooper Invitation. The Cooper class leader, Andy Langley, has just pulled into the pits to make his stop fairly early. The treble 9 car's been in as well, the car of Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis, so they'll have changed driver. I think that's the first driver change we've had this race. There we can see the class leader ahead of these two, Alfie Glennie in the number 33, the turquoise car. Andy Langley on his way out of the pits, as is the Francis Wortley number treble 9, the Mini Mafia car. Mini Mafia still lead this race with Stephen Berry. There's 959, that's Jamie Ringer. He's ahead of the car's just stopped, I think that is, behind them. Oh, that's the 28 car. David Taylor and Jamie Miller. Jamie Miller's had problems. That looks like a technical problem to me. He's trying to get the car going again. Jamie Miller, who was earlier leading the Cooper class. That's now led by Neil Clark. He's got ahead after Andy Langley pit in. Yes, the marshals pushing the 28 of Jamie Miller and David Taylor back towards the paddock. So the Scottish pairing sadly out of the race by the look of things. Still this battle rages on between Ben Jenkins. It's like Ben's got ahead there, he has, of the Manning and Godfrey Cup. This is the fight for second in the Cooper Invitation class, for 11th place overall, and they're being caught by Andy Langley. He's already been into the pits, so we'll probably be a lap behind these two. So the leaders completed 9 laps. Stephen Berry just over 4 seconds clear of John Wyatt. Sammy Bowler's come in. She'll hand over to Rory Melia. The Alexanders have come in to swap over as well, the 320 car. And Carrare and Blackwell are in to swap drivers now as well. They made an extra stop earlier on before the pit window. Anybody else making pit calls? 66 in, the 320. The 46 has come in of Godfrey and Manning to swap drivers. And we see the 266 car, the tail enders at the moment. That's Jeffrey Surrey and Adrian Armstrong, the Stoke Mini Works car. There's the 999, which is Sean Wortley and Adrian Francis. They've got Alan Lee behind them. Alan Lee went into the pits. I'm not sure if his pit stop was before the window, so we'll wait and see whether he comes in again. There's the 266 car at the back of the field. Berry leads Wyatt by 3.3 seconds. There's the 46 car in pit lane.
Well, that worked out, eh?
Oh, mate, I can't believe it.
Just over 20, just under 21 minutes of the race to go, so we're coming up to half distance. This is the 623, one of the Mini Mafia cars, James Fletcher and Aaron Clark. They currently run in P7, third in the open class. There's our leader, Stephen Berry. The Trundleys have just come in, the leaders of class S53. I think they're the only S53 car left running now, because we've lost Emma Dawson and Steve Thompson after that car went off at Goddard's corner. I think the brakes may have failed on that car, looking at the way it went off. The coupe leads all the hatchbacks. Notice the active aero on that car as well. See the spoiler lifting up there as it accelerates down the straight. I didn't know BMW Minis had DRS. There's the 17 running behind after an extra stop early on. This car's in 17th place, the Carrare Blackwell car. Let's head down to the pits with Ewan. He's down with the 46 team in the Cooper class Manpower Motorsports.
Here with Paul Manning, car 46. Just sent Andrew out for the second stint. How was yours?
Yeah, it was good. I started on pole, got held up by one of the S's at the start, so the other 2 cars in my class got through. I got back past one after about 3 or 4 laps, and if I could have got past a bit quicker, I thought it caught Alfie at the front. But we weren't far off, so it's now down to Andy. He's got a bit of a longer stint. So
have you done much enduro racing?
We do a bit of C1s. Okay. Yeah, but normally mini challenge, which is on slicks as well.
They're very different C1s.
They are very different, very different, especially with the grip levels.
Absolutely.
But this is the first time on Derezas for about 4 or 5 years as well. So yeah, it's quite nice actually.
Any words of advice for Andrew when you sent him out?
No, he's a good peddler. So okay, fine. Yeah, he's probably had as much experience on Derezas as I have, and he put it on pole today. So it was his lap that was the quickest one. Brilliant, cool. So yeah, the car's good.
Well done. I'll let you go and stand on the pit wall. It's a bit warmer over there.
Give him a cheer.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Back to you, Dave.
It's good to hear from Paul Manning there, experienced mini racer. That car now running in 15th place after its stop. The Freddie Hewitt David Ward car has come in from 3rd place. The Clark Fletcher number 623 is in pit lane as well. The Armstrong and Surrey car from the back of the field has come in too. Here's a scrap, the number 66 now with Rory Melia at the wheel. And the 99, the 190 rather, closing up on these two as well. That's Alan Lee. 999 car in the middle is the car of Francis and Wortley. These cars have stopped, so we'll see where they all come out. They're battling for 11th place at the moment, these three. All these cars have stopped. Cars that have yet to stop: Stephen Berry, John Wyatt, Dan Butcher-Lord and Steve Webb have yet to stop. Heatley and Ringer have yet to come in. The Glennie and Keats number 33 and 53 of Neil Clark. Those are the only cars that have not yet stopped, apart from the 3 cars that are out of the race. 66 now with Rory Melia on board. This group lapping the 53 of Neil Clark. Or is that for position? No, that is for position, because Neil Clark hasn't stopped yet. So these 3 more powerful cars will steam past the Cooper. They do so. Nice little scrap here for some of the minor placings. This is for 9th now. Ben Jenkins has come into the pits. Let's see who Ewan's found to talk to down there in pit lane.
Cheers, Dave. Well, not a driver, but our series and event organisers, Tom and Rob here, and they've set this up, inaugural season. First question, why?
Something to do, I suppose, because we're mad. I stopped racing last year and decided, Tom and I decided we'd have a mad idea and try and put this together. Fantastic. We wanted to really find a home for the cars that we knew were out there, and it's been tremendously successful.
You've had some great entries, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been really strong. I mean, we started with 20 cars at Cadwell. We've ended at 24 yesterday, for the final round. 2 cars didn't make it, ran out of budget. And I think next year we're probably pushing 26, 28, 30, maybe more. Yeah.
Everything going to plan. And why enduro?
I think I've done some enduro. I just thought it would be something that the minis would should do, just to bring in new drivers. I thought that it's just something slightly different to the normal 15-minute race.
Absolutely. If anybody's interested in getting involved next year,
contact us through the website, minichallengeclubsport.co.uk. That then comes through to me and Rob, and we'll respond straight away. Yeah.
I think you're enjoying your weekend at Donington.
It's been a long weekend.
It's been a long year.
It's been a long year. Actually, we both said that it's so much harder organising than driving, but that's because we were such good drivers.
Okay, all right. Mini Challenge Club Sport, get involved. It is going beautifully well. If you want to get involved next year, jump on the website. Let's get back to racing with Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to hear from our event coordinators down there telling us what this is all about. It's been huge fun so far. We've had a number of the front runners come into the pits. John Wyatt's in, Butcher-Lord and Steve Webb have come in. Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer have pitted as well. It'll be Charlie Heatley taking over that car, and Alfie Glennie has come in to hand over to Jamie Keats as well, the Cooper Invitational class leader. So the only 2 cars that have not yet made their mandatory pit stop are Neil Clark, number 53, and our leader, Stephen Berry, in car 666. Look at these 3 battling it out. This is the group for 7th place now. That's Rory Melia in the 66 car. Number 999, the Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis car, barrelling down the inside into the S's and goes through. Takes P7. And Alan Lee hanging on to their coattails as well in the number 190. The way the pit stops work is with solo drivers, they have to enact as if there's been a driver change. They have to get out of the car, close the door, reopen the door and get back in again, as if they'd swap drivers, just to make it a bit fairer on the teams who have 2 drivers and have to swap over. They have to simulate a driver change if they're a single driver, effectively. Just under 14 minutes of this race to go. So Wyatt and the Butcher-Lord Webb car will be exiting the pits. This battle's still raging on. Rory Melia under fire from Alan Lee. There's the fight for P6 at the moment. Here a car coming down pit lane, that's Neil Clark. And we hand back to Ewan down in the pits. He's talking to Alfie Glennie.
Cheers, Dave. With car number 33, Alfie Glennie. Alfie, you were flying out there.
Yeah, it was an awesome race, to be fair. I haven't been out of kart since March, so yeah, it was pretty cool just to be able to get it.
You should drive more often, mate.
I'm trying, just lacking in the budget department a bit at the minute, you know, every racing driver.
I mean, what's the difference? Because in class, you are way ahead right now.
Yeah, so I've just had a good start. I was right on the Cooper S in front of me, and then from there, it's kind of just that lights the flag type of thing.
Got the toe.
Yeah, got in the toe, and it was gone from there. So.
And hand it over to your teammate. I saw you give him a little bit of advice. What was it?
Yeah, so normally going down after craners, we're using fourth gear on the right-hander. I feel like for some reason the engine was putting nicer. We changed it down to third and using third back up the hill and changing to fourth. Just seems like it's putting nice, so I said give it a go. I haven't had a car, it was awesome today.
Enjoying enduro racing, yeah?
Yeah, so this is my first sort of endurance racing I've done myself, other than karting, but I've worked with LDRs, doing some endurance racing and fun car, but it's a pretty cool thing to be doing something different.
Great, Steve, well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Alfie Glennie, car number 33, handed over to his teammate. They are leading in class. Back to you, Dave.
Just got a glimpse of the 33 car there, now with Jamie Keats on board, just being lapped by the number 5 car. They're a lap apart, these two. The leader has come in, I can tell you. Stephen Berry is in pit lane. So he was the last man to make a stop for the Mini Mafia team. So he'll be in for his, making sure he meets the mandatory pit stop time. Let's see if he gets out again, still ahead of John Wyatt. Then we can establish the race order. This battle's still raging on in the lower reaches of the top 10. Stephen Berry is on his out lap. See where he slots in. Has he stayed ahead of John Wyatt? Running wide there, that was Rory Melia, I think, the 66. He's lost out to Alan Lee. That was for 8th position because the Alexanders have got ahead of these two now. Ross Alexander had got the, he's still got the fastest lap of the race, so I assume it's Ross in the car for that one. He's done a 1:46.085, so the number 320 car has the quickest lap of the race. There's 18 running now out of the 21 that started. Seen a couple of cars get the black and white flag. One of them was the 33, the Alfie Glennie Jamie Keats car, and the 53 has got a black and white flag as well. That's Neil Clark. That's the car we're looking at now. There is the Alexander family number 320 car, the A-Reeve Motorsport car. Neil Clark had just rejoined after his pit stop as well. So Berry still on his out lap. We'll wait to see where they slot in together. Okay, so just we'll wait for Stephen Berry to complete his out lap and then we'll establish the race order. Alexander with the fastest lap, 84.47 miles an hour average around Donington Park, making up for that error on the opening lap. We come towards the closing stages of this mini challenge endurance race, the 40 minutes of Le Don. Okay, Berry, I can tell you, is still leading. He's gone over the line, so has John Wyatt. They're separated by just under 6.5 seconds now, our two leaders. So Stephen Berry managed to build up enough of an advantage to be able to keep his lead with that later stop. There he is. John Wyatt a little further back behind him. They're well ahead of the rest, these two. So it's looking good for Stephen Berry for a hat-trick this weekend. 2 sprint races and an endurance. Up towards McLean's. We're going to wait to see when everybody else has completed lap 16, who is where. I think these two are a long way ahead of everyone else. Yes, the Hewitt Ward car is in 3rd place. The S56 class leader is 42 seconds further back on John Wyatt. Butcher, Lord and Webb are still fourth. They're another 9.3 seconds back. Just behind them is the Heatley and Ringer car. Charlie Heatley, number 959. Their lap times are about the same, so he's not yet making moves to pass the Steve Webb, Daniel Butcher, Lord car. The Alexanders are up to 6th. Good recovery by them. Francis and Wortley are 7th in the number 999 car. 8th place, Rory Melia in the car started by Sammy Bowler. Alan Lee in number 190 is 9th. And the Clark Fletcher, number 623 for Mini Mafia in 10th. So all three of those Mini Mafia cars in the top 10 at the moment. There's that 959 car now. Are they catching the 231 car? Yes, looks like they are. This is the battle for 4th place and for 2nd in class S56. That's the car of Dan Butcher, Lord and Steve Webb, run by Shear Motorsports. Black car with the red and turquoise sponsorship decals. The orange car behind number 959 is 44 Motorsports. That's Charlie Heatley at the wheel. He's starting to turn up the heat, isn't he, on Butcher, Lord and Webb. The Alexander's in 6th. In terms of class leaders, well, Hewitt and Ward lead the S56 class. Berry leads the open class. Class S53 are the Trundleys. Cooper Invitation after the stops. It's Ben Jenkins who's gone to the front. There he is. Just in the foreground on the right. So Ben Jenkins in 13th overall leads Cooper Invitation ahead of Godfrey and Manning's blue and white cars there in the background. And the Cooper class for championship runners, Andy Langley leads that for number 42. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go now. There is Andy Langley leading the Cooper category. In 16th place, he's ahead by about just under 8 seconds ahead of Neil Clark. And Armstrong and Surrey, the third of the Coopers. Cooper Invitation ahead of them. It's looking good for Stephen Berry. Let's have a look. Is John Wyatt catching him? 6.6 seconds is the gap. Well, he closed in by about half a second on that last lap. Wyatt did a 1:47.9, his best lap of the race. Berry did a 1:48.4, so the gap came down by about half a second. It's 6.6 seconds. Francis and Wortley, 999, have got the black and white flag, presumably for exceeding track limits. That car currently running in 7th place. We saw them scrapping with Alan Lee earlier on. Somebody running wide, that's Ben Jenkins in the number 99. There's the 46 car. Still second in the class. It's Andrew Godfrey on board that machine. Paul Manning started. Jenkins just behind the Butcher, Lord and Webb car. They lost out to Charlie Heatley. And the Alexanders have got past both of them. They're up into 4th now, the more powerful open class car, which still has the fastest lap of the race. Now, are they closing on Hewitt and Ward? Well, they are, but the gap is nearly 50 seconds, so I don't think they're going to catch the third place men. Freddie Hewitt and Dave Ward. Here comes the leader in the background. So we've got 3 class leaders in shot there. The Trundleys leading class S53. Andy Langley is leading the Cooper class. And Stephen Berry leading overall. He's completed 19 laps now. Let's see what the gap is. 6.2 seconds. So it's coming down slightly. John Wyatt giving chase. Let's get a glimpse of his gold paintwork in the sunlight there in the background, the setting sun here at Donington. We've got 2 races to come after this. We've got the Britcar Trophy season finale. Looking increasingly likely that the Dragon Sport Clio will take the title, but we'll wait and see. And then our finale for the weekend is the Jaguars. We continue our focus on minis for now. Just over 3 minutes to go in this 40 minutes of Le Don endurance race. Fair play to the series organisers who we heard from earlier who came up with that name. I'm very impressed. I've been very impressed with the racing this weekend from the BMW Minis. Stephen Berry didn't have all his own things all his own way in the sprint races yesterday. Charlie Newton-Darby put up a good fight. But sadly, Charlie Newton-Darby's car an early casualty in this one with engine failure. And the Mini Mafia Coupe. Watch for the rear spoiler, there it is. Rises up in a straight line. Bizarre little car that is, but very effective. A couple more laps to go. See what his margin is. New personal best for Berry that time, 147.557. Yeah, 7.7 seconds clear now of John Wyatt. Hewitt and Ward are still third. They're safe in third, I think, with the Alexanders closing in. Let's have a look what the gap is back from third to fourth. 6 seconds. He did take about 3.5 seconds out of him on that last lap, Alexander on the number 5 car. I think he'll run out of time to catch them, though, for a podium place. We know it's a quicker car because it's in the open class. There's John Wyatt. That gold paint job does look good, doesn't it, in the setting sun? But I think he may have to settle for silver here, behind Stephen Berry. Coming up on the Trundleys. They're going to far from Trundle home to take the S53 class win. They're in P11. Only one car ended up making 2 pit stops as well. That was the Carrare Blackwell number 17. Oh, just as I say that, it's come back in again. Problems for the 17, I think. Stephen Berry gobbling up the back markers. No, the Berry family are watching this weekend. They're going to start celebrating because Stephen Berry is into his last lap. He's heading for a hat-trick. Whether a 15-minute sprint or a 40-minute enduro, there is no stopping the open class champion this weekend. Down the Craner curves, he's still really on it. Look at this. Beautifully driven by Stephen Berry this weekend. Up towards Schwantz for the last time. He's 8.5 seconds clear. He's opened out the gap over John Wyatt now. Inner McLean's, the Dayglow yellow paint, also glinting in the sunlight. Climb up to Coppice. Clock has counted down to 0. It'll be checkered flag this time. Oh, phalanx of back markers ahead of him here to negotiate, but he may not catch them. He may ease off. Well, here he comes then, down to the Melbourne Loop for the last time. A dominant weekend for Stephen Berry and for the Mini Mafia team. Looks like all 3 of their cars are going to come home in the top 10 as well. Into Goddard's, the checkered flag almost in sight. 2 sprint race wins yesterday, the Open Class Championship, and now a win in the 40 minutes of Le Don for Stephen Berry and the Mini Mafia team. The Coupe wins it. Congratulations to Stephen Berry and the team. John Wyatt comes over in second, nearly 9 seconds down at the flag. There's a couple of cars that have been given time penalties in lieu of drive-through penalties. I'll give you those in a moment. One of them is the 33 car in the Cooper Invitational. That's the Glennie and Keats car. The other one is the 46 of Godfrey and Manning. Who's going to come over for third place? It looks like it's going to be the Hewitt and Ward car. There it is. The Alexanders lost quite a bit of time on that previous lap, a 2:07 for the 320 car, so maybe they've got a problem. They've dropped behind the Heatley and Ringer car with Charlie Heatley on board. Freddie Hewitt and David Ward, meanwhile, are going to take third, and they will win the S56 category. They complete the overall podium. The number 5 car comes over third. 22 laps completed. Number 959 will be fourth. That's Charlie Heatley in the car started by Jamie Ringer. The S53 class has been won by the Trundleys. Here's our Cooper Invitation class winner to be. That's Ben Jenkins in the 99 car. Driving for LDR Performance Tuning. His class rivals have both been given time penalties for track limits in lieu of a drive-through. That's a 16-second penalty. So that's the equivalent of a drive-through penalty will be added on. A bit late to take a drive-through. So Ben Jenkins flashes his lights as he crosses the line. He takes the class win. And the Cooper class, meanwhile, for the championship runners, that's going to be won by number 42, Andy Langley. Looks like he's already taken the checkered flag. Yes, Langley has won it ahead of Neil Clark. Total of 9 cars finished on the lead lap. The winning margin 8.97 seconds. Let's give you the results of that one. The win goes to Stephen Berry for the Mini Mafia team. He wins the open class ahead of John Wyatt for Sussex Road and Race. Third place for S56 class winner Freddie Hewitt and David Ward. Fourth place, number 959, second in class. That's Charlie Heatley and Jamie Ringer for 4-4 Motorsports. And fifth place, good recovery after that early spin for the Alexander family, Adam and Ross, in the A-Reeve Motorsport number 320, third in the open class for them. Sixth wins number 190 and third in the S56 class for Alan Lee, driving the second A-Reeve Motorsport car. Seventh place is number 66, Sammy Bowler, sharing with Rory Melia, a late addition to that team. They took 7th. And 8th place went to Treble 9, Sean Wortley and Aidan Francis for Mini Mafia in the open class. 9th went to number S56, that went to number 231 in the S56 class, sorry, Dan Butcher-Lord and Steve Webb for Sheer Motorsports, and completing the top 10. 623, the other Mini Mafia car of James Fletcher and Aaron Clark. 11th place, number 41, winning the S53 class, Ian and Ben Trundley for Norfolk Cars. 12th place is number 99, winning the Cooper Invitation class, Ben Jenkins for LDR Performance Tuning. 13th was number 46, which was Paul Manning and Andrew Godfrey for Manpower Motorsports, second in Cooper Invitation. Third in that class, Jamie Keats and Alfie Glennie in the second of the Manpower Motorsport cars. 15th went to the Cooper class winner, that's Andy Langley, number 42. Behind him, number 53, the second Norfolk Cars machine driven by Neil Clark. 16th behind 17th behind them would have been Armstrong and Surrey, Adrian Armstrong and Jeffrey Surrey in the Stoke Mini Works car. They were the last car running at the flag in 17th place because Yonat Carrare and Zach Blackwell retired to the pits a couple of laps from home. We lost David Taylor and Jamie Miller. Charlie Newton-Darby and Lee Campbell sadly dropped out early with engine problems. And we also lost Emma Dawson and Steve Thompson after that car went off at Goddard's. Well done, everyone, for making the inaugural 40 minutes of Le Don a success for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsports. Our thanks to everyone involved. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Cheers, Dave, here in Parc Fermé with Stephen Berry, and twice as long this race and twice as nice to win, I imagine.
That was amazing. I mean, that sure woke me up. A 40-minute sprint sure wakes you up after a long weekend like that.
What was it like in comparison to the sprints?
You're just constantly going, what's the time? What's the time? How many laps have I done? You're just doing one corner at a time, one straight at a time, as I keep saying, and oh god, it was just going forever and ever.
Now, you have been a class above this entire weekend. 3 races, 3 wins, unbeatable. What can you pin it on something?
My sponsors, making it all possible.
Love it.
D&D Transport, BC Racing UK, JP Cages, SDL Minor Firm, EBC Brakes. I could not have done it without them.
It's true that you can't do it without sponsors, can you?
You really can't. You really can't. It's getting more and more expensive these days, but you know, people like that, you know, really do help you out, and it just helps you focus on the important stuff, setting the car up and getting it right, and it's been absolutely brilliant this weekend. It really has.
It looks fantastic. Well done.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much.
mate. Thanks a lot. John Wyatt, I love this livery on the car, by the way. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, it had to be gold, really.
It did need to be gold. Quite hard to beat, isn't he?
Tough. I did everything I could other than win, but that's it. I can't do any more.
I mean, I think that's the closest anybody could come today, so it was great driving.
Oh, it was a really enjoyable race, and thanks to everyone who lets me go racing, so it's brilliant. Yeah, no, it was a great race. I've done everything I could. Couldn't do any more.
Another solo driver on the podium in the Enduro. Lonely out there, or just enjoying yourself?
It was a little bit lonely, but I'm used to 2-hour racing, so 40 minutes a bit of a sprint for me, so I was quite happy, but it was good. Really enjoyable.
Great way to end the weekend, well done.
Oh yeah, good, brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Cheers now. Let's speak to our third place finishers, the car of Ward and Hewitt in the car number 5. I'm gonna jump in and steal him. Is that all right? Come and have a quick chat with us.
I need my teammate.
Oh, sorry. You're not allowed to be in here. You came through. Usually it's only one person here. Sorry. Yeah, apologies for that. Great racing, guys. Well done.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Just got a good start and managed to keep good gaps. The cars behind, so David had a nice easy race. It wasn't so easy because Alexander was catching him at the end, but he had an issue unfortunately, so it was a good result.
Now, you were getting chased down at the end there.
I didn't really notice, you know.
Nice.
He must have a bad back because he's been carrying me all day. Like, absolutely, Freddie is an awesome driver, and it's a pleasure to be driving with him. And I still can't believe we've got this. Like, but
it's not just a third place overall; it's a class win as well. It's a great performance.
It's perfect, and it sort of tops this weekend off really with 3 wins now and 2 pole positions. So can't walk away any happier really. It's perfect.
Yeah. I'm glad it didn't let you down.
No, he didn't. He spun in qualifying, ruined a tyre. I'll send him the invoice later, so it's fine.
How do you celebrate this weekend?
What's that, sorry?
How do you celebrate tonight for this weekend? It's been a sensational weekend, you can't deny it.
I'm just going to go home and sleep, I think.
Oh, nice one,
That's my celebration, and then go back to work tomorrow and earn some money.
A few beers?
A few beers maybe, just before the wife can drive me home.
Guys, well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you so much. Then we've got another endurance race coming up very shortly. Massive apologies there. Usually the second driver have to stay outside of the park firm, but they're obviously coming here to celebrate, so all well done to them, all of our drivers. Now we've got the ROWE Motor Oil Britcar Trophy Championship. In about an hour or so we will know our overall champion. It all comes down to this. Over to you, Dave.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, we're 50 minutes away, to be precise, from knowing who is the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy champion for 2023. Just a quick word to those of you watching on our Facebook live stream at the moment. That's going to time out fairly soon. It times out after 8 hours. So if you'd like to switch to YouTube on the BARC YouTube channel, British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube, and you can continue watching our last couple of races. We're almost ready then for our finale for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy race. This will be a rolling start once again, 50 minutes with a 10-minute pit stop window in the middle. The grid will be based on the results of the earlier race, so it's Marco Anastasi who will start on pole in the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, with Simon Clark in the Formivo Clark Racing Porsche alongside him. Second row, Maurizio Cilio in the Ginetta for Dayton Motorsport alongside the number 24 Ginetta. For SVG Motorsport, Neil Wallace will start this time. Ian Astley will take over because drivers normally swap around, and the driver that starts race 1 goes second in race 2. Row 3, Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsport BMW alongside Sebastien Dubois in the Dayton Motorsports number 55 Ginetta, running in the invitation class. And then we've got the BMW, which will be started by Jazz Sapra, sharing with Brian Branson, alongside the car that could well wrap up the title here, Reece Lloyd starts the Clio for Dragon Sports. Jack Meakin will take over. On row 5, it's the Class 3 winners from race 1. Rob Ellick starts the Golf, sharing with Mark Jones for TSR. And alongside them, their class rivals, William Puttigill in the Honda Civic. Row 6 of the grid, the second Dragon Sport Clio, will be started by Travis Coyne in the number 92. Alex Neville will take over. Alongside them, number 52, which is James Colburn, will start. Gary Smith will take over. That's the Westbourne Motorsport car. Row 7, the number 14 Clio, Andreas Georgiou starts. Anton Spires, the team boss, will take over. And alongside them, the Ginetta G40. Louis Hounsell takes the start for Vinner Sport. Charlotte Birch takes over. Row 8 is Brendan Hafner, number 13, with his Ginetta driving solo in the G40. And Harrison and Jenkins Clio will start alongside them for Hyro Motorsport. James Harrison will start. Row 9 is the Tucker and Coates Renault Clio, the second of the Hyro cars. Andy Tucker starts this time, alongside number 41, which will be started by Jonathan Christie-Rundle, sharing with Darren Gerhardt for Spires Motorsports. Row 10 is Alex Turnbull, number 62, in his Ginetta G40. He drives solo. Robin Grimwood, after some problems in race 1, he ended up in the gravel for Assetto Motorsports. He drives solo. Watch for him coming through the field. On row 11, we'll have the number 22, the Sim Dynamics Clio. That's driven by Harry Hickton. Alongside him will be the 59 HT Racing Clio. Andy Tate will start this time, sharing with Neil House. And the final 2 cars on the grid sheet won't be starting, unfortunately. Stephen Edward Cook, of course, blew the engine in their Honda Civic in race 1, so they won't be out. Nor will Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo 156. That also broke down in race 1. So it'll be a 22-car grid. Cars on the grid then, ready for the season finale for the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. Ginetta and Porsche on the front of the grid. Great to see Simon Clark up there, able to break the Ginetta dominance of the podiums this season. Marco Anastasi, an excellent win for him earlier on after teammate Maurizio Cilio had to serve a stop-go penalty. Callum Noble up there with the BMW as well. Also the Jazz Sapra Brian Bransom car, driving Brian Bransom's orange M3. One of 3 BMWs they've got here this weekend. Of course, cars that finished in the top 3 of their class in the first race have to serve pit stop penalties. Marco Anastasi has a 15-second success penalty at his pit stop. Maurizio Cilio has 10 seconds. Neil Wallace and Ian Astley have 5 seconds. I don't think Simon Clark has a pit stop penalty because he's the only driver in his class, so it would be irrelevant for him to serve a penalty. In Class 3, Mark Jones and Rob Ellick have 15 seconds to serve extra. William Puttigill has 10. Charlotte Birch and Louis Hansel have 5. In Class G40 for the Ginettas, Brendan Hafner has an extra 15 seconds, Alex Turnbull has 10. And in the Clio class, Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin an extra 15 seconds, Travis Coyne and Alex Neville 10 seconds, James Colburn and Gary Smith 5 seconds. 50-minute race, 10-minute pit window in the middle. So Marco Anastasi, the dark green and yellow Ginetta, leads them round ahead of the white and green Porsche, the only Class 2 car on the grid. Simon Clark having already sewn up the Class 2 championship. Looking at the points charts, looks as though Maurizio Cilio is going to take the Class 1 championship this year for the Ginettas, and the BMW's in there as well. Class 3, that's likely to go to William Puttergill, the main men who could catch him with the Cook family, and they sadly blew their engine in race 1. There's Robin Grimwood starting further down the grid after he went into the gravel at the chicane in race 1. But it's all to play for in the Clios. It's certainly looking likely to be Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin, but they're most likely to take the overall title. But we'll enjoy the race for now and worry about championship points afterwards. It certainly does look likely, though, that Dragon Sport are heading for the title. But racing into the sunset here at Donington Park, the final race of the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship. Have a great race, everyone. Safety car about to unleash them. A superb grid of 22 cars. Revs begin to rise, waiting for the red lights to go out. And here we go. Good start by the BMW of Callum Noble. Sebastian Dubois gets away well in his Ginetta as well, but it is Marco Anastasi who has the early lead. Cilio trying to come through on the inside, but Simon Clark holds second in the Porsche. Dubois runs out a bit wide. They're all round Redgate okay for the first time by the look of things. Louis Hounsell dropping back a bit in the Ginetta there. I think that was towards the back of the field. It may have been Alex Turnbull, in fact, though. Callum Noble's up into third place. He's made a great start in his BMW, the purple car. Brian Bransom up into fifth place. Jazz Sapra in Brian Bransom's car, sorry, up into fifth place as well. Number 14 is Andreas Georgiou in the Spires Motorsport Clio. And everybody so far round okay. Callum Noble forces his way up the inside at McLean's, going into second place. That's unsettled Simon Clark's Porsche a bit there, and the BMW is into P2. Impressive from Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsport car. Running out a bit wide there, Jazz Sapra in the orange M3 under fire from Sebastian Dubois in the 55 car. Scored a win on his debut in Britcar Trophy at Silverstone last year. Back ahead goes the Porsche. The battle is joined for second place. Cilio is fourth, then it's Sapra, Dubois. Looks like Neil Wallace in seventh place. There's the charge of the Clios further back. Marco Anastasi leads. Of course, he's got that success penalty at his pit stop to serve this time. I reckon Sebastian Dubois could be in with a chance of success here in the 55 car, because he hasn't got a pit stop penalty, nor has Callum Noble in the BMW. Up inside comes the other BMW, the car of Jazz Sapra. They'll be in with a chance here as well. No pit stop penalty for them after they pitted a lap late and missed the safety car window, if you like, in race 1. First lap completed then. Anastasi leads it from Clark. Noble up to third. Then it's Cilio in fourth place. Fifth is Jazz Sapra. Clio class is being led by Rhys Lloyd in the 66. They know they've got to put clean air between themselves and the other Clios with those extra few seconds to serve their pit stop, having won the class in race 1. There they are, leading the Clio class. Here's a replay of that move up at McLean's. Callum Noble diving his way through, and there's a replay of one of the Clios spinning off. That's Harry Hickton, I think. Demolishes one of the polystyrene marker boards. Could be about to demolish another one there. Oh, just missed it. Well, Harry Hickton racing alongside his dad David this weekend. David out in his Opel Kadett earlier on. Harry Hickton spins the number 22 Sim Dynamics Clio. He's got going again, though. There he is at the back of the field. Here come your leaders. Anastasi from Clark. Here comes Maurizio Cilio. Here comes Jazz Sapra. Look at this. He's trying to go through the middle down into the Fokker TS's. That's never going to work. Callum Noble holding third. This is one of the best runs he's had so far this year in the purple BMW for Thorny Motorsport. Sebastien Dubois in 6th place, and Simon Clark. This Porsche has really improved over the last couple of rounds. Since he got that outright win at Snetterton, he's improved in confidence so much. Contrast that to Alton Park, where he had a big accident in qualifying and had to rebuild the car. Jazz Sapra on the outside of Sebastien Dubois. Oh, no, you don't, says Sebastien. Oh, yes, I do, says Jazz Sapra. Switches to the inside, and again, they finds the line covered off by the Ginetta pilots. Into the setting sun, down the Wheatcroft Straight. Anastasi from Clark. And 3rd place, also proving a thorn in the side of the Ginettas, is the Thorny Motorsports BMW. Dubois still ahead of Jazz Sapra. Great fight going on for 5th place there. Neil Wallace behind them in 7th in his Ginetta. The Class 3 Golf of Rob Ellick is in 8th place. They're having a cracking weekend. They've had a fair few problems with that Golf this year. And up from towards the back of the grid into 9th place is Robin Grimwood. We said he'd fly through in the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta. Lost a couple of laps when he was buried in the gravel at the Fogarty S's in race 1. Rounding out the top 10 is the Clio leader, Rhys Lloyd, former Welsh sports and saloon car champion. The series based down at Pembrey. We saw them in action on BARC TV last weekend. Wayne Spiller's Mazda taking the title. So here they come then down the exhibition straights, and they're bottling up, you can see, behind Callum Noble's BMW. The Ginetta's quicker in a straight line, but they can't get the line away from it. I love the front end design on Maurizio Silio's car. It's like a great big smiling face, doesn't it? That big grin intimidating its opponents in the mirrors. Trying to go around the outside now. Jazz Sapra's getting impatient here. Races in one BMW or another, in some championship or another every weekend. Up the outside comes Maurizio Silio. He's not going to get through there. He might get the cut back on Callum Noble into Goddard's corner. The first 2 escaping as a result of this. The lead gap is 0.7 of a second. New fastest lap for Anastasi that time through, 1:42.215. Silio going for the outside. And up the inside here comes, well, Sapra's already got past Sebastien Dubois. He's going to perform a double Ginetta here. Yeah, Sapra, he's done it. Oh, brilliant. And Silio loses out to Dubois in turn. That was fantastic from Jazz Sapra. Where did he find the momentum from there? BMW 2, Ginetta 0. Now down to the business of trying to get past Callum Noble and going after the leaders, because remember Brian Branson led the first half of the first race up until that missed call with the pit stop, when he pitted a lap too late and the safety car had already come in. Sliding there, Callum Noble, the rear-wheel drive BMW. Here comes Dubois fighting back. That's backed the BMWs up into the Ginettas again. Something's got to give here, surely. These 4 racing, like, that's one of the Clios out. Who's that? That's the 88 car. Well, the 88 car out of Andy Tucker and Max Coates, and that's almost certainly going to hand the Clio title to Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Now, we know the champions pretty much in terms of the classes now. The overall title will be decided in this race. There are the leaders. Marco Anastasi, Scottish-based Italian, leads the way, chased by Simon Clark. They're 4.5 seconds clear of this fight. Jazz Sapra's got the headlights on. Yellow flags out at the Melbourne hairpin. That's where the Clio has come to rest. The FX Cartel Ginetta of Sebastien Dubois in 5th position. He's got ahead of Maurizio Silio. 2 more Ginettas behind them, because Robin Grimwood has now got past the Golf of Rob Ellick, and he's caught Neil Wallace. Has a look there going into Red Gates. What can Jasper Sapra do here? He and Brian Branson screamed through the field from the back of the grid in the Thunder Saloon race earlier on. If anything, Maurizio Silio is losing a bit of ground with these 3 ahead of him. There's 2 more Ginettas behind them, the 2 white cars. Looks like, yes, Grimwood has got ahead of Neil Wallace now. That car will fly back up the order when ex-British GT man Ian Astley takes over a little later on. How long have we got till the pit window opens? Quite a way yet, I think. The 26 Sport Ginetta has pulled into the pits. Louis Hounsell has pitted with that car. It's already getting, we're already getting cars warned for track limits. One of them is Harry Hickton, number 22. Still the fight for third rages on. They're treating this like a 15-minute sprint race rather than a 50 minutes enduro. They've got over 10 minutes until the pit window opens. It's only a short pit window, 10 minutes to get everybody in and out. These four of them fighting it out. Somehow Callum Noble defending third place. For how much longer? Jazz Sapra is getting impatient here, nearly clips the back of Noble. And Sebastien Dubois is tucked right underneath the rear wing almost there of Sapra's car. Then it's Cilio, and they're being caught by Grimwood. It's going to be 5 shortly. Here comes Sapra. He's going to have a go, is he? No. Through Goddard's. Dubois caught on the outside line. Now there's 5 of them together. It could soon be 6. They'll be drawing Neil Wallace up into this group as well. They're all bottled up behind Callum Noble's BMW. They weave about down the Wheatcroft straights. Sapra tries to bamboozle him. He dodges to the inside. Dubois at the same time is having a go at Sapra, and he nearly didn't see him there. I thought Dubois was going to be forced over the gravel. This is terrific stuff. They really are treating this like a 10-minute screamer. This is a 50 minutes endurance race, guys. Down into the right-hander. That's the old hairpin. Dubois ahead of Cilio, who's been able to tow back up as a result of the bottling up behind the BMW of Callum Noble. Now Sapra trying to make a move, but he's going to be on the outside for the next right-hander at McLean's. He won't get through there. He's got to defend at the same time because Dubois is there, and Dubois defending at the same time because Cilio is there. Robin Grimwood fancies a bit of this as well. There he is. How far behind is Neil Wallace? Only about 3 car lengths as well. And then we've got the Golf of Rob Ellick, the Class 3 leader. Down towards the exhibition straights. Still Callum Noble defends. He's loving this. He wants a podium. Louis Hounsell has rejoined in the number 26 car. I think the Clio we saw pulled up, the 88 has got going again as well, possibly. There's a real traffic jam building up. You can see this fight for third. And all this is doing is allowing the first 2 to get away. Remember, Marco Anastasi has that 15-second penalty to serve. This is helping him enormously because he's just able to set quicker and quicker laps, Marco Anastasi. And he's able to build up an advantage for when he takes his pit stop. So he could take a double here. Here they come then. 5 of them almost line astern. There's the next 2. That's Neil Wallace and Rob Ellick. Robin Grimwood in the multicoloured Ginetta. That's the SVG car. The Assetto car, I should say. Sorry, the SVG car's number 24. Down the Craners. Yes, Anastasi did a new fastest lap of the race last time through. 1:41.926. Clark is 2.3 seconds behind him in the Porsche. There's a Clio on the side of the road there at the exit of the old hairpin. It's the 88 again. That car has refused to run properly all day. Can the marshals get it going again this time? Andy Tucker, the man on board. But their title hopes, I would say, are over. Still, they can't get past Callum Noble. What's Jazz Sapra going to try this time? He sweeps across. Oh, brilliant! Now, can he get the car stopped in time for the chicane? Jazz Sapra, you could tell he'd had enough of being behind there, the way he chopped across the nose of his fellow BMW pilot there. That was a daring move by Jazz Sapra, and he's made it stick. Now, watch that BMW. Oh, he's squirreling under braking there. He's fired up, Jazz Sapra. He wants to go after the leaders. Now, how far ahead are the 2 leaders? They're separated by 2.7 seconds. They've just gone over the line and past my commentary box. Now, how far back, I should say, is Jazz Sapra? He's finally got 3rd place away from Callum Noble, but they're over 12.5 seconds down on the Porsche of Simon Clark. Now, here comes Sebastien Dubois. I would imagine that the Ginetta will be quicker in a straight line through here. Yes, it is. Here comes Cilio as well. Yes, Dubois is through. Now Callum Noble starting to fall back. The cork is out of the bottle though. And Jazz Sapra will start to go after the leaders, but he's over 12 seconds down on Simon Clark's Porsche. There is Cilio. Behind him it is Robin Grimwood. A little further back is Neil Wallace. There's one of the Ginetta G40s about to be lapped ahead of them. That's Alex Turnbull, number 62, the SVG motorsport car. And now these two have got to deal with the slightly slower BMW, and I thought Robin Grimwood was going to have a go around the outside. He's overshot the chicane there, over the curves. Now, be careful, Robin Grimwood, you've already ended up in the gravel there once. Keeps it together this time, just over the curves. That's lost him some ground, though. That's allowed Neil Wallace to come through. You can see there the all-white Ginetta. So Marco Anastasi continues to lead ahead of Simon Clark. They lead classes 1 and 2. Class 3 is led by the Golf of Rob Ellick. He's 16 seconds clear of William Puttigill. The Clio class is led by Rhys Lloyd. He's over 6 seconds clear of Travis Coyne in second place. So the two Dragon Sport cars 1 and 2. Clio Invitation class. There's one entry in Clio Invitation. That's the Andy Tate's Neil House, number 59. Class 3 Invitation, that's the Birch and Hounsell car. We've seen that make a pit stop already with a problem. Class 1 Invitation is led by Branson and Sapra. Here's the Clio leader, Rhys Lloyd, 11th place overall. He's increased his lead over Travis Coyne to 8.4 seconds now. He's pulling away. Rhys Lloyd will know he's got that 15-second success penalty at the pit stop for his win in race 1, so he's trying to make that up and get as much clean air between himself and the other Clios as he can. Here's the battle for second in the Clios. That's the number 92 with Travis Coyne on board. He's under fire. Slicing through on the inside, the 89 car there. That's Harrison, but he's overshot. He outbraked himself there, and he's going to lose out to the 52 of James Colburn. Well, James Harrison gained 1 place and then probably lost 2. Clio Chaos back in the pack at the moment. Great fun to drive the Renault Clio Cup Generation 4 cars. Great to have James Colburn out there, the regular historic racer, sharing with Gary Smith. That's the Westbourne Motorsport car. Marco Anastasi, the gap has come down to Marco from Simon Clark. The Porsche cut down the lead by nearly 4 seconds on the last lap. So we'll pick up the lead battle shortly. There they are. The Porsche of Simon Clark is going for it. I reckon we could see an overall win for that Porsche again here, depending on success penalties. As Anastasi's got that 15-second penalty. He's trying to get clear of his class rivals. It looks as though Maurizio Cilio is going to do enough to take the Class 1 title, though. Yes, the Porsche. Last lap was a 142.8. Anastasi's last lap was a 146.1. So, yes, nearly 4 seconds gained by Simon Clark. Down towards the Melbourne Loop. And I believe the safety car is coming out. Yes, look at the light there above the Melbourne Loop, safety car. Dropping down the timing screen is Robin Grimwood, the number 50 Ginetta. Don't tell me he's in the gravel again. Okay, so the safety car will pick up our leader, Marco Anastasi. How close are we to the pit window? 2.5 minutes away. I don't believe it. Robin Grimwood's done exactly the same as he did in race 1 and in exactly the same place. And we're only just over 2 minutes from the pit window opening. This is turning into a carbon copy of race 1. Every time It seems like every time, just as we get to the pit window opening, the safety car comes out. So your leader is Marco Anastasi, second Simon Clark, third is Jazz Sapra. I hope that BMW's pit-to-car radio is working this time. They're up to third. Sebastian Dubois is fourth, then Callum Noble, Maurizio Cilio, and there's Neil Wallace. So they're all close, bunched up together. Possibly a back marker in there as well. Yeah, a couple of Clios in there in between the two of them. Between the 7 of them, I should say. Then the Golf, which is Rob Ellick. And this safety car, I bet anything is going to take us up to the pit window. And everybody will pit under the safety car again. It seems to happen every time. Robin Grimwood, what can you say? You have to feel for him. He'd worked his way up the order into that third place battle, and then in exactly the same place as in race 1, he's in the gravel again. He'll be on first name terms with the marshals down there. No jest, of course. You have to feel for Robin. The Tucker and Coates Clio, number 88, is back in the pit lane. Their championship chances look to be over. You have to feel for Assetto Motorsport. They've had all the bad luck today, sadly. Robin Grimwood did a sterling job to get up among the leaders. Marshals will now try and dig him out of the gravel once again. The Marshals just bringing in the telehandler. The pit window has opened and it's going to be everybody in. Jazz Sapra's got it right this time. He's straight in behind Simon Clark. Although Marco Anastasi has stayed out and so has Maurizio Cilio. Dayton Motorsport electing to pit Sebastian Dubois first. The 88 Clio is waiting to go back out. But that's got to stop again because they came in before the pit window. Right. I was going to say who's coming in, but it's easier to tell you who hasn't come in. Anastasi's not come in. Maurizio Cilio hasn't. Harry Hickton has stayed out. There's the Golf. That's the TSR Developments team. And if I remember correctly, their pit box is just below my commentary box. Yeah, there's the Golf down below me and the number 14 Clio I'm just above down here. Who else hasn't come in? Brendan Hafner has stayed out, the number 14. Number 13, Ginetta. The number 41 Clio of Jonathan Christie Rundle has stayed out. The number 59 Clio of Andy Tate has stayed out. So I think there's 6 cars that haven't pitted on this lap. They'll come in next time around because I imagine the safety car will stay out for another lap. There's the number 62 Ginetta. That's Alex Turnbull, the little G40. That's run by SVG Motorsport. There, number 24 is in as well. Ian Astley taking over that car. William Puttergill is there. It's going to be a race off pit road again. We're going NASCAR style. The 88 car is released. Robin Grimwood being released from the gravel trap. Who's going to win the race off pit road? We'll have a look at that in a moment. It's going to be Simon Clark who wins the race off pit road, followed by Brian Bransom now in the orange BMW. Behind him is the 55 Ginetta, Sebastian Dubois, then it's Callum Noble, then Ian Astley, then one of the Clios, That's the 14 car. Anton Spires now in that car. Who's next? Come on. William Buttergill rather pushes into the queue there. Dragon Sports have got both their cars there. William Buttergill ahead of Alex Turnbull. Then it's the Golf with Mark Jones now on board. The 89 Clio, which is now Ben Jenkins at the wheel. Then Alex Neville and Jack Meek in the two Dragon Sport cars. The Vinasport Ginetta with Charlotte Birch now at the wheel. And finally, the Clio number 52 of Gary Smith. To actually race off pit road. So one of the only cars that hasn't come in that time around was Marco Anastasi. Now he's come in. And Celio has come in as well. Harry Hickton's come in. Brendan Hafner's come in. So everybody has now come in except for Jonathan Christie-Rundle in the Clio shared with Darren Gerhardt. So that's the only car that has not stopped. So Anastasi waits a little. So there he is. The only car that hasn't stopped as Robin Grimwood gets going in. You can see there was just one car behind the safety car. That's Jonathan Christie-Rundle. Shared with Darren Gerhardt. That's the only car that hasn't pitted. And given that Robin Grimwood's out of the gravel, once the marshals have swept up a bit, we're going to go back to racing this time. And I think we're going to end up with just one car that hasn't pitted under the safety car. We're going to have to establish the order because some cars pitted a lap later. Anastasi, Celio, Hickton and Hafner. Then we've got to factor in all the pit stop penalties from top threes earlier on in their classes. There is Robin Grimwood. Now he's going to have to come in now. Look at the gravel he's leaving all over the circuit. Oh dear. Poor old Robin Grimwood. He limps into pit lane. This little group are going round to try and catch up to the back of the safety car train. There it is in the background. Just coming up the exhibition straight. Right, so there's the Golf. They've lost out a fair chunk of time. So who's going to be leading this race then? I think it's going to be the Porsche. So the Porsche, let me just double check the bulletin with the pit stop times on that I was sent earlier. Now, the Porsche, as the only entry in its class, was not advertised as having a pit stop penalty. Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra didn't either because they finished outside the top three in Class 1. I think it's going to be a fight to the finish between those two. And we'll wait to see if the Ginettas can catch up. Because look, where's everyone else? There's our erstwhile race leader. There's Brendan Hafner. The 59 Clio heads back out. That's now Neil House on board. The safety car not coming in this time. They're trying to let everybody try and catch up here. There's Sebastian Dubois, so he's going to be in third place. Yeah, no pit stop penalty for him. We've just got to see how it all cycles back together. So Simon Clark is leading this race in the Porsche now, with Brian Bransom on his tail. Dubois is third, then Noble, then Astley. This is the order that they raced out of the pits, isn't it? The race on pit road, you see. Sixth position is the leading Clio, which is Anton Spires. It's the order that they were in as they left the pits is now the order in the race, pretty much. Will Buttergill is next, then the Golf, but that's further back round in the next group of cars. There's Buttergill at the back of this group, so they're trying to let the next group of cars catch up to them. Everybody's made their stop. Still in the pit lane is Jonathan Christie-Rundle and Darren Gerhardt. They were the last car to come in, along with Robin Grimwood, after he was dug out of the gravel. It's waiting to see where Celio and Anastasi slot back in now Yeah, they're well down the order, so pitting a lap later didn't work for the two Ginettas. Now we'll wait to see if they can carve their way back through the field. Still 22 minutes of this race to go. Where's the 66 car? That's fourth in the Clio class with Jack Meakin on board. But he's right behind the 89 and the 92 ahead of him. The leading Clio is quite a way up the road. It's a clear group of 7 cars at the front of the field. They're trying to get everybody else caught up, you see there. Let's head down, just before we get this race back underway, let's quickly head down to the pits with Ewan Dunlop.
Cheers, Dave. Here with Rhys Lloyd, leader in the Clio class and going for the overall title as well. First of all, that stint, happy?
Yeah, really happy for the last 30 seconds. It was all good. I could see the safety car boards coming out, and I thought all my good work for 20 minutes has just been undone. But yeah, it was good. I mean, it was good as we hoped for. We came in, handed the car in first, so the margin had evaporated the last 10 seconds. But yeah, it was all good, yeah.
Full of faith in Jack, of course.
Jack's a legend, yeah. Jack's a legend. Jack's got experience, he's calm. Bring it home. We've got to bring it home, basically.
Now, car number 88, I've done you a favour again. It's looking really good for you, but mathematically, still got to finish.
We still got to finish. There's a long way to go as it's going now. Yeah, we just got to finish now, and you know, ultimately we don't have to do any mathematicals then. So it'd be nice just to win it or come second on the road and job done.
I will let you go and watch the monitors. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thanks. So current leaders in the class and overall just got across the finish line. Easier said than done. Back to you, Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. Well, while we were away there, the race restarted and there was drama into the first corner as Brian Branson made the lunge. Contact with Simon Clark and the Porsches dropped down about 4 or 5 places. Let's have a look at that again. Down into Redgate, Brian Branson saw his chance on the inside, fired the nose of the BMW down the inside. Simon Clark, I don't think saw him, turned in, wallop. I thought the Porsche was going into the gravel, but Simon Clark able to gather it up. Bit of bodywork comes off. Don't know whether that was from the BMW or the Porsche, but Brian Branson takes the lead, and the Ginettas coming through behind. Sebastian Dubois and Ian Astley up there as well. Simon Clark trying to recover in the 911. It was a bit of bodywork. You can see the wheel arch damaged on the BMW. That's the bit of bodywork we saw fly off. But now Sebastian Dubois is up there in second place. Another penalty-free driver in this one. He's in second place behind Branson. See what the rest of the order is. It's Callum Noble in third. We've been here before, thinks Ian Astley, having taken over from Neil Wallace. He goes straight round the outside. No messing about from Ian Astley in the Ginetta. Didn't waste any time taking Callum Noble. He'll blast away down the straight, I'm sure, in third. 19 minutes to go. Simon Clark will try to fight back as well. He's going for the outside on Callum Noble. Porsche runs a bit wide. He stays in 5th place. There are the leaders. Yes, the Ginettas, Celio and Anastasia, down in 13th and 15th place at the moment. Leaders climb up towards McLean's. William Puttergill is leading Class 3 in 6th position. And the leading Clio is the Spires Georgiou car. Anton Spires in 7th place. He leads the Clios. Let's head down to the pit area with one of the drivers in our leading car. Ewan Dunlop is talking to Jazz Sapra.
Cheers, Dave. Here with our leaders at the moment, Jazz Sapra and Brian Branson out in the car. Now, in the first race earlier on today, you were done over by the safety car, and this time it's done you a big favour.
Yeah, our radio stopped working. That was all. So, done us a bit of a favour now. They'll count me down, so I just got it straight in.
Now, your stint, you pulled off some amazing moves. The move on the two Ginettas at the first corner, unbelievable.
Yeah, that was, you know, well, I had to get them there. You know, they were a bit weaker on they're faster on the corners, a bit slow on the straight, so I thought, let's try it then.
And I'm guessing Brian's driving a bit angry after his mistake. Well, it's not his mistake, it was the radio, wasn't it?
Well, basically it's a radio, isn't it? But like I say, you know, we've done all right today, so You know.
Great car, great drivers, very confident.
Yeah, we're confident we'll do it now.
Cheers, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
The car leaders, Just Sapra and Brian Branson, in the vehicle right now. He will be driving very angry, very fast, as we know. Can they bring it home?
And thanks, Ewan. Yes, and one team that's going to be a bit angry is Spires Motorsport, because both of their cars will be given stop-go penalties for short pit stops. That's Anton Spires and Andreas Georgiou, who currently lead the Clio class, and their teammates Darren Gerhardt will be called in for a stop-go penalty as well. I think Spires Motorsports need a new stopwatch. Both of their pit stops were short, and they'll have to be called in for a stop-go penalty. Okay, your leader is still Brian Branson. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.264. First lap we've had under 1 minute 40 in this race. That's one of the Clios off. It's the 59 car. That's the HT Racing car. Neil House, the man on board. And that's looks like a terminal failure to me. Grey smoke from under the bonnets. I hope that car's not on fire. Backs it out of the way. That's at the chicane. Marshall's been kept busy down there, aren't they? He's trying to back that car out of the way, but the colour of that smoke, I get out of that car, that looks like I might be on fire. Meantime, Simon Clark recovering, the erstwhile race leader. He's got ahead of Callum Noble up into fourth. He's now going for Ian Astley in the number 24 SVG Motorsport Ginetta, trying to take third place back again. These two quite a way back from our top two now. Branson and Dubois have raced clear. They're 10 seconds back now, these two, battling for third place. Callum Noble is fifth. William Puttergill in sixth position in the Honda is 7 seconds back on him. Now, seventh place it is Anton Spires, but he's going to be called in for a stop-go penalty. It's a 1 second stop-go for the number 14 car. Yep, he's come in, Anton Spires, to serve that penalty. So Maurizio Cilio and Marco Anastasi, they've raced their way through some of the Clios and past the Golf as well. So the Ginetta's making their way back towards the front. They're up to 7th and 8th now. 4 places gained on that last lap. The Golf is 9th. And it'll be, I think, taking the lead of the Clio class will be Alex Neville in the car started by Travis Coyne. Under 15 minutes of the season to go. This final race for the ROWE Motor Oil Britcar Trophy. There's Callum Noble still in P5, second in Class 1, because our top two cars are both invitation cars, so leading Class 1 for the point scoring cars, the Wallace and Astley Ginetta. There is William Puttergill, he leads Class 3. He's looking set to take the Class 3 title this year, the Canter Holland Asset Management Civic. Main rivals Stephen Edward Cook not starting this race, blew their engine in race 1. Now 1 second penalty for the number 14. The 41 car gets a 4 second stop-go penalty. I can tell you Robin Grimwood looks like he's out of the race. He didn't rejoin after coming in after he's off. Tucker and Coates are some 7 laps down after their problems earlier on. So it's looking in all likelihood that the championship is going to go to the Dragon Sport Clio. Third in class at the moment, which will about to become second in class with Spires having pitted. Yes, the Dragon Sport cars are 1 and 2, the Clios. There's the number 22, that's the Sim Dynamics car of Harry Higton. I just noticed in the background that the Golf of Mark Jones was coming in. That's a second stop for that car. Whether they've got a penalty or whether that's a problem, I don't know. So Mark Jones has brought the Golf in. Shame they've had so many issues with that car this year. It's a great looking car, very potent when it runs properly. Won the class in race 1. So here are the Clio leaders. It's Alex Neville ahead of Jack Meakin. Well, Jack Meakin making up the pit stop penalty from the first race. And the two Clios able to get back to the front. I'm fairly sure we'll see Jack Meakin take the class lead from his teammates. Two Dragon Sport cars, what a season they've had. Seen Reece Lloyd in the past race his Opel Astra TCR car as well. Clio's flying in formation around the Melbourne hairpin. Another pair of Clio's in formation behind them there. That's the 89 and the 22, I think, of now Ben Jenkins at the wheel, along with Harry Hickton in the 22. A fine debut in Britcar this weekend for the Mini Challenge man. He's learning his craft. Had a spin at the start of this race, but just kept going. There's Hickton in the background. He's third in the class now. He's got ahead of Ben Jenkins. Celio and Anastasi have got past William Puttergill, so the Ginettas, the G56 is making their way back to the front. And here's Brendan Hafner, the Raceway Motorsport Ginetta G40. He's going to win the G40 Cup class title in the number 13 car. There's our Class 2 champion, Simon Clark, in P4, chasing the Class 1 leader, because of course our top two cars are invitation class. Ian Astley, there he is. 8.5 seconds down on Sebastien Dubois, as the Branson Sapra BMW continues to lead in the hands of Brian Branson. Was a winner yesterday at Alton Park as well in the Kumho BMW Championship. So just a couple of retirements so far. We lost Robin Grimwood. The Tate and House Clio retired in a cloud of smoke. And it looks like the Golf is out as well, sadly. 10.5 minutes to go. Into the sunset here at Donington Park. Got one more race to come after this. The Jaguars. Their championship decider. Remember, still only 1 point in it for their championship. Here are the Clios. Still the 92 car that leads in the hands of Alex Neville, chased by Jack Meakin. A whole clutch of Clios here down the main straight. There's Harry Hickton, the number 22, the Sim Dynamics car. Wonder if we'll see him out with his dad David in the classic touring cars someday. Through the setting sun come our Clio leaders. And with the problems for the 88 car earlier on, I think second in class may well be enough for the 66 car. Just got to keep it cool for the rest of the race. Through Coppice. It's keeping it nice and steady. Oh, and a spin. That's our Class 1 leader. That's Ian Astley. Has had a spin coming out of the hairpin. Swings it back into action and gets it going. Now, how much time has he lost there? He spun it coming up. Wouldn't be surprised if he got a wheel onto the grass there coming out of the hairpin and just spun around. No damage to the Ginetta. And Ian Astley keeping it going, but he's lost quite a lot of places there. Came across the line in 7th, behind Celio and Anastasi now, so he's lost ground to his Ginetta rivals. That means that Callum Noble now leads Class 1. Clark is up to 3rd overall in the Porsche. Noble is P4, then Celio and Anastasi. And they're only a couple of seconds down on the BMW number 19 now. All these Clios nose to tail. There's Callum Noble, and he's being, well, soon being caught by Maurizio Celio. Up to Coppice. There's the BMW, there's the Ginetta. Recovering after slightly misjudging their pit stops earlier on. They pitted a lap later than everyone else and it didn't work. They had the penalties to serve as well, of course. But they've raced their way through the field as I thought they might. Trying to go around the outside. I don't think that'll work on the Melbourne hairpin. Callum Noble's been in this situation before with that big grinning face of the Ginetta behind him. And there's Marco Anastasi as well, the race 1 winner. It's looking unlikely to make it a double here as Silio tries an outside move. He'll try and get the cut back onto the straight. Car number 41, Darren Gerhardt, still hasn't served that stop-go penalty. He needs to, else he'll face further sanctions. Round the outside goes Silio. Can he get ahead here? Ginetta quicker in a straight line. But Noble holds him off. He's good, a good defensive driver is Callum Noble. And the Thorny Motorsport E46 M3. Same model of car as our race leader Brian Branson. BMW is heading for victories, over 10 seconds clear now of Sebastien Dubois. So free of pit stop penalties, they were able to pull away. Still can't get past, and look how Marco Anastasi has closed up as well. Is it going to be Ginetta 2, BMW 0 here? That'll even the score from earlier on, won't it? Not if Callum Noble can help it. Oh, and locking up there, Silio, and the BMW sliding, he nearly spun it. Oh, that was close. If he'd spun there, I don't know if Silio could have avoided him. That was very close indeed. Good save, Callum Noble, but he's lost 2 places, and look who's closed back up on them. Ian Astley. I said he wouldn't take long to make up the ground. Ginetta versus BMW here at Donington. Great confrontation. And Simon Clark, the spoiler in his Porsche, in 3rd. Just over 5 minutes to go now. So now, what's the gap to Clark for these 2 Ginettas to make up? 14 seconds in 5 minutes. Is that doable? Callum Noble trying to hold off Ian Astley. Drive-through penalty being given to car number 22 for exceeding track limits. That is Harry Hickton's Clio. Bad luck to Harry. Ian Astley's got past Callum Noble now into P6. Ginetta's proving their pace in the closing stages of this race, the closing stages of the season. As the temperature falls, the sun sinks lower in the Donington sky. Still, Brian Branson continues to pull away from Sebastien Dubois. He leads by 13 seconds now. There are the Clio leaders, 9th and 10th overall. Jack Meakin just sitting tucked in behind his teammate Alex Neville. Dragon Sport know what they have to do. Okay, the overall leader is still Brian Branson in the car started by Jazz Sapra. Despite that bit of contact with Simon Clark's Porsche, took the lead and he's been able to pull away. They're determined to get it right this time after their slip-up with the pit stop earlier on. Look how much ground he's pulled out on Sebastien Dubois' Ginetta now. There's the Class 2 leader. Simon Clark still there in 3rd overall with the Porsche. He's already sealed the Class 2 title. It's through the old hairpin. Class 1 being led meanwhile by Maurizio Silio, because of course the 2 leaders are invitation cars as we mentioned earlier. There is Maurizio Silio ahead of Marco Anastasi, then it's Ian Astley. That's your top 3 in Class 1. It's going to be a battle to the finish for the Ginettas. Class 3, meanwhile, as Harry Hickton has just come in to serve his drive-through penalty. It's 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Class 3 is going to be won by William Puttergill. He'll take the Class 3 title in the Motion Sport Honda Civic. There he is, coming through McLean's. His rival, the Cooks, unable to start this race. And our other class is, of course, the Clios. There they are. Jack Meakin not taking any lunges at his teammates. Alex Neville, he knows what to do. He's almost home. Waiting to see how many more laps we'll get out of this. Of course, the other class being the Ginetta G40 Cup. Brendan Hafner is leading that over a minute clear of rival Alex Turnbull. Brendan Hafner all set to secure the class title in the number 13. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Two laps to go, I think, including the one that the leader is on. There's our leader, just lapping one of the Ginetta G40s there. That's the Vinner Sport car. We haven't seen much of the Vinner Sport Ginetta. Louis Hounsell started the car. Charlotte Birch now on board. Great to have Charlotte back in Britcar. Very talented young racer she is. Currently in 18th place. Into the last lap goes our leader, Brian Bransom. He was anxious to make up for his problems in race one. Lucky that the steering wasn't damaged when he clipped Simon Clark's Porsche on the restarts. There go the Clios just ahead of him. Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra are going to win this race. And we await news on the championship, but by my calculations, it looks as though the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship is heading to Wales. There are the Clios. After problems for the 88 Clio for High ROWE Motorsports, no problem at all for Dragon Sport. Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin sitting behind their teammates Travis Coyne and Alex Neville. The leader just behind them. It looks as though the race winner and provisionally the championship winner are going to cross the line almost together. Round the hairpin they come. Are the Clios going to have to do one more lap here? They will have to if the BMW doesn't go past them at Goddard's. There are the Clios. I think they're going to have to go round for one more lap because the race leader coming in to take the checkered flag just behind them. There is the checkered flag. The win goes to Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra in the BMW. Clear win for the BMW crew. They got it right this time. After the problem in race one with the pit stop. 27 laps complete in the time of 50 minutes, 56.13 seconds. Second place will go to Sebastien Dubois. There he is in the Ginetta. 28 seconds down in the end, and Simon Clark will take third place. Oh, we've got a tangle on the last corner. That's Ian Astley and Marco Anastasi rubbing shoulders. They will cross the line, but they lost some time there. Maurizio Cilio comes over in fourth. He wins Class 1 and therefore takes the Class 1 title. Simon Clark wins the Class 2 championship. Fifth place goes to Ian Astley and sixth to Marco Anastasi. They did make it across the line there just about. I thought they were heading off into the barriers there. William Puttigill is coming home to win the Class 3 title in his Honda Civic. Callum Noble has crossed the line in P7. Valiant effort by him in the BMW to try and hang on for a podium place. Couldn't quite do it. And the Class 3 championship goes to the Motion Sport Honda of William Puttigill. And here come the Clios. Dragon Sport in formation around Donington Park. The class win is going to go to Travis Coyne and Alex Neville. but in second place. The car started by Rhys Lloyd, brought home by Jack Meakin. Subject to final ratification, they win the ROWE Motor Oil's Britcar Trophy Championship for 2023. Congratulations to Dragon Sports. How do you say congratulations on your championship victory in Welsh? There we go, many congratulations. Oh, Marco Anastasi did get some damage there in that collision on the last bend. He's just got it over the finish line and then pulled over. Telehandler will rescue him because we've still got one race to come. We need to use what daylight is left for our Jaguar finale. I'll take a quick look at the results. Brian Branson and Jav Sapra take the win this time in their BMW, 28 seconds ahead of the Ginetta of Sebastien Dubois, the winning BMW, also getting the fastest lap of the race. Simon Clark third in the Porsche. What a great end to the season he has. Wins the class championship as well. Maurizio Cilio wins Class 1 in fourth place and takes the class championship as well, ahead of Wallace and Astley, and then Marco Anastasi, despite their collision on the last bend. Callum Noble's BMW behind them. William Puttergill finishes in 8th place and wins the Class 3 title. And behind them, Travis Coyne and Alex Neville win the Clio race. Just behind them with their teammates Jack Meakin and Rhys Lloyd. Provisionally, they are the overall champions. Behind them, Harrison and Jenkins, then Harry Hickton, Spires and Georgiou, Colburn and Smith. Brendan Hafner wins the Ginetta G40 class title. He finished in 15th, ahead of Alex Turnbull. Penalty for Christy Rundle and Gerhardt in lieu of a drive-through. They finished 17th, 18th for Birch and Hounsell's Ginetta, 19th for Tucker and Coates, 7 laps down. We lost the golf into the pit lane of Jones and Ellick. Tate and House expired in a cloud of smoke, and Robin Grimwood didn't rejoin after his off. A wonderful season for the ROWE Britcar Trophy comes to an end, and shortly we will enact the Jaguar final, our last race of the weekend. We'll head down to Parc Fermé with Ewan.
And for the penultimate time this weekend, we are down in Parc Fermé. A sensational drive from both Jazz Sapra and Brian Branson. But a damage here. Have a look at this on the front left-hand side. Didn't see that happen, but it looks a little bit tasty. Thank goodness that is the last race of the year for this car. It'll come back better and quicker than ever. I'm absolutely certain of that. Let's jump over here and have a chat with our winners. We've spoken to them throughout the day. I'm going to jump in with Brian first of all. You cut a dejected figure in race 1 after your first stint in that radio error, but you made up for it, driving angry. Driving fast.
I wouldn't say angry, I'd say maybe committed.
That's a good way of putting it. Thank you for using those correct words. Yeah. You must be thrilled with that though. Well, just put you in a great position.
Yeah. He we had I think we started 7th or 8th, didn't we? 7th. And then he got it up. Yeah, it sort of worked in our favour this time round with the radio working and the safety car basically. But yeah, no, we still put some good times in. I think I got it down to 38 or 39, which is good going on treads in the cold. But yeah, no, it was all good. Good race. Good to be back.
Yeah. At least I didn't damage your car this time.
Who did damage your front left?
Wasn't me. Ask him.
Brian.
Yeah, that's.
Who's paying for that one?
I can't deny that one. I can't deny that.
Another great performance, another great season, yeah?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, mega season, and yeah, we've got looking forward to next year already.
Well done, mate. Brilliant. Always great to have you guys.
Thank you.
Cheers. Let's try and find second and third place. In fact, what I really want to do, we're going to jump, if we can, over to our championship overall winners. They really just had to cross the finish line, and they absolutely did. In fact, I'll wait for him to get out of the car. Let's jump in with Simon Clark first of all. Third place in this race. Just turn around for you. I'm going to jump in if that's okay. Another great performance.
Yeah, it was a good race, and yeah, it was always going to be a bit of a challenge from the front, right, in a Class 2 car. But we made a really good start, and then thought we were kind of doing the the shrewd thing of pitting in the safety car window because everyone had the same idea. But yeah, it was good fun. The restart was a shame. I got a tag, but to be fair, the two guys in front of me were hard, they were quicker anyway. So yeah, it was good. I mean, a couple of podiums. We've got all our sponsors here: Form Evo, Fusion, Expedite, SP1, Enable Law. So we got a box full of guests. So beautiful end to the season.
What we're going to see you in next year?
I don't know, to be confirmed. We're going to be doing something, probably the same, almost certainly the same car. But yeah, we'll just see. That's what tomorrow's conversation is about, right? So,
great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks to Britcar. It's been a fabulous season.
Well done. Thank you so much. Cheers. Let's speak to our championship winners, Jack Meakin and Reese Lloyd. Jack Meakin once again put Reese in a great position. Where have they gone? Our championship overall winners, Reese Lloyd and Jack Meakin. They must be here somewhere. The car's here. They can't have gone far. We want to speak to them. We've got to. But I know we have to go. We've got one more race to come today, and of course it's the Jags in the Classic Touring Car Racing. It's a 15-minute race. And I tell you what, it's getting a bit dusky and dark here. They might be racing into the night, but there is a curfew of 6:20, so we've got to get this race in. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Oh, he's running over to celebrate. Have we got time to follow him? Let me know. One second. Just very, very quickly. Congratulations. We've got to go to the next race, but brilliant racing, great week, and a great championship.
Thank you. Yeah. Just thrilled. It was a good weekend. Yeah, super happy.
You really had to cross the finish line, but nerve-wracking. You've still got to do that.
Yes, yeah. That was the thing. We just had to make sure that we finished cleanly. I think we did a good job. We worked as a team, so yeah, it was a good result.
Great weekend, great year. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right now we can go to our final race of the day. It is the Jags. Over to Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, the Jaguar's already moving off. The countdown has actually started to save a bit of time on the green flag lap. We'll bring you the grid for our second race for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. And the situation going into this last race is that Guy Connew and Jack Robinson are still separated by just 1 point. Quite a few cars having withdrawn after the earlier incidents. The grid is Guy Connew and Andrew Harper on row 1, Jack Robinson and Chris Boone on row 2, Rick Walker and Mark Bennett on row 3. Fourth row will be Mike Seaborn and Stephen Dowell. Row 5, Tim Morant and Simon Lewis. Row 6, Ian Spooner and Charles Jackson. Row 7, James Ram and Andrew Maynard should be there. And row 8, Tom Lenthal and Damien Gray. Now, who is 114? I think that might be a change of car for somebody. I think Ian Spooner's changed car. I think it's to come up as Spooner on the timing screen. We've got quite a bit of info coming in, but the race technically has already started on the green flag lap. They've started the countdown. That number 114 is one of the cars raced by David and Lawrence Ball from the Cov Cats team. I've got James Wall sending me some info through, aka Dick Dastardly from his exploits at Snetterton, so we'll keep an eye on that. He says Tom Lenthal is not out, wasn't out earlier because of an issue with the fuel pump. That's why he didn't get off the grid. We'll wait to see if Tom is there at the back. There's Stephen Dowell, the Martini car. Is Tom Lenthal there at the back of the field? Yes, he is. Damien Gray's car's been rebuilt. Well done to everybody involved there after his impact with the back of Andrew Maynard. That's back on the grid as well. So Ian Spooner has changed car. He's now in car 114. The ex-Lawrence Ball car, I think that is. Get well soon to Colin Philpott. Unfortunately, he's suffered a hand injury in that incident earlier on, so he won't be out. Andrew Rogerson, a bent wheel hub, he won't be out in this one. So no Colin Philpott. David Howard's car had problems with Tom Barkley at the wheel earlier on, so he's not there. We know Michael Atkinson is a non-starter as well. Thanks to Lynn Bates, thanks to James Wall, thanks to Michael Holt, who have sent info through on the Jaguars from down in the paddock. Thank you, everyone. Well, this is what it comes down to then. Guy Connew on pole is on 163 points. Jack Robinson is on 162. They're in different classes. Guy Connew is Class A, Jack Robinson Class C. Andrew Harper on the front row in the Auto Reserve Supercharged S-Type, looking for his first overall win. And we're on board with Stephen Dowell in the Jaguar XKR Cinderella, as he calls her. Also on board with the 63 car, a little further back on the grid, that's Andrew Maynard's XJ40. Okay, here we go then. The Marshal gives us the all clear, I think, or is there a problem there? Well, the Marshal says, has the Marshal spotted something? Is he not happy? No, he's not happy with something, look. He's talking to Stephen Dowell. That's our camera car. Has he not got any lights on? Oh. Oh, that's a shame. Our camera car being pulled off the grid. What's happened? Loving the futuristic dashboard on Cinderella, as she's known. But sadly, that car is being sent off into the pit lane. Hopefully he can join in from the pits. We don't know what the problem is, but meantime, the race is going to get underway. And here they go. So, Guy Connew leads them off. It's a 10.5-minute race, effectively. Guy Connew leads from Andrew Harper, side by side into the first corner. What a contrast, the XJS and the big S-Type. Jack Robinson in third. He doesn't need to worry about catching the two Class A cars ahead of him. He just needs to win his class in the XK. He's got Chris Boone behind him, then Rick Walker. What a great sight. Look at them with their headlights on as they come down the Craner curves. This is magnificent, our final race of this brilliant weekend here at Donington. They've all made it round so far. Puff of smoke there from one of the XJS. I think it might have been Mike Seaborn. Okay then, they settle in with Guy Connew leading the way. Robinson leads his class in third. Andrew Harper in second place. A silk cut car racing into the night with its headlamps on. Two of them, in fact, because Mark Bennett's out there as well in the diesel number 15, the car James Wall raced last time out. There's Tom Lenthal, so his car's been repaired. He's back out, gets past Charles Jackson, another of the Auto Reserve cars. Here they come down the exhibition straight. What a wonderful atmosphere. Oh, hello. What's happened to Tom Lenthal? Oh, his bonnet's coming open. He's had no luck this weekend at all. First, the fuel pump packs up on the grid in race one, and then his bonnet's flown open. You have to be careful there, he'll get the black and orange flag. Then again, in darkness like this, you won't be able to see a flag. They'll have to use lights to communicate it. Jack Robinson, I've noticed, no headlights on the XKR, and through goes Chris Boone. That's a Class A car, so again, Jack Robinson doesn't need to worry about that car coming through. The second Class A, Class C car, I should say, is what he needs to worry about. Guy Connew completes the first lap in the lead. Robinson still leading Class C. That's Mark Bennett behind him. That's a Class C car as well. So what Jack Robinson needs to do is keep that diesel XJ6 behind him. There's Mike Seaborn, Rick Walker, Tim Morant in the Series 1. There's a bit of smoke there from Rick Walker. Let's see what happened coming through Coppice. Further back in the order, and the 114 car, oh, that's Ian Spooner. Change of car, but it hasn't worked for him into the gravel. Let's hope he can get that going again. We do not want a safety car in this shortened race. Race is still on. There's the two Series 1s of Morant and Lewis. I can't believe the Jaguar fraternity has managed to rebuild Damien Gray's car, the number 88. After that damage at the start of the first race where he hit the back of Andrew Maynard off the grid. Here come your leaders. Guy Connew from Andrew Harper. Andrew looking for his first overall win. There's yellow flags out up at Coppice where the 114 car has gone off of Ian Spooner. We don't know the reason yet why Stephen Dowell was ordered off the grid. The black and orange flag has been shown to car 77. That's the meatball flag, the technical problem you need to pull in, and it's not hard to see why, but it must be pretty hard for Tom Lenthal to see where he's going right now. I hope that bonnet doesn't fly up over his windscreen. Chasing Simon Lewis in the 65, the Series 1. You can tell a Series 1 by the slightly bigger grille from the Series 2 and 3 XJ6s. Tom Lenthal is going to have to pull into the pits and have a crew member ready with the gaffer tape to get that bonnet taped down. Damien Gray's gone wide in what's left of his XJ40 after his exploits earlier on. He's crawling along the straight towards Goddard. I wouldn't be surprised to see him heading pitwards as well. And see the black and orange flag out for the 77. He's not paid heed this time, may have only just seen it. Oh, he's waving to Simon Lewis there. Is he telling him to go through? Yeah, I think he's waving Simon Lewis back ahead of him there. He's seen the flag. He knows that there's a problem. He knows why as well, because he can see the bonnet flag up in front of him. Rick Walker is smoking his way around. That's been smoking since lap 1, that 54 car. I think the lean green racing machine is running a bit rich. Couple of car lengths in it for the lead. Guy Connew leads from Andrew Harper, Chris Boone. Jack Robinson is still leading his class in 4th place. There he is, flash of flame from the XK. It's the Group 44, the Trans Am XJS that leads the way, and now Robinson's fighting back. It's side by side for the lead. Andrew Harper's having a look in the silk cut Jaguar, but he can't cut his way ahead of the Bob Tullius lookalike. Boone still 3rd, holding off the similar XK of Jack Robinson. Just like with the Holdens earlier on, you wouldn't believe they thrash these big cars around so much. Look at the flames out of the side exit exhaust. Can we run all the races for Jaguars at twilight like this? They are so much more spectacular. As I say, that Guy Connew nearly loses it. Andrew Harper can sense a chance to take the lead here in the big S-Type. They're side by side. Look at this coming down into Goddard. Lock up from Connew. This is Harper's opportunity if he can get the cut back here. He's going to try and get alongside. Oh, look out. They nearly make contact. Can Andrew Harper get the big S-Type ahead? Connew just about holding him off there. They're racing in virtual darkness at this stage. Harper tries again. On board with the 63 car for that. This is Andrew Maynard. He's back in 11th place. Chasing now, that's James Ram ahead of us in the 99. Damien Gray has pulled into the pits. He's out of it. And you can see Connew, that car not handling too well. Harper has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:48.742. On board with Andrew Maynard, chasing James Ram, the former 2-time champion in the number 99. Not his usual mottled liveried European touring car lookalike XJS. Simon Lewis has pulled into the pits as well, and Tom Lenthal to heed the flag. They're dropping like flies. In a day of attrition for the Jaguars, the most important thing is our 2 title contenders are still going, and they're both leading their classes. Mike Seaborn has just moved into P5. He's got ahead of Mark Bennett, the debutant in the diesel XJ6. And here are the leaders. Look at the flames out of the side of Guy Connew's car. Bob Tullius, the American, always used British cars. He even had a Triumph TR8 at one point. Raced Jaguar E-types as well as the XJS, and then went on to race the Jaguar prototypes in IMSA GTP. Guy Connew leads the way, looking to win the overall title for the first time. He's been a class champion in the past. Andrew Harper up there in 2nd, only his 2nd season with the championship. Chris Boone, a former champion, a few years ago when this championship raced under the auspices of the Classic Sports Car Club. You can hear the whine of the superchargers in these cars. It's incredible. Looking out the commentary box window, it is pretty much dark out there. Andrew Harper has a look again, and again, Connew holds him off. If Andrew Harper takes the lead of this race and can hang on and hangs on for victory, it's effectively going to hand the championship to Jack Robinson in the 14. There's Mike Seaborn ahead of Mark Bennett. And here is Mark Bennett, aka Dick Dastardly. And that's why I've nicknamed him that, because he's laying a smokescreen from his diesel engine. Look carefully on the rear window of the car. Behind them, it's Rick Walker in the 54, still going despite laying his own bit of smoke. Now you see it, Dick Dastardly. Where's Muttley? Back in the pits cheering him on, probably. There's only 11 cars left running now, and Andrew Harper gets the better exit from Coppice. Now he's going for the lead. Harper up alongside Guy Connew, but who's going to be stronger on the brakes? Flames flickering away from the exhaust of the XJS, and he holds the lead on the inside. One of the most extraordinary races I've seen in virtual darkness here at Donington. Guy Connew must have been eating carrots. Oh, he's locked up a little bit there, out the hairpin. This is Harper's opportunity again. He tries to make a move. He's not close enough. They're coming up to start the final lap of the season for the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Another lock-up from Connew. He's pushing that XJS very hard indeed, and its brakes will be starting to cook. Here comes Andrew Harper. Into line. Can he get the inside line away this time? Robinson sitting in the shadow of Boone for 3rd and 4th place, but Robinson is still clearing his class of Mike Seaborn. That's the wide of the supercharged Andrew Harper who gets it sideways, and Jack Robinson will be hoping that Andrew Harper gets past Guy Connew. This could be crucial. Looking at the fastest laps in each class, Robinson has got the fastest lap in Class C. In Class A, it's Andrew Harper. So Robinson will get fastest lap in Class C and get... the way things are going, I think we could be in a tie-break situation. Because Robinson's got fastest lap in Class C. In Class A, it's Andrew Harper. This could go to a tie-break. Harper's gone wide. He's going to try and get the inside for the chicane, though. If he gets through and wins the race, that will hand the title to Jack Robinson. What an incredible finish. It'll be checkered flag this time. It's going to be 13 points for Guy Connew. That will put him on to 176, but if Robinson wins the class and gets fastest lap, yep, they're going to be equal on points. Absolutely incredible. What an end to the season. Harper's going for the inside. He's not going to be close enough. Robinson's going to win the class. Harper with the fastest lap of the race last time around. Now, it's going to come down to the fastest lap points. They're coming up to the checkered flag. Guy Connew wins the race. Fastest lap in the class goes to Andrew Harper. 3rd for Chris Boone. 4th for Jack Robinson. Now, let's look at the lap times. I think it's a dead heat. I think they finished equal on points. We'll work it out in a moment. We'll go to the calculators. Mike Seaborn comes home 5th and 2nd in Class C behind Jack Robinson. They finished in complete darkness here at Donington, and Mark Bennett comes in 6th. What a debut weekend he's had. Rick Walker 7th. It's Tim Morant in 8th. James Ram has pulled into the pits, so Andrew Maynard and Charles Jackson will be the final finishers. Okay, we've got to work out now. Guy Connew won the race, 13 points in Class A, but Andrew Harper gets the point for fastest lap. So Guy Connew scores 13 points only. Guy Connew scores 176. Jack Robinson won Class C, he gets the 13 points. Who got fastest lap in Class C? The answer is Jack Robinson. So he gets 14 points, and he's finished on, by my calculations, 176. The championship's going to a tie-break. Now, I think, but don't quote me on this, I think it goes to the driver with the most class wins over the course of the season, so we're going to have to count them up in a minute. There's your result confirmed. Connew, Harper and Boone, your top 3. Connew wins by half a second. He's done what he needed to do, but... confirmed at the bottom, Andrew Harper got the fastest lap in Class A. He gets the extra point. Jack Robinson won Class C, but from what I can see on the TSL timing screen, he got fastest lap in Class C. There was only 1 point between them going into the race, so I think they finished level. If it goes down to class wins, let's work it out. Guy Connew has 11 class wins for the season with his 2 wins today. Jack Robinson has by my reckoning 10 class wins. So if that's the tie-break criteria, we'd have to check the regulations. But I think on tie-break, the championship goes to Guy Connew, but we'll wait for confirmation of that. Well, there's your result. And after that extraordinary race, I've got no more words to say. Still doing my calculations up here, so we'll head down to the pits in a moment. If there's light enough down there, we'll talk to the drivers. I just need to get the info on tie breaks.
And for the final time this weekend, we are in Parc Fermé. I don't know how good the cameras work here. They are clearly making it a bit lighter. It is dark here. I'm so surprised they actually managed to get that race finished and safely, but they have done. And what a sensational finish. A tie between our top two. And we believe it goes to... I'm going to trust Dave right now. But... quite unbelievable, to be honest. We'll speak to Guy Connew. He's going to get the wreath around his neck, some champagne or bubbles, Prosecco might be, and some silverware. Guy, first, let's talk about the race first of all. Great win.
Oh, it was non-stop right from the start, and he just kept me honest. I had to stay with it. He was right on my tail, and I just couldn't afford any mistakes. And with the light going down and everything, and in the end I was screaming at myself in the car, just keep going, keep your head down, and just stay where you are. But yeah, he really did put the pressure on, and I felt it, I'll be honest.
Andrew got the fastest lap. Jack won his class and did get fastest lap, so we think it's a tie on points.
Yeah.
But it potentially goes to wins, but I'm not going to say that for absolute certain, but it's been a sensational season.
Yeah, it has. It's been absolutely brilliant. You know, like I said earlier, I didn't know I was up for it, and to get this close, yeah, it's been brilliant, and it's been... I think I just prefer the racing rather than championships, to be honest. Race wins are nice because they just happen. But,
too stressful?
Yeah, it was a bit, I must admit, leading up to this and so late in the day and everyone, you know, disappearing sort of thing. But no, it was great. I had a good race, so, yeah, good ending.
Fantastic. Great race, great weekend, great season. Well done.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks,
all the
Guy.
best. Cheers.
Cheers,
Bye.
mate. Thank you. Let's jump in with Jack Robinson as well, if we can grab him. Andrew Harper, actually, second place. Let's grab him first of all. Kept our winner very, very honest in that race, let's say, in the dark.
That was great, yeah. Guy was really on it. Yeah, I'm still on a bit of a cool down lap myself now, but yeah.
I mean, it was toe-to-toe. You could have taken him at any point, but just kept you just at bay. I mean, just.
No, no, fair play to Guy. He put his car where he needed to be. We were neck and neck a couple of times, I believe. But yeah, couldn't have done any better.
I'm sure you're happy with your day, happy with your season.
I think so. Yeah, that was glad to. I think I think that should secure third in the championship for us. So yeah. I think
faster and stronger next year.
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll get the reliability slightly better. We've had two DNFs this year, so we'll aim for 0 next year.
Yeah, just confirmed half a third. So well done.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Great season. Well done. Thank you so much. Where's Jack? Let's get Jack in. What an end to the season. We are trying to do our maths. First of all, class win, congratulations. Let's do that one first.
Yeah, it's a good race. Yeah, like I say, I don't know where we stand with points and stuff like that, so I just sort of...
You won class and got fastest lap.
Yeah.
Guy won class, didn't get fastest lap. That was Andrew. We think you are tied on points.
Oh, really? rock, paper, scissors for the finish then.
We're not entirely sure. Might come down to class wins, but we don't know, so let's not say that just yet. But I mean, last race of the season, last lap of the season, Andrew Harper nearly caught him a couple of times. It couldn't literally be any closer.
No, we couldn't know, so fingers crossed then.
So we will wait and see. But how do you summarise your season?
Yeah, full on really, yeah, like I say, especially after the last race, it just kept on changing, like I say, because it's a new car for the season as well. Each kind of round we've been changing things, trial and error to sort of see how we go, so but I think generally it's been a really good season really, so yeah.
So still as mathematically undecided right at this very second, but looking forward to next year if we can. What can we see you up to?
We're not too sure really. We're kind of going to go see how we go through the sort of Christmas period, and then whether we do some changes to this. We're not too really sure really. Yeah, so
for now I'll say congratulations whichever way it goes, but great season, well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Mate, thanks a lot. So there we go, that is our final race of the day done here at Donington Park. What a day it's been. And quite frankly, what a way to end it. It's been sensational. BARC TV comes back in a few weeks at Brands Hatch for the 4th and 5th of November. We'll have the trucks, final round of the season. Ryan Smith going for 8 in a row. Final round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Final round of the pickup trucks. And it's going to be a fireworks, because there literally is fireworks off the track, on the track, who knows. But for the final time today from Donington, it is back to Dave.
Thank you very much indeed to Ewan Dunlop down in the pit lane and Parc Fermé today, bringing us the information from down on the ground. Well, I don't know what to say. As we say, that is unofficial at the moment. It's my calculations only. We think that Guy Connew and Jack Robinson tied on points. If it does go down to class wins over the course of the season as a tiebreak, I think Guy Connew's won it, but don't quote me on that just yet. We will wait for the Jaguar officials to work it out. Again, a big thanks to Lynn Bates down in the paddock, and a couple of others for sending us the info through while that race was going on. It is time to end here at Donington. Looking out of the commentary box window, it is dark out there. The cameras make it look a bit lighter than it is. Extraordinary finish here at Donington in the twilight. Wonderful atmosphere for our last couple of races, though. I must start my conclusion to this extraordinary weekend by saying a big thank you to all our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without the Orange family. Also the recovery drivers, medical staff, the race control staff, everyone else here at Donington Park, and here from the British Automobile Racing Club as well, for making this a wonderful weekend. Big thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment, their backup crews and teams in the paddock for keeping the cars rolling as well. Full credit to everybody for getting the Jaguars back out after that start line shunt earlier on as well. Been a weekend of attrition for them, but well done to everyone. Thank you as well to all our camera crews, directors and everyone else for bringing us the action, braving the weather over the course of the weekend. And thank you to you for watching as well. I've just been told as well that Colin Philpott was watching from where he's getting his hand treated in hospital. Get well soon, Colin Philpott. Picked up an injury in the first race for the Jaguars as well. So that is really time to end here. Before it gets too dark for me to see on my way out of the paddock tonight, I'm going to sign off. So thank you very much indeed on behalf of all of us here at Donington Park, especially Ewan Dunlop and Ian Waterhouse, who was with us yesterday, as well as his commentator Dave Goddard, signing off here at the home of motorsport in the Midlands. We'll see you at Brands Hatch in November on Bonfire Weekend for the truck racing finale, our finale on BARC TV for 2023. But from your commentator Dave Goddard, thank you very much indeed for watching. Goodbye for now.